You are listening to a Regency romance audiobook by Typewritink Publishing Media. A Spinster's Unexpected Marriage. A Historical Regency Romance Novel. Prologue. Martha yawned as she came into the dining room, finding herself happily contented as she sat down, ready to break her fast. The door opened before she had even had a chance to pour the tea, and with a warm smile, her mother came into the room to join her. "It was a wonderful day yesterday, was it not?" she asked, coming to sit down beside Martha, who then poured them both a cup of tea, knowing how much her mother appreciated a cup in the mornings. Though Jane was a little tardy, which was a trifle frustrating. Martha laughed and pressed her mother's hand for a moment. "I do not think that the Earl minded that in the least bit, Mamma," she said, recalling the way that the Earl of Nottingham had turned to look at Jane as she had come into the church, ready to make her way to his side. "Did you not see how warmly he smiled? How much love was there in his eyes?" Letting out a soft sigh, Martha cradled the cup of tea in her hands, her elbows on the table, in what, in company, would have been a most improper posture. "I think their marriage was one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen." Lady Hampshire smiled gently. "Yes, it was. I have always hoped that my children would marry someone who cared for them in the same way that I have come to care for your father." Her head tilted. "Your brother is already wed and settled, and now your sister, which means that I can now focus all my attention upon you." A gentle flush rose in Martha's cheeks. "Thank you, Mamma. I know it has been a little difficult for you, remaining in your sister's shadow as we prepared for the wedding, but that is over now. This time next year, I am very hopeful that I will have the joy of seeing you married, and to a gentleman who cares for you too." "I am hopeful of the very same thing," Martha answered, speaking truthfully. "I have been glad for my brother and my sister, of course, but my heart has always been hopeful that there would be someone for me too. I should very much like to marry a gentleman who has some affection for me and for whom I feel the same way. I have seen how much you and father care for one another, and I want that very same thing within my own life. And I am sure you shall have it." Lady Hampshire took a sip of her tea. "Though it shall have to wait a few months still. The season does not begin again until a little later this year. Your father, however, has already made plans for our return, with the sole aim of securing your future." Setting the cup down, she reached for the teapot to pour herself a second cup. "He is just as committed to that as I am." "That is good to know," Martha answered, smiling. "I am glad that—" The door flew open, stopping her sentence midway through. Blinking in surprise, Martha gazed at her father as he stood, framed in the doorway. Something was wrong. "Hampshire?" Lady Hampshire turned in her chair, looking over at her husband. "Is there something wrong? Why do you not come to take tea with us?" "Ruined!" Martha snatched in a breath, her eyes flaring wide. "I am ruined, my dear." Lord Hampshire came staggering into the room, looking as though he would collapse at any moment. Somehow he made his way to the chair beside his wife and half sat, half fell into it. His eyes were wide and staring, his face puce, his hand reaching out to grasp his wife's hand. "We shall survive, of course, but only barely. However am I to—" "I do not know what you mean." Lady Hampshire's voice was a little raised, a slight tremble running through it as Martha stared at them both, trying to understand what was going on. All that her mother had spoken about only a few minutes ago began to evaporate before her eyes, rushing away from her like smoke. "I am ruined," the Earl whispered, closing his eyes now, seeming to sink back even more into his chair. "Our investments are now at the bottom of the sea." Lady Hampshire gasped, and Martha's heart slammed into her chest, making her breath hitch. "I was foolish," the Earl admitted brokenly. "I did not tell you, for it is a gentleman's prerogative to gamble and to enjoy such things without hesitation, but the debts I owe are substantial, and now you cannot pay them because of the failure of your investments," Martha whispered, as her father opened his eyes to look at her. "Is that what you mean?" After a moment he nodded. But what? What about my dowry? Martha asked, her eyes wide now, panic beginning to take a hold. What about... Your dowry will go to pay some of my debts, Martha, her father interrupted, speaking with a desperation which Martha felt break through to her very soul. I cannot help that. I am sorry, but it is the only way I can salvage my reputation even a little. I'm afraid that it will not pay for all my debts, however, and since I put a great deal of money into these investments which have now turned to dust, there will be very little left for us to live on. He took in a shuddering breath, closing his eyes again. Over the next few years, we must pray that the crops grow well and that some of my other smaller investments give us a greater return, but we will have to economize. Opening his eyes again, he looked straight into his wife's face. We must economize. There is no other choice, otherwise this estate and everything we own will crumble around us. But what about my future? Martha asked, her voice now hoarse and rattling. Mamma and I were just talking and... Her father held up one hand to her, his palm out flat, bringing a sudden end to her questioning. I am sorry, Martha. Martha began to blink back, furious, hot tears which sprang to her eyes as she understood exactly what her father was saying, albeit without him saying a single word. There was to be no future for her, no happiness, no joy with a gentleman who came to care for her. All that her mother had spoken of, all the hope she herself had felt, was now gone in an instant. Oh, Hampshire, how could you have done such a thing? There was a note of sadness and of rebuke in Lady Hampshire's voice, and though she spoke quietly, the amount of pain which crossed Lord Hampshire's face was not insignificant. You did not tell me any of this. I did not, the Earl admitted brokenly. Mayhap I should have done, but I was ashamed of my gambling debts. I knew what you would say, and I could not bring myself to speak to you of them. Martha dropped her head and squeezed her eyes closed as her mother spoke again, telling her husband how much she wished he had been honest with her. Her whole world suddenly grew dark, great shadows passing over it as she fought to find even the smallest chink of light. But there was none. Chapter 1. Another ball, another dance, another lady? James chuckled and leaned back against the wall of the ballroom, lifting one eyebrow towards his friend. Indeed, indeed, Lord Radford grinned, folding his arms across his chest. Now, which one are you to dance with next? It is the waltz, is it not? James nodded. I have the very obliging Lady Jemima on my arm. Oh. Lord Radford dragged the sound out, lightness in his voice as he chuckled. I presume that you are hopeful that she will be kind to you, that she will be nothing but smiles and laughing eyes, or do you hope for something even a little more? James could not help but laugh, knowing all too well what his friend meant. Perhaps a little something more at the end of the evening. I have been told that Lady Jemima is well used to being a little warmer than other young ladies seeking a husband. Though mayhap she hopes that in being so you will find her all the more pleasing, his friend suggested. Mayhap she hopes you will offer her your hand in marriage. James snorted and rolled his eyes. Then she will be sorely mistaken, he said firmly. She will realise that soon enough, I am sure. Lord Radford lifted one eyebrow. Though not before you have made certain you can garner as much affection from her as you can, yes? James shrugged. Of course. Why should I not? His friend laughed again, and James continued to grin, thinking about what it would be like should Lady Jemima permit him to take her into his arms. He was well known to be a rogue, but he did not care. He had been building this reputation for the last few years, and was more than determined to continue. There was nothing that he would do to satisfy society's considerations of him. Their thoughts and their opinions of his behaviour meant nothing. He was a marquess, and regardless of how much of a rogue he became, he knew all too well that there would be many a young lady eager to take her place as his wife. And for that matter, a good many mothers who would be more than thrilled to have their daughter as his wife. Regardless of what he did, society would always see his title rather than his character, and thus James felt himself quite satisfied. Ah, now look at this, James turned his head to see a short, broad-chested gentleman hovering near the shadows of the room. "Are you speaking of him?" he asked, pointing at the fellow directly, heedless as to whether the man in question would turn to look at him. "That slightly smaller fellow?" "Hush!" his friend exclaimed, though he was still grinning. "Yes, that is who I am speaking of. Do you not recognize him?" James tilted his head, scrutinizing the man, only to shake his head. "No, I do not." Lord Radford looked a little surprised. "Indeed, I thought everyone would recognize Lord Hampshire, though I admit that it has been a few years since he last came to society." "Lord Hampshire?" Recognizing the name, James considered carefully. "Is that not the gentleman who lost a good deal of wealth?" Lord Radford nodded. "Yes, the very same. He enjoyed gambling a little too much and, for whatever reason, found out that he could not pay all the debts he had accumulated. They were significant, I must say, but something must have happened to make the lack of coin a real problem for him." "The fool!" James snorted at the gentleman before them, though the man himself did not turn around. What a fool he was to think that he could take on debts and not repay them. "I do not think that is exactly what happened," Lord Radford suggested, but James did not care. Instead, he shrugged, yawned, and turned away. "I do wonder what he is doing back in London," his friend continued, as James let his gaze rove around the room, taking in the many pretty faces of the young ladies he could see. "It is not as though society will have forgiven him as yet. Not unless he has repaid his debts." Lord Radford nodded slowly, a small flicker of light coming into his eyes. "That might very well be the case," he said, making James look at him quickly. "Mayhap he has returned to London because he has been able to make reparation for his debts. Now he hopes the Tone will be willing to welcome him back into their society." "But why should he wish for such a thing?" James asked, a little frustrated with himself that he was being drawn into a conversation about this gentleman when he had already attempted to dismiss him. "Why return to society at all? I presume he has stayed away from London these last few years, and must surely be contented now with the company near to his estate. Coming to London only draws him back into the tumult which he left behind him some years ago." "I do not know for certain, I confess, but from what I recall, I think the Earl has another daughter who is yet unwed," Lord Radford answered, speaking a good deal more slowly now as he thought aloud. "I cannot quite remember how many children that gentleman has, but I believe that there could still be an unwed daughter." His shoulders lifted and fell. "Though I cannot say such a thing for certain." James laughed harshly. "I do hope that such a young lady is not eagerly hoping for a good match," he said, as his friend smiled ruefully. "No gentleman in good standing and with a good fortune will want anything to do with a gentleman such as that. The Earl might have been able to pay his debts, if that is what he has done, but that does not mean that his fortunes are restored. What if he does not have a good dowry for her? What if she does not take anything with her into the marriage? What good is it then for any gentleman to even consider her?" "Perhaps there will be an arrangement," Lord Radford suggested, his eyes twinkling. "Mayhap you would like to offer yourself as her husband." Before he could stop himself, James roared so loudly with laughter that the gentleman they had been speaking of turned to look at him. This brought James's loud outburst to a very quick end, and he cleared his throat and looked away, though the smile he tried to hide simply would not fade. "No?" His friend grinned, his eyes twinkling. "Your mother has already removed to the dower house, so what could be preventing you? You could be just the gentleman she requires." "I hardly think so," James managed to say, still feeling Lord Hampshire's questioning eyes upon him, as well as the slight sting that came with the reminder that his own mother had already vacated his estate, choosing to live alone rather than with him. Thankfully, after a moment, the gentleman looked away, and James permitted himself to relax a little more. "What about you, Lord Radford? Should you not like to have a beautiful young lady as your wife?" "Oh, I do indeed, very much so," came the reply, making James's eyebrows shoot towards his hairline. "Though I do not think that such a thing is required from me any time soon. I have a brother with a family who could very easily take my place should the worst happen, which means I have no requirement to marry soon. though, when the time comes, I will have the most beautiful young lady in all of England as my bride, I am sure." "But until then?" James asked. Lord Radford grinned and spread out both hands. "Until then, I have every intention of doing the same as you, and doing all that I can to enjoy every single moment of my bachelorhood." Chapter 2. "I do not think this is a good idea, Mamma." Martha looked around the ballroom nervously, relieved that the shadows had kept her back from the prying eyes of the many gentlemen and ladies who were dancing in the ballroom. "I know that you said it would be a crush, and indeed it is. But that does not mean that someone will not take a notice of my presence here." "Or notice my father." Martha's stomach twisted as her mother tried to smile, well able to see that there was just as much concern in her mother's heart as there was in her own. "What will I do then? I am already practically a spinster." "You are not a spinster," her mother exclaimed, though she kept her voice quiet enough to make sure that no undue attention was brought to them both. "This is why you are being brought to London, so that you can find a husband before it is too late." Martha winced inwardly but said nothing. The last 3 years, she had watched the spring, then the summer, and finally the autumn go by, her heart broken with the knowledge that she could never again return to the London season as she had done before. The hopes and dreams she had once had of finding herself a love match, of marrying that gentleman and beginning their life together, had faded only to distant memory, leaving nothing but pain and sadness in their place. But then, much to her astonishment, her father had gathered them all together with the news that his debts had been repaid and, though they were still economizing severely, he had decided they would make their way back to London in the hope of finding her a suitable husband before the year came to an end. That news had not brought much hope with it. Martha had felt nothing but dread, fully aware that, even though her father's debts were paid, society would not look upon them with any sort of delight or happiness. The tone would not think well of them, would not be glad of their company, and the idea of her making a suitable match with any gentleman was entirely without hope. As far as she was concerned, the time would come very soon where she would return to her father's estate, knowing without a doubt that her future was set. She would remain a spinster, would settle in her father's house for as long as he lived, and then, thereafter, would only be able to pray that her brother or sister would give her a chance for some sort of home with either of them, and if they did not, then she would have to find employment. It was not a pleasant future prospect, but what else was there for her? Her father's name had been ruined, she had no dowry to speak of, and there could be no hope then that she would be given any sort of happy future. "We will find you a match, my dear." Pulled from her thoughts of the past, Martha looked into her mother's face, seeing the hope and the determination in her eyes, but finding her own heart sinking from the sorrow of it all. "I know that you want to do such a thing, Mamma, but you need not think that I will be given the same opportunities as the other ladies," she said softly. "I am all too aware of the situation I am standing in." "There will be someone," her mother said, with that steady resolve in her voice, "though I will make quite certain that your father makes the very best possible match." A knot tied itself into Martha's stomach. "What do you mean my father will make a match?" Her mother blinked, clearly a little confused that Martha did not know what she meant. "Why, your father intends to find you a suitable match, though I have told him that I must be satisfied with the gentleman, for I will not have you thrown to someone who does not appreciate you. This gentleman, whoever he may be, will have to be kind and generous and show no wickedness in him." Smiling, she reached out and cupped Martha's cheek for a moment. "My dear girl, you will find yourself wed soon, I promise you. It may not be the love match you hoped for, but it will still be a match. You will have your husband and your secure future." For some moments, Martha remained silent, not knowing what to say. Her father had never made such a thing clear to her, and now that she knew of it, the shock was still spreading right through her, making her shiver. She swallowed hard, her throat tight, her heart beginning to pound as she wondered who exactly her father might find to marry her. It would not be anyone reputable, surely, for what gentleman with sense and good fortune would agree to marry her? You did not know this? Martha shook her head in answer to her mother's question, setting one hand to her forehead for a moment. No, I did not. I thought... Seeing her mother's lifted eyebrow, she tried to explain. I thought it would be the same as before. I thought that it would be my responsibility to find a suitable gentleman, and thereafter, when I failed, we would have to return to father's estate, and all would be just as it has been these last 3 years. Her mother quickly shook her head. No, my dear, that is not at all the case. Your father and I are quite determined to find you a husband. It will be a match arranged between the gentleman and your father, and there will be no courtship or the like, but it will still be a marriage. That is a good thing, is it not? Perhaps seeing Martha's uncertain look, Lady Hampshire smiled big and bright, her eyes searching Martha's face for any sign of happiness at this notion. There will be someone for you, I am sure. I am not as certain as you, Martha answered, her voice rasping a little. I have nothing to offer this potential husband. I have no dowry, no fortune to speak of. My father has borne some disgrace, and even now, society does not look favourably on him. The gentleman who makes a match with me will have to endure that, will have to understand and be willing to be connected with our family. I cannot think that there will be a great number of fellows all eager to do such a thing, can you? Lady Hampshire let out a slow breath, her eyes pulling away from Martha for a moment. I will not pretend that there will be a great deal of choice, she said, rather quietly. I am very aware that the gentleman who agrees to such a thing might have his own concerns, but that is something that you will simply have to endure. Reaching out, she caught Martha's hand in her own, her eyes fixing to hers again. It is far better to be wed, and to have that security rather than remain a spinster, she finished gently. You understand that, I hope. Martha swallowed again, but nodded. Yes, I do. Good. Letting go of her hand, her mother turned to survey the ballroom. Now, let us simply stand here and take in whoever it is we can see. You will recall some gentlemen, I am sure, though, of course, as desperate as we might be, we cannot even consider some of them. A slight shudder passed through Martha's frame. Indeed not. I should not like to be wed to a scoundrel. I do not think for a moment that your father would permit such a thing, came the firm reply. Let us look and merely see who is present. That is all we need to do for the moment. And if someone should come to speak with us? Then we speak with them, of course, came the reply. There is no reason for us to hide away, though I understand your inclination. The debts have been repaid, your father has regained his standing a little, and there is no reason for us to stay in the shadows. She smiled and glanced at Martha. Trust me. Martha tried to smile, but nothing but doubts assailed her. Her stomach was roiling, her hands now icy cold, and though she clasped them in front of her, no warmth came. Her mother began to murmur some names, but Martha did not pay much attention. Why was she here? Was it simply so that, should her father find a gentleman he thought to be suitable, he could point her out? Then the gentleman could survey her, to see if she pleased him. Heat began to burn through Martha's core, chasing away the cold, but instead filling her with a sense of dismay. Was she merely to be an adornment, then? Did her father hope that her supposed beauty might capture the eye of a gentleman? She closed her eyes briefly, feeling herself grow all the more disillusioned with the idea. With her vivid red curls, green eyes, and smattering of freckles which remained on her cheeks and her nose no matter how many times she bathed with milk, not every gentleman would consider her beautiful. In fact, many would lament such features which, again, put her at a disadvantage. I shall find myself wed to a baronet, or to a gentleman who is almost in his dotage, she despaired, tears beginning to prick in the corners of her eyes. Or my father shall fail entirely, and I will be left as a spinster, just as I feared. I am certain that we have been introduced, but I do not recall where. Martha lifted her head sharply, turning to see 2 gentlemen approaching. Both had slight smiles on their faces, though the way they darted a glance to each other told her that there was something more to this greeting that perhaps they were ready to offer her. I do not think that we have been introduced. No, Martha told them, her chin lifting as she made to look away, only for the first gentleman to reach out and touch her arm. Horrified, Martha stepped back, catching the attention of her mother, who instantly turned to stand beside her. "Might I be able to assist either of you gentlemen?" Lady Hampshire asked, her tone crisp. "Or is there some reason that you have both come to speak to my daughter without first greeting me?" This made the smiles from the two gentlemen crash to the floor, making Martha's heart lift just a little, her confidence returning. Her mother was quite determined to speak openly and decisively, and that certainly seemed to have taken some of the strength from the gentleman's unwelcome presence. They shared yet another glance, but this time it was the second gentleman who spoke. He bowed and then put one hand to his heart. "My lady," he said, sounding most apologetic, though the first gentleman rolled his eyes at this, making Martha's eyes flare in surprise. "We thought that we recognized your daughter and came to make her acquaintance again, that is all." "Then I think you are mistaken, though I am very well aware of who you are," Lady Hampshire continued, moving forward just a little and gazing up at both gentlemen. "Lord Radford, is it not? And you are the Marquess of Granton, I believe." The two gentlemen blinked in obvious surprise, and then both nodded in assent, remaining entirely silent. "Then I can assure you both that I would never have permitted you to be introduced to my daughter," Lady Hampshire continued, making Martha's lips quirk into a smile. Her mother had always had a strong countenance, and clearly these two gentlemen had not expected it. It was something of a delight to see how they almost visibly deflated in front of her, their shoulders rounding and their heads lowering just a fraction. "I do not think that we need to continue this conversation any further, Martha." With a toss of her head, Lady Hampshire turned and took Martha's arm, taking her away from both gentlemen without so much as another glance or another word to either of them. Martha wanted to applaud. "Goodness, whoever do they think they are to treat you in such a manner?" Martha looked to her mother, seeing the knotting of her brows, the anger which broke across her expression. Her own smile quickly faded. "I thought they were simply a little brash." "Oh no, they are far more than that," came the reply. "Those two gentlemen are scoundrels, my dear. Rogues. You must stay well away from them." Her skin prickling, Martha darted a look over her shoulder, only to see the two gentlemen laughing aloud together. For some reason, she felt herself quite certain that they were laughing at her and, her face burning hot, she turned away again. "You must understand, my dear, that now you are a little... Well, now that there is a slight disinclination from society towards us, there may very well be some gentlemen from the tone who are eager for your company, though they will not be at all interested in any sort of genuine connection." Lady Hampshire slowed her steps and let out a heavy breath. "You do understand what I am saying, I hope?" Martha nodded, a slight embarrassment filling her. "Yes, Mamma." "And you will not speak to them, do you understand?" Turning, her mother grasped her hands tightly, looking into her eyes. "I must know that you understand. To have anything to do with any of these rogues will only cause you disaster." A little surprised at her mother's vehemence, Martha nodded and squeezed her hands. "I understand, Mamma. I have always understood that rogues and scoundrels are not gentlemen to be tolerated. That will not change now." Her mother's lips pressed flat for a moment, and then she let out a sigh. "You say that now, my dear, but when things become almost too difficult to bear, when you find yourself feeling almost invisible to every other person present, save for these gentlemen, there might be the temptation to draw near them." Martha nodded slowly, her heart a little painful as she realized just what her mother meant. "I do hope that it will not be too long until your father finds you a match," Lady Hampshire finished, releasing Martha's hands. "But you must be on your guard, no matter how long it takes." "I will," Martha promised, feeling the heaviness begin to creep in upon her again. "I will take the greatest care." "That is good." Lady Hampshire managed a smile, though it did not leap into her eyes. "And let us hope that neither Lord Radford nor Lord Granton ever think to come near you again." Chapter 3. Settling back into a chair, James offered a lazy grin to Lord Radford, before turning his attention to Lord Mayhew. "Now, are you not offering us a drink this evening?" Lord Mayhew rolled his eyes. "You have only just sat down, Granton. Do be patient and permit my footman time to pour from the decanter. In case you have forgotten, I have 4 other gentlemen across the room who also require a drink." James chuckled and leaned back all the more, finding himself quite contented after what had been an excellent soirée. He had been in London for almost a month now, and in that time had found himself in a different house every evening, enjoying whatever entertainment they put on. This evening was no exception. "I have sent the ladies to the drawing-room, and we shall soon have a few other guests coming to join us, so we should have around 14 or 15 of us to play," Lord Mayhew continued, as the footman finally brought over the tray of drinks for them all to take. "I am well aware that some of the ladies would have enjoyed a game of cards or two, but it is not quite the same with their company, is it?" Lord Radford's lips twitched. "Indeed not," he agreed, "for I find myself often much too distracted by a pair of pretty eyes, and when that happens, I often lose a little more money than I had anticipated." "In which case, mayhap you ought to bring those ladies back into the room," James quipped, making Lord Mayhew laugh. "After all, we are each eager to gain as much of a fortune as we can, are we not, even if it is at the expense of others?" He winked at Lord Radford, but his friend clearly knew he was jesting, given the broad grin on his face. Indeed, that is quite so. Ah, now here are a few of the other guests arriving. Do excuse me." Lord Mayhew quickly rose from his chair and made his way to the door, ready to greet the gentlemen who had arrived. James watched with interest, taking in each and every face and trying to recall whether or not he had played cards with them before. If he had, then he would have a better chance of keeping his money, if not adding to it. But if he had not, then he would have to be very cautious indeed when it came to the game. So many gentlemen had little ways of telling him what they were about to play, though they did so without realizing it, and this was always entirely to James's advantage. Much to his joy, there were 4 gentlemen that he recognized and had played with before, and only 2 he had not. The chances of him leaving the house with an increase in his coin was high indeed. "Not that you need such a thing." A little confused, James looked to Lord Radford, who had something of a wry grin tugging at his lips. "I beg your pardon?" "I know what you are doing," Lord Radford replied, a slight glint in his eye. "You are looking at each and every gentleman and wondering whether or not you know what it is they do when they play cards. That way, you will be able to tell whether or not you will be able to gain from them. Is that not so?" James shrugged. "You know me very well, Radford." "I do." "Though you still manage to best me at cards sometimes," James reminded him. "And let us make certain that we are both in different games, shall we? That way, we need not compete with each other." His friend lifted his glass in a half-toast. "That sounds like a good idea." "And it means our friendship shall not be affected," James added, seeing his friend nod. "Yes, you are quite right that I do not need an increase in coin, but there comes such a delight in being the victor, is there not?" Lord Radford laughed ruefully. "You have struck at the heart of the matter there, my friend. I will confess that I too find it more than delightful whenever I am given the full victory." James lifted his own glass in a toast. "Then let us hope that this evening fortune will favour us both," he said, as Lord Radford clinked his glass against James's. "Let us pray we will leave this house with more coin than we came in with." Throwing back his whisky, James set the glass down with a smile, only for his eyes to fix upon the final gentleman who stepped into the room. Lord Mayhew greeted him warmly, shaking the gentleman's hand, which only increased James's astonishment. Looking to Lord Radford, he nodded in the direction of the fellow, seeing the way Lord Radford's eyebrows shot towards his hairline. Clearly, he was just as astonished as James to see none other than the Earl of Hampshire stepping into the room. This was the gentleman that Lord Radford had pointed out only recently, the gentleman who had been close to ruination. Why, then, had he come to a card game where they were to gamble and take risks in such a way that could ruin him all over again? "I think this will be a very interesting evening," Lord Radford murmured. "If Lord Hampshire is to play, then we may very well find ourselves richer without too much difficulty." James frowned. "What do you mean?" "Why, I told you before that Lord Hampshire had a great many debts, did I not?" When James nodded, his friend continued. "Therefore he cannot be much good at games such as this. It will be easy enough to take from him." The frown on James's face remained. "Unless it is that he will leave us only with nothing, rather than paying what he owes just as he did before." Lord Radford shrugged. "I suppose we shall have to wait and see." Lifting an eyebrow, James looked to his friend. "Let us hope that he is at your table rather than at mine, then." This made Lord Radford laugh aloud, and James himself chuckled, looking across the room again to where Lord Hampshire now stood, talking with some other gentlemen, though none of them looked particularly pleased to be in his company. The gentleman himself appeared ill at ease, shifting from one foot to the other, and again James wondered what it was that had brought the gentleman here. Did he have enough coin to play an entire evening of cards? Or was he hoping that somehow his luck would change and he would win a significant amount? "At least now we can see where Lady Newton's astonishing hair colour comes from," Lord Radford mentioned, a small smile tilting his lips. "Her red curls were certainly striking." James considered this, then nodded. "Yes, I suppose they were, though I do not find red hair to be in any way attractive. I would prefer to gaze upon young ladies with golden curls or burnished bronze. Red is a little too, well, red." "I understand what you mean," came the reply. "I thought her a little ill-mannered also, in the way that she responded to us at the first, and then the sharpness of her gaze thereafter." "I quite agree." James considered the lady for a moment, recalling how she had lifted her chin as they had spoken, how her eyes had filled with shards of glass as she had looked at them. When he had first seen her, he and Lord Radford had thought to go and strike up a conversation with her, simply for their own enjoyment and laughter, though it had not gone as they had intended. Her mother had spoken with harsh words and made it very clear that they were not welcome to continue their conversation, and James had been left feeling a little deflated. Though, he concluded inwardly, there had not been even the smallest flicker of interest in the lady herself, and even now, as he considered her, he could only think rather poorly of not only how she had behaved, but also of her very red curls. That was not something that he valued in any way. "Come now then, gentlemen, shall we gather to play?" With a look towards Lord Radford, James rose from his chair and made his way towards one of the tables which Lord Mayhew had pointed out. Seeing Lord Radford sit down at one of the two available tables, James quickly sat down at the opposite one, relieved that he would not be playing alongside his friend. "Lord Grayson, Lord Templeton, Lord Huxbridge, Lord Carnathy, Lord Newcastle and Lord Hampshire, if you might join the Marquess of Granton at this table, please. We shall begin with a game of commerce." James forced a smile but groaned inwardly, as Lord Hampshire was directed to sit down at the very same table as he. Casting a look towards the other table, he caught the broad grin spreading across Lord Radford's face and felt his own spirits drop low. Evidently, his friend was relieved that the foolish Lord Hampshire was not present at his own table. "Which means that I must play against him," James thought, his jaw tightening just a little. He would accept no excuses, he considered, wondering if he ought to make that very clear from the beginning of the game. That way, at least, Lord Hampshire would know that there was not to be any sort of debts held, no matter how much he might want it. With a nod to himself, James looked to Lord Mayhew, waiting for the gentleman to declare that the games would begin. Then he would make his statement, and thereafter the betting could begin. "Capital!" Lord Mayhew exclaimed, clapping his hands and catching every gentleman's attention. "Now each table will play a game of commerce, a fine game, yes?" James nodded, a little surprised to see how quickly Lord Hampshire nodded too, as though he were eager to begin. Did he really have such confidence? "Might I suggest, Lord Mayhew, that we state there can be no excuses and no debts?" he asked, as his friend turned to look at him. "I do not think that it is fair to have debts left here at the table. If a gentleman is to play, then he pays what he owes before he leaves this house." Lord Mayhew clearly caught what James meant, given the glint that came into his eyes. I quite agree, he said firmly. Yes, I quite agree. Whatever coin you have brought, that is the coin you play with. You cannot place any bets without money upon the table. Looking around and seeing the other gentlemen nodding, including Lord Hampshire, and with a nod, James let a small, dark smile settle across his face. I am certain to win, he told himself, his chin lifting a little as confidence filled him as he thought of what it would be like to leave the house knowing that he had won both the game and the coin of the other gentleman. That thought sent a flood of pride in his heart, and, with his smile growing, James picked up his dealt cards, and the game immediately began. Chapter 4. Martha sighed inwardly, but quickly forced a smile, as her mother looked sharply at her, perhaps hearing the heaviness there. I know it is difficult, Lady Hampshire said, though there was a note of firmness in her voice. But you must be strong in your hope, and determined in your mind that this season will bring you a husband. I understand that standing at the side of the ballroom without company can be disappointing and rather dull at times, but it is important that you do so. But father is having no success, Martha said softly. He has not even attended the ball this evening. The way her mother's mouth pulled to one side made Martha's eyes sharpen just a little. Thus far, her mother had not shared with her as to why Lord Hampshire had not attended the ball with them this evening, but herself was clearly well aware as to what was going on. I am sure that he shall have success, came the reply. You just must be patient. But if he is not here, then what purpose can there be in my standing here? Martha asked quietly. Why are we here, Mamma? It is not as though any gentleman is going to come and ask to dance with me. I am not only a spinster, but I am also a wallflower and— Oh, how glad I am to hear you say that. Before Lady Hampshire could speak, another voice broke into their conversation, and a little surprised, Martha turned around to see a young lady beaming at her as though she had said something truly wonderful. I beg your pardon? The young lady, that bright smile still on her face, threw up her hands. It is wonderful to hear you say that you are a wallflower, for I am also. I find myself so very lonely, however, and my own mother is much too taken up with my sister, for she is not a wallflower, and I must hope that, even though we have not been introduced, you might consider a friendship between the two of us. I certainly would benefit from a dear friend, for as I have said, I am rather lonely. Martha blinked furiously, not quite sure what to say. The young lady had spoken at great length, and had barely taken a breath, and now was looking back at Martha with expectation. Might I ask for your name? Lady Hampshire smiled gently, looking to the young lady, and then glancing to Martha. My daughter would be very glad to be your friend, I am sure. Of course, Martha murmured, as the young lady nodded fervently, her blue eyes shining as her blonde curls bounced. Oh, how wonderful! She exclaimed. Yes, of course, my name. She paused and bobbed a curtsy. Miss Anna Stockton, daughter to Viscount and Viscountess Denley. Martha dropped into a curtsy also. How very good to meet you, Miss Stockton. I am Lady Martha, daughter to the Earl of Hampshire. She watched, waiting for a flicker of recognition to come into Miss Stockton's eyes, but none came. I am delighted to make your acquaintance. Miss Stockton beamed at her all over again, and Martha could not help but smile. Such was the young lady's enthusiasm. Though I am sorry that you are also a wallflower. That is difficult, is it not? Yes, it is, Martha admitted, as her mother turned away, leaving the two of them to talk, though Martha caught the smile on her mother's lips before she stepped away. Clearly, she was glad that Martha had this opportunity, and was hopeful that she would now make the most of it. You say that your mother is busy with your sister? Miss Stockton nodded, her smile fading. Yes, I did. And she is not a wallflower? Miss Stockton shook her head. No, she is not. That smile quickly returned. I can see that you look rather surprised at this, for it is very often that all the sisters from one family are considered wallflowers, though that is usually due to a failing of the mother, the father, or one of the daughters themselves. Is it not? Martha nodded slowly, wondering silently what it was that Miss Stockton herself had done to become a wallflower. "Alas, it is only I who am to bear the punishment of being a wallflower," Miss Stockton sighed. "I was engaged to a gentleman last season, and he, very sadly and abruptly, ended the engagement." The way that she spoke, so matter-of-fact and without any seeming emotion, made Martha's eyebrows lift in surprise. "I cared for him a great deal," Miss Stockton continued, clearly not at all interested in keeping any of her emotions to herself. "It was most unexpected, but such are the minds of gentlemen on occasion, I suppose." "I am terribly sorry to hear that you had to endure such a thing," Martha answered, all the more astonished that the young lady spoke without any sort of real feeling. "You said that was last season?" When Miss Stockton nodded, Martha frowned. I would have thought that the tone would have forgotten about such a thing. Miss Stockton's eyes tugged away, and for the first time since they had been introduced, Martha caught the way the young lady's chin wobbled. Alas, it might well have been forgotten if it had not been that my betrothed declared himself in love with my sister. Without meaning to, Martha's mouth fell open in astonishment. She quickly shut it, looking away and apologizing profusely as heat began to build in her cheeks. "No, no, you need not apologize. It is an astonishing situation, but, as you might have supposed, it has required that I take a large step away from society, though I am still present, I suppose." "That must be very trying for you," Martha replied, her heart swelling with a gentle sympathy. "Your sister and this gentleman—" "Lord Bavidge." "Lord Bavidge," Martha continued. "Are they to marry?" Miss Stockton sniffed and nodded, turning her head away from Martha again. "There was much discussion, and they did not begin courting until this season. I believe that it was to give an adequate amount of time between my engagement to him and my sister's engagement to the very same gentleman, but that has not stopped the tone from taking a great and prolonged interest in it all." Martha winced. It is unfortunate that the tone is all the more interested in gossip rather than truly considering the pain that those involved must endure. Miss Stockton finally looked back at her, and Martha's heart squeezed all over again, seeing the pain which still lingered there. "Thank you for saying that." She took in a breath, and then her lips curved. "I apologize for how strongly I spoke and how eagerly I demanded that we become friends. As I have said, I have found myself being rather lonely this season and—" "Of course we are to be friends," Martha interrupted quickly, wanting to encourage the young lady. "I am just as much a wallflower as you, if not more so. You may have gentlemen coming to ask you to dance on occasion, and you will have ladies willing to speak with you, but I am afraid that should you linger in my company, you may find such things removed from you." Her smile grew rueful. "I should, mayhap, encourage you to consider that carefully, Miss Stockton." Her new friend tilted her head. "Might I ask why you are rejected so?" Martha hesitated, then shrugged inwardly, reminding herself that everyone else in the tone was aware of the circumstances which surrounded her family, and that Miss Stockton, whether she knew of it now or not, would soon be informed one way or the other. "Some years ago, my father brought himself and his family to the brink of ruination. He did so by his foolish gambling and the building up of a great many debts which he could not repay." "I see." There was no hint of judgment in Miss Stockton's voice, rather a simple interest. "And so society has decided that you are not worth considering?" Martha nodded. "My father has, over the last few years, economized to a very great extent and, much to my relief, the crops have done well, and a few small investments have brought good returns with them. Therefore his debts were just recently repaid, and he then insisted that we come to London so that he might find a match for me." She shook her head at this, smiling ruefully. "I have told both himself and my mother that I think such a thing impossible, but they are both quite determined." "But that is a good thing, is it not?" Miss Stockton smiled, but there was a hint of sadness to it which Martha could not help but notice. "I would be very glad for a mother who showed me such interest, or for a father who would do all that he could to make certain I had a suitable match. Though you may see it as something of a failure before it has even begun, I can see that there is a hope there for you still." "I suppose I had not seen it in such a light before," Martha murmured, frowning a little to herself as guilt began to press lightly against her heart. You are quite right, Miss Stockton. I should be more grateful for that. She smiled. Though I should tell you that I found myself more than delighted with my mother recently. Oh? Evidently hearing the lightness in Martha's voice, Miss Stockton's lips twitched. What happened? Martha chuckled, remembering the incident. Two gentlemen approached me, both with rather unkind smiles on their faces, I should say, and seemed to suggest that we had been previously acquainted. I made it quite clear we had not been, but my mother was the one who then spoke with such firmness, it set them away from here without even a moment to respond. She laughed softly, her heart lifting, as she remembered how she had felt at the time, both proud and delighted at her mother's defence of her. She did not give them the cut direct, but it was very close to it. As I have said, I did not know who they were, but my mother did. They were two scoundrels, I believe, two rogues well known to society. I think they presumably knew exactly who I was, and what my father had done, and thought they might come to have a little sport at my expense. Her smile grew all the larger as she thought of it. I do not think they expected for a moment to be dealing with the sharp side of my mother's tongue. They were a little ashamed by the end of it, I think, though I do not know if rogues can feel any sort of shame. I should like to think that they did. Miss Stockton chuckled. I should have liked to have seen that, I think. Do you know what their names were? Recalling, Martha nodded. Yes, there was first Lord Radford, I think, and then with him, Lord Granton. The Marquess? Miss Stockton's eyebrows lifted high. He has very fine features, with very dark hair which tends to fall carelessly across his forehead, and blue eyes that are a piercing blue. Rather cold, if you ask me, Martha replied, remembering how he had looked at her. But yes, that is who they were. Well, in that case, I am not in the least bit surprised that your mother defended you so quickly. Lord Radford, I know, is something of a scoundrel, but Lord Granton is a dreadful fellow. He is always pursuing whatever young lady he has taken an interest in, regardless as to whether or not they are eager for his attentions. He always manages to convince them to give in to him in the end, I am sorry to say. But I suppose that his handsome face and flirtatious manner make it rather difficult for such young ladies to refuse him. That must be true, though I thought him rather arrogant and certainly not at all kind. Miss Stockton chuckled. Ah, but that is because he had not fixed his attentions upon you. He had not decided that you were the one he wanted to pursue, albeit for a very short time. I am sure that should he have done such a thing, you would find yourself struggling against such attentions. Martha spread out her hands. Mayhap you are quite correct, Miss Stockton, she admitted, a little surprised at how easily they had fallen into a friendship. I do not know, but I can certainly say that he will never be interested in pursuing me in that way. I am relieved about that, I must admit. She shivered lightly, recalling how his gaze had swept over her. In fact, should he draw near, then I will myself turn away from him, for I do not even want to look at him. So, I do not think that you have anything to fear in that regard this evening, came the reply. My own father has gone to Lord Mayhew's soiree, for there is to be card games and the like there this evening. Martha blinked, her heart suddenly freezing in her chest as she looked back at her new friend. Gambling? Her friend nodded. I presume there will be, yes. Why do you ask? Because my own father is not present this evening, Martha said slowly, a sudden desperate fear clutching at her. He did not explain why, and now I am afraid that he too has gone to Lord Mayhew's soiree for the sole purpose of playing the very game which caused us so much difficulty so many years ago. It felt as though a hand was tightening around her throat, squeezing hard as she fought to breathe with any sort of ease. Miss Stockton's reassuring words meant nothing to her, for Martha could not take any of them in. All she could see was, in her mind's eye, a picture of her father sitting at the card table, coin in hand, ready to once again put his whole family into jeopardy. She could only pray it would not be as she feared. Chapter 5. I thought I made it clear that I would not accept excuses or debts. James narrowed his eyes, glaring at Lord Carnathy as he attempted to explain himself. "It is only because I did not bring enough coin with me this evening, that is all," the gentleman stuttered, a few beads of sweat on his forehead. "I did not expect to be so heavily involved in the game." "If you did not expect to be, then you ought to have stopped before you ran out of coin," James answered, as a few of the other gentlemen nodded. "That was the arrangement by which everyone else has also been playing." He sent a look around the table, noting how Lord Hampshire looked down at his cards rather than at James, but finding himself a little confused there. Thus far, Lord Hampshire had played very well indeed, and had won many rounds, bringing him a significant amount of coin. That was not at all what James had been expecting. "I will leave at once to fetch more money," Lord Carnathy said, rising from the table. "I am sure that—" No, you are not to leave this house or even the table." Lord Huxbridge waved for Lord Carnathy to sit back down. "Send a footman if you wish, but you yourself are not to take your leave. That is not the done thing, and I am sure that you are already aware of that." James smiled grimly, watching as Lord Carnathy sat back down again, his face a little pale. Either Lord Huxbridge knew that Lord Carnathy could not be trusted, or the gentleman had got himself into a little too much debt, and was now rather concerned about it. James himself did not care. That was the price that came with playing such games, and therefore, to his mind, this situation was Lord Carnathy's own fault. Another round of brandy was offered, but James declined it. He wanted to keep his mind clear, his eyes sharp. The game was coming to a close now, for Lord Carnathy and two of the other gentlemen had all chosen to end their part in the game, leaving only James, Lord Hampshire, Lord Mayhew, and Lord Huxbridge at the table. There would be a few more rounds, bets would be made, and hands would be dealt. Thus far, Lord Hampshire had proven himself to be a better player than James had expected, though he was quite certain that he would defeat him. Much to his surprise, however, it was Lord Huxbridge who was pushed from the game next, rather than Lord Hampshire. Another heavy frown pulled at James's forehead as he watched the cards being dealt. This game had gone on in a way that he had not expected. He had not thought he would be sitting here with Lord Hampshire, ready to play the final few rounds of the game. All he had been worried about was whether or not the gentleman would keep paying his debts, but that had not yet occurred, and, to James's mind, it did not seem to him as though it would. For whatever reason, Lord Hampshire appeared to be a good deal more skilled at commerce than James had thought, and now, if he did not keep to his senses, then there was a chance that Lord Hampshire might win and take all of the coin that James had put into the game. Yes, he told himself, such things did not matter. It was only a few coins from his vast fortune, so he did not need to worry about losing any great amount. But it will be a stain on my reputation and a heaviness on my memory if I am unable to defeat him. He studied the gentleman, seeing the way he looked at his cards without as much as a flicker coming into his eyes. The gentleman seemed able to hide his emotions from his face very well indeed, for thus far James had not been able to notice even a single thing that would give the gentleman's hand away. Pursing his lips, James studied his own hand, looking at the cards carefully and working out what he would play. The round began, and the coins were thrown into the middle. To James's dismay, however, he quickly discovered that Lord Hampshire was not only playing well, he was playing exceptionally well, to the point that James soon found himself running out of coin. Lord Mayhew was the very same as he, having only a few coins remaining, and the same heavy frown crossed his forehead as James himself wore. James won some rounds, but lost others more frequently. The small smile which flickered across Lord Hampshire's mouth began to anger him, to the point that a ball of fury began to settle right against James's heart, making his hand curl into a tight fist as he slammed it hard onto the table. "Another drink, mayhap?" Lord Mayhew asked, arching one eyebrow as James continued to scowl. "It seems as though we are to be on our final round of the game. Whoever wins this round shall, I think, be declared the winner. Though," he continued a little ruefully, "I do not think that it shall be me. My coin is almost depleted." Aware that he was now giving himself away by such a display of emotion, James uncurled his fingers, gave Lord Mayhew a small nod, but then looked to Lord Hampshire. The smile on the gentleman's face had now grown, and the glimmer of light in his eyes spoke of a confidence that only angered James all the more. How could he be in this situation? Lord Hampshire had accumulated debts thanks to his failures in gambling, having accumulated so many that he had been forced to hide back at his estate for years. How then could it be that he had such a hold in this particular game? "I have a suggestion I should like to give you, Lord Granton." James picked up his glass, threw back his brandy, and narrowed his eyes at Lord Hampshire. "I do not have any interest in hearing what you have to say." "No?" Lord Hampshire's eyes flickered. "Not even if I state that I am willing to give you all of your coin back, and everyone else's with it, if you win a single game of whist?" James blinked rapidly, his anger rapidly fading. "I beg your pardon?" Lord Hampshire shrugged. "Lord Mayhew will have to consent also, of course, for he is still in the game. Lord Mayhew, if you are willing to step back, then I propose that Lord Granton and I play one game of whist. Only one, mind you. If that is agreeable, then I will place all of my coin in for the bet, and should you win, Lord Granton, then you will take all of it." A flickering frown danced across James's forehead. "But that does not give you any sort of advantage." "No, it does not, which is why you will agree to marry my daughter, should you lose." A few gasps from the other gentlemen around the table made James's frown grow heavier. "I hardly think that offer is reasonable." "No?" Lord Hampshire tilted his head. "Very well, then let us continue on as we are. There is no need for anything other than a simple game of commerce. Though," he continued, a slight twist to his lips, "I do hope that society does not take too badly to the news that the Marquess of Granton has lost a significant amount of coin to a gentleman who had nothing other than debts to his name." Heat seared all the way up James's spine, and he slammed one hand flat on the table, fully aware of what society would think should that happen. He had been thinking on it all through the game, knowing that they would whisper about him, that they would laugh at him and his lack of skill when it came to winning against Lord Hampshire. He had a reputation to maintain, albeit a roughish one, and that did not include being made a mockery. "Do not think to threaten me, Hampshire." The air in the room seemed to turn ice cold as every eye turned to fix on him. James's breathing grew quick and fast, his chest tight, though Lord Hampshire merely smiled. It was clear to him, just as it was clear to James, that this was not something he could prevent. If he lost, then the tone would know of it without Lord Hampshire saying a single word. "Then what say you, Lord Granton?" Lord Hampshire's question rang around the room and sent another flurry of fury into James's chest. "That is a significant bet, Lord Hampshire," Lord Mayhew remarked, as Lord Hampshire began to push all of the coin he had out into the middle of the table. "Are you certain you wish to place all of it on one game of whist?" Lord Hampshire tilted his head, looking back at James. "I can take it all back and begin commerce again," he said, the challenge lingering in his voice. "What say you, Lord Granton?" Before James knew what he was doing, he had slammed his fist down on the table and, half rising from his chair, glared at Lord Hampshire. "Yes, I accept your bet." The gasp which rang around the room told him that his behaviour had captured everyone's attention, but James did not move nor even glance at anyone else. Instead, he simply gazed into Lord Hampshire's face, hating that smile which still lingered there. "Very well." Lord Mayhew cleared his throat, looking around the room. "Gentlemen, you are all witnesses to this. Should Lord Granton win, then all the coin in the centre of the table will go to him, along with the triumph of being the overall winner of this game. Should Lord Hampshire win, however, then Lord Granton promises to marry Lord Hampshire's daughter." "Miss Martha Newton," Lord Hampshire stated, as every gentleman turned again to look at James. "Now then, Lord Granton, shall we play?" James nodded, sinking back down into his chair. The game began, and every single gentleman in the room came to stand and watch the goings-on. Determination began to seep into James's veins. He watched his opponent carefully as Lord Hampshire studied the cards in his hand, looking for any sign on his face that would give something, anything, away. But Lord Hampshire's expression remained impassive. The cards were dealt, and after a moment, Lord Hampshire asked for another. Lord Mayhew gave it to him, only for Lord Hampshire to ask for another. A murmur rang around the room, but Lord Hampshire sighed, smiled, and sat back in his chair and lifted an eyebrow in his direction. "I am contented, Lord Granton. It is your turn." Looking back at his cards, James took in a long, slow breath. His cards were good, but yet he still could get closer to 21. 1. Lord Mayhew nodded and gave him one. James turned it over and offered a small, satisfied smile to the cards in his hand. 20. That is more than satisfactory. It would take a miracle for Lord Hampshire to hit 21 exactly. "I am contented." Looking up, he spread out his cards on the table, hearing the exclamations from the gentlemen around him. 20, Lord Mayhew confirmed, his voice loud so that everyone could hear him. "Lord Hampshire?" Lord Hampshire's frown made James's hopes of winning suddenly roar to life. "Alas," the gentleman sighed, making James's heart lurch with a great and expectant hope. "It appears that I have—" He set out the cards, a broad grin replacing the frown. "I have 21. The roar from the other gentlemen in the room was so loud, it was deafening. James stared at the cards, taking in the 4 of hearts, the 6 of clubs, the 10 of diamonds, and the ace of spades that Lord Hampshire had laid out. By those 4 cards, his fate was sealed. He had lost. Chapter 6. Martha let out a heavy sigh and surveyed herself in the looking-glass. "This is all very well, Mamma, but I do not see how a new gown and your finest pearls will make any gentleman consider me." "We are not trying to force a gentleman to consider you," her mother countered quickly, setting a hand on Martha's shoulder. "It is so that, whoever your father manages to find, when they come to survey you, they will see just how truly beautiful you are." This, despite her own sense of frustration, made Martha smile, and she settled a hand on top of her mother's. "You are very kind to me, Mamma." "I speak only as I find," Lady Hampshire countered, dropping a light kiss onto Martha's cheek. "You look very well, my dear. That light green gown brings out the colour of your eyes all the more." Martha's smile grew. "Thank you, Mamma. I am glad that they are so in kind with yours." "I had to give you something of mine, did I not?" Her mother laughed, standing straight again. "You have your father's red hair, do you not?" "Though yours is not brown nor fair," Martha pointed out, knowing how much her mother refused to call her own hair red, even though it was now liberally streaked with grey. "No, indeed. It is grey now," her mother laughed, making Martha chuckle as she rose from her chair, ready to make her way to the drawing-room where they would wait for the carriage. "Come now, let us hope that this evening soirée will go well." She smiled at Martha. "Mayhap your new acquaintance Miss Stockton will be there." "I hope she will be," Martha agreed. "I am looking forward to it," Lady Hampshire sighed contentedly. "It is quite something to have been invited." Martha considered this for a moment as they walked, reflecting on the fact that Lord and Lady Sutton had invited them to their soirée. These last few weeks, the invitations had been few and far between, though her mother had not seen anything troubling in that. Rather, she had been grateful for the invitations they had been given, and her sense of gratitude had been a gentle lesson to Martha. "Ah, there you both are." Lord Hampshire rushed towards both Martha and his wife as they came into the drawing-room, his eyes bright with a light which Martha could not understand. They were merely going to a soirée, and there was nothing to be expected from that, was there? She would be doing as she had done at every single event she had attended thus far, standing to the side or to the back of the room and alongside her mother, watching all those who walked by. Though, she considered, as her mother had suggested, Miss Stockton might be present, and that would bring Martha a little more joy. "Good evening, Papa," Martha replied, glancing to her mother who looked just as confused as she felt. "It is good to see you." Her father chuckled, and much to Martha's astonishment, embraced her. "Ah, yes, I am well aware I have been absent of late." You were absent from breaking your fast and from dinner, Lady Hampshire reminded him, her voice a little tremulous, as though she was deeply concerned about her husband's joviality. And last evening you did not tell us where you were to go. Lord Hampshire's smile faded a little. Yes, I am aware that I did not tell you, my dear, but that is because I did not want to upset you in any way. I was sure that you would beg of me not to do it, not to attend, and therefore I had no other choice but to keep it a secret from you. Then you were playing cards? Martha asked, before she could stop herself. Her mother snatched in a breath, and Martha flushed quickly, aware of her father's raised eyebrows. I heard from Miss Stockton that her father was present, Lord Denley, and given that you were absent, I thought, well, that is, I presumed that you had gone there. Lord Hampshire nodded slowly. Then you were correct, my dear, though Lord Denley was at the other table, he said, though Lady Hampshire immediately dropped her head in obvious dismay. But there is nothing to be concerned about, I assure you. I had only a few coin, and I went in the hope that it might finally be my turn to achieve some sort of success at the card table. Lady Hampshire shook her head. How could you? She whispered, her eyes shining with tears. After everything that we have endured, after all that your previous debts have put us through, then— I went to try and redeem myself a little, Lord Hampshire exclaimed, breaking into his wife's words. I do not mean to upset you, that was never my intention, but I thought that good fortune might finally favour me, given that I have endured so much. I swear to you, however, I will never touch the card table again. I will never sit down at it. I will never set out coin ready for gambling or betting. That is my solemn word to you, my dear, and I swear it to you with nothing but truth in my heart and determination in my soul. Martha felt her own heart squeeze as her mother sniffed, clearly still distraught over what her husband had just revealed. She looked away, not certain of her own emotions, struggling to understand why her father would be so reckless. But I have succeeded, my dear. Lord Hampshire turned towards Martha and, reaching out, gripped one of her hands. I have succeeded far beyond my wildest expectations. That is why I can make you such a promise. He turned again to Lady Hampshire, and this time took her hand in his own, releasing Martha. Everything is taken care of. Martha has a future. A wonderful future, I am sure. I have found her a husband. Martha's stomach flew upwards and then dropped low again, leaving her staring at her father's broad smile as ice rushed through her veins, freezing her in place. Her mother, on the other hand, let out a squeal of delight and took a step closer to her husband. You have? Lord Hampshire nodded. I have, he beamed, as he drew himself up to his full height. I have found her an excellent husband, for not only is he well titled, he is wealthy too. He will be more than able to care for Martha. Oh, how wonderful! Lady Hampshire cried, seemingly now completely forgetting all that had just gone before. My dear husband, this is excellent news. I cannot believe that you have found someone so quickly. We have not been in London for long, and now you say that you have secured her a match. Martha swallowed tightly, wishing that she too could feel even the smallest amount of exuberance rather than dread. She tried to speak, but her lips trembled too much, her stomach lurching this way and that, making her fear she might cast up her accounts. His title, then? Lady Hampshire asked, glancing at Martha, as her expression quickly grew concerned. Oh, Martha, you need not look so afraid. I am sure that your father has done exceedingly well in securing you a match. The gentleman is, as he has said, well titled and with a great fortune. That is wonderful, is it not? Martha managed a vague nod. His title, Papa? She asked, her voice quavering. Who is he? He is a marquess, her father beamed, seemingly only answering her first question. A marquess, Martha. You will be a marchioness, which is an even higher title than that of your own mother. That is quite wonderful, is it not? Wondering why her father had not given her his name as yet, Martha tilted her head, her fingers twining together in front of her. That is, yes, she said slowly, as a flicker came into her father's eyes. A marquess who has great wealth does sound like a very suitable match. I am surprised that he has not married himself as yet. Seeing that flicker grow, a dreadful fear began to clutch at Martha's heart. "Is there a reason he is unwed, Papa?" Lord Hampshire looked away. "Well, there may be, but that is not important." "I do hope there is nothing wrong with him, my dear," Lady Hampshire asked, looking to her husband with a frown beginning to draw itself across her face. "There is no cruelty in him." Lord Hampshire immediately shook his head, harumphing as he did so. Of course not, my dear. I would never engage my daughter to a cruel fellow." Lady Hampshire visibly relaxed. "Of course you would not. I should have trusted you." "Then what is his name, Papa?" Martha asked, her voice a little stronger now. "What is his title?" Her father lifted his chin. "He is the Marquess of Granton." It was as though Martha had thrown herself into the icy water of the Thames on a cold winter's day. She could not breathe, air sticking to her lungs, her whole body refusing to move even an inch. Her eyes flared wide as she saw her father smile, wondering how he could be pleased with such a match when he knew that he was marrying her to a scoundrel. She saw him in her mind's eye, recalling how he had laughed at her, how his eyes had narrowed when her mother had come to her defence. The cruel way in which he had thought to come to her in the first place, determined only to mock, made her heart cry out with shock and fear, finding herself shaking her head fervently. "I cannot marry him, Papa, I cannot!" Lord Hampshire's smile faded. "Whatever do you mean?" "Do you know anything about this gentleman?" Lady Hampshire's smile had also fallen flat as she took a step back from her husband. "Lord Granton is certainly not at all suitable for Martha." "I do not understand. He has wealth and an excellent title, and—" "He is a rake." Lady Hampshire's explosion of feeling threw itself right across the room, and Martha sagged lightly with relief. Clearly, her mother understood her concerns and was doing the very same as Martha desired, stepping back from the proposal. "Lord Granton is the sort of gentleman that I have told Martha to stay away from. In fact, not long ago, I had to speak to him myself, to warn him away from our daughter's company. Why, then, would you encourage him towards her?" Lord Hampshire frowned. "My dear, he is a marquess." "I understand that, Hampshire, but his character is greatly lacking. I will not have her." "I do not think that you have any right to tell me what I should or should not do as regards our daughter, Lady Hampshire." The booming voice of her father, one which very rarely came to either her mother or to herself in such a manner, threw away all of Martha's hopes. She saw that her future was now settled, and that her father, despite her own protestations, would not settle for anything but her marriage to Lord Granton. There was no chance of escape. "I have found our daughter a suitable husband," Lord Hampshire continued, his eyes a little sharp. "I understand that you might have questions over his character, but he will be able to not only provide for our daughter, but will give her the chance to be highly titled amongst society. She will be a marchioness. She will have the chance to have her own family, her own household." "And what of her happiness?" Lady Hampshire replied, gesturing to Martha. "Can you not see that this news has devastated her?" Martha winced, seeing the pain which quickly tore through her father's expression. Evidently, he had been glad to have found Martha a match, and now here she was, expressing discontent. Her fears were valid, of course, but neither did she want to downplay the significance of what he had done. "Lord Granton is not the sort of gentleman who will bring Martha any sort of happiness, my dear," Lady Hampshire continued, her tone quiet but her gaze steady. "Did you not know anything about him before you made this arrangement? I cannot understand how it took place without your deliberate and intentional concern over his character." The way Lord Hampshire dropped his head and then ran his fingers over his forehead made Martha's heart drop to the floor. She looked from her father to her mother, and then back to her father again, her heart clamouring furiously. "You did not know anything about him, did you, Papa?" Lord Hampshire glanced at her. "I knew enough." "How did you make this arrangement, then?" Lady Hampshire asked slowly. "What was it that you did?" "Please," Martha whispered, feeling as though a rope was being tightened around her throat. "Please, Papa, tell me that you did not use me as part of your betting." When he did not refute that suggestion at once, tears began to pour into Martha's eyes, and even though she blinked furiously, she could not stop one from falling to her cheek. "You used our daughter as part of your betting?" Lady Hampshire's voice was hoarse, her face turning pale. "You offered her up as part of the card game?" "No, not in that way." Lord Hampshire sniffed and lifted his chin, though his gaze did not rest on either Martha or his wife. "I will say that yes, she was a part of the game, but not in the way that you think." Perhaps seeing that neither Martha nor Lady Hampshire was about to remain contented with such a poor explanation, Lord Hampshire spread out his hands. "I placed a bet that stated that, should I lose, then I would give all of my winnings to Lord Granton, and should I win, then he would marry Martha. That is all there was to it." Martha closed her eyes as fresh tears dripped down her cheeks. She had not been considered at all then. Instead, she had been offered up as a bet, as though that was all she was worth. "It is done," her father said firmly. "You are going to marry the Marquess of Granton, and that is the end of it. You shall have your family, your house, and your future, Martha. Those are good things, and I do not want to hear anything other than acceptance of that." "My dear, Lady Hampshire fell silent, shaking her head as she considered. "I do not know what else to say. I will state again that I think this match is wrong for you, but your father is right, in that you will have your future kept safe." Martha opened her eyes, swaying just a little where she stood. She felt both weakness and fear, wishing that she could see even the smallest flicker of hope, but finding that she could see nothing other than shadows. Lord Granton was not a gentleman she could even think to trust, and now that she was to marry him, her future seemed shrouded in darkness. "You are to now consider yourself engaged," Lord Hampshire continued, though his tone was a little softer now, holding more gentleness and tenderness, as though he wanted to comfort her, even though he was the one who had arranged all of this. "The announcement will be made tonight." Martha's head shot up. "Tonight?" Her father nodded. "But I am not ready. I am not prepared. "You are going to have to be." Her father came closer, put one hand on her shoulder, and smiled down into her eyes. "You are going to be a marchioness, Martha. What could be better?" It was on the tip of Martha's tongue to say that spinsterhood seemed a good deal better than the prospect of marrying a gentleman such as Lord Granton, but Martha did not dare say it. It would cause her father pain for her to say such a thing, and she could not bring herself to say a single word. But as her father stepped back, urging them to the door and out to the carriage, Martha's heart broke completely. Her hopes for the future had been thin and vague indeed, but even then, those had been things that she had longed for. Now, however, with her future holding nothing other than the cruel, arrogant face of Lord Granton, Martha could not find even the smallest flicker of anticipation or delight. Everything was dark. Chapter 7. James closed his eyes and let out a long, slow breath. For the first time in many a year, he had no desire at all to set foot into this ballroom. He did not want to be surrounded by society, did not want to have to stand and converse or to dance. His entire life had changed in an instant, and it was all his own fault. "Come now, you cannot simply stand here at the door." Lord Radford grasped James's arm and half pulled, half dragged him through the open doors, held there by the footman. "It is not as though anything has changed." James wrenched his arm away from Lord Radford, his anger burning sharply. "Of course something has changed. You cannot have been so quick to forget what took place at Lord Mayhew's card game." Stepping back into the shadows, he folded his arms and scowled. "I have lost everything." Lord Radford lifted an eyebrow. "Why? Simply because you are engaged?" "Yes, because I am engaged." James threw up his hands. "I am no longer the single gentleman that I being so delighted in. I am not able to do just as I please. I am not able to behave as I wish. My regard now must be for one young lady and one young lady alone. Do you think that I am at all delighted by this? That I am happy with all that has taken place?" "No, I do not think that at all," came the reply. "Though I must say that I am surprised you are taking it so seriously." A frown pulled at James's brows. "I am engaged," he said, heavily emphasizing the word, as though his friend did not understand. "I must take that with every seriousness." Lord Radford tilted his head. "Why?" Confusion lifted James's eyebrows. "Why should I take my engagement seriously? Because it leads to marriage, because it means that I must have this lady as my wife, as much as I do not wish it." "But that does not mean that you have to give up all that you enjoy," Lord Radford told him. "There is many a gentleman who continues to be just as much a rake as he ever was, even after he has become engaged, if not wed." James considered this for a few moments, finding himself a little surprised at the suggestion. Then came the confusion as to why he had not even thought about such a thing before. Of course he could continue on as he was. There was no reason for him to become sullen and disinclined towards any sort of company, was there? He could just do as he pleased, albeit with his engagement looped around his neck. "There now, that is better," Lord Radford chuckled, slapping James on the shoulder. "Yes, you will make the announcement this evening, and yes, there will be much surprise and confusion, but you can make it very clear to those around you, your friends and to any ladies you wish, that nothing will change. That is what you must do this evening. Do you understand?" James nodded slowly, aware of a slight weight of guilt going to rest on his heart, though he quickly tried to push it away. "Your suggestion does make a great deal of sense," he said slowly, still thinking it through. "Though I may be troubled with the company of the young lady in question. After all, if the announcement is to be made, then I will have to stand beside her and mayhap, together, take the congratulations from those around us." "Leave that to me," Lord Radford told him. "I will make certain that you are separated, though it will not look as though you are." Chuckling, James grinned and took a glass of whisky from a passing footman. "Capital," he beamed, shaking Lord Radford's hand firmly. "What an excellent friend you are, Lord Radford." "But of course." With a smile, Lord Radford swept into a mock bow only for his smile to fade. "Ah, here she comes, my friend. Excuse me, won't you?" Without another word, he melted away into the grasping arms of the other ladies and gentlemen at the ball, leaving James alone as he made to greet the young lady he was to marry. Turning, he forced a smile as he bowed. "Good evening, Lord and Lady Hampshire," he said, lifting his head to look into the eyes of Lady Newton. "And good evening to you, Lady Newton." Martha did not even attempt a curtsy. Instead, she simply folded her arms over her chest and looked back at him, her face pale and her green eyes steady. James frowned, wondering at the slight redness at her eyes. Had she been crying? He paused for a moment, considering, only to shrug such a thought away. Why should he give even a moment to wondering about the young lady's present state of mind? Whether or not she was glad to marry him, that was what would take place. Crying about it, or complaining about it as he had done, would do neither of them any good. "I do not approve of this engagement, Lord Granton." Lady Hampshire stepped forward, the sharp edge of her tongue again sending daggers towards him. "I think that you are a rogue, a scoundrel who is entirely unworthy of my daughter." James's jaw tightened, but he merely inclined his head again, choosing to say nothing. The truth was, he considered, as he looked to Lord Hampshire, who quickly looked away. He was entirely unworthy of any innocent young lady given all that he had done and all that he was. The problem for James was that he simply did not care. "Might I present my daughter, Lord Granton?" Lord Hampshire finally spoke up after clearing his throat, gesturing to the young lady beside him. "I believe you require a proper introduction, yes?" He put one hand to his daughter's back, encouraging her to step closer. "The Marquess of Granton, my dear." His tone was gentle, though Lady Newton did not so much as lift her gaze to James. "Lord Granton, might I present my youngest daughter, Lady Martha Newton?" "A pleasure." James did not mean those words at all, but it was required, he supposed. He again dropped into a bow, but Martha did not even twitch. She stood, stony-faced, her head turned a little away from him, and kept her arms folded across her chest. "The announcement should be made soon, I think." Not even attempting to force his daughter to curtsy or even greet James, Lord Hampshire looked towards him, a questioning look in his eyes. "What say you? Are you quite prepared?" James jutted his jaw forward. "If I must do it, then I shall." "You shall have to do it with more enthusiasm than that," Lady Hampshire exclaimed, her eyes now shards of glass. "I will not have my daughter shamed. There is already a great burden upon her shoulders given the sort of gentleman she is marrying, but I will not have her bearing any more weight. I do hope I make myself clear there, Lord Granton." Lady Newton put one hand on her mother's arm. For a moment, James thought that she was about to tell her that all was well, that she did not need to be so concerned, but, after a moment, the young lady merely smiled rather sadly and whispered a "thank you." Evidently, neither she nor her mother thought well of this engagement, though clearly Lady Newton herself had no choice as to whether she was wed or not. That had all been arranged by her father, and just as he was, she was now tied into it despite her own lack of inclination towards it. Heaving a sigh, James spread out his hands. "I suppose it could be done within a few minutes. We should probably promenade around the ballroom first, Lady Newton. It will mean that every eye will be on us, and the engagement announcement can then be made." Lady Newton shook her head. "I do not—" "A capital idea." Lord Hampshire ushered his daughter forward, practically forcing her to take steps towards James. "Now your mother and I will walk a few steps behind you both for the sake of propriety." "And you must smile, my dear," Lady Hampshire continued, looking with sad, sympathetic eyes at her daughter. "I know that this is very difficult for you, but it must be done. Society will talk a great deal about this already, and we do not want to add to their fodder by making it obvious that you have no inclination towards each other." Gritting his teeth, James turned and offered his arm to Martha. This was not the sort of gentleman he was. This was not at all the sort of thing he did at balls such as this. He was normally seeing which young ladies he might pursue, which of them he could chase after, and which he might be able to pull into his arms for a few minutes. Enjoying the flirtation, the giggles from the young ladies, and the pleasure their nearness brought him. This, however, was entirely new to him, and he did not much like the sensation. When Martha set her hand to his arm, James flinched and looked away, not wanting to gaze into her eyes and certainly having no interest in conversing with her. With a clearing of his throat, he stepped forward, and with Martha by his side, began to make his way around the ballroom. He thought that she might make an attempt to speak with him, might find something that she wished to say, but as the seconds ticked by and she remained silent, James quickly realized that their walk together would be without a single word shared between them. For some reason, that unsettled him a little, but he pushed away the urge to find something to say to her. If she was not about to make any sort of effort to speak, then neither would he. "I should tell you that I am most displeased with this situation, Lord Granton." James frowned, a little surprised that she had decided to speak rather than linger in silence as he had expected. "I beg your pardon?" "I have heard about how you came to find yourself engaged to me," Martha continued, turning her head to look up at him, her green eyes flashing, though there was still a hint of redness around them. "I do not like being given away as a betting prize, Lord Granton. Unfortunately, I do not have any choice in the matter, so therefore this marriage must go ahead." "Then I am surprised that you think to complain to me about it, given that I am clearly just as disinclined as you. I think it would be best if you returned to the silence that you were so inclined to before. That suited me a good deal better than this." She stopped then, wrenching her hand away from his arm, her eyes a little wider than before. Red poured into her cheeks, but she did not look away, showing a little more tenacity than James had expected. "How dare you speak to me in such a way? Do you not understand that I am just as frustrated as upset as you? Can you not show even the smallest respect?" "Respect is not something that I give much consideration to, regardless of who it is," he answered, aware that he was not doing anything to improve himself upon her, but finding that he did not care. "I am afraid that this is who I am, Lady Newton, and whether you wish it or not, I have no interest in improving myself for either you or for anyone else in the ton." She blinked, then shook her head, looking away from him. I think you are the most obnoxious, rude, ill-mannered gentleman that I have ever had opportunity to meet. And yet, regardless of your opinion of me, I am to be your husband, he told her, his stomach writhing with a sudden uncertainty as the truth hit him hard. He was going to be wed to this young lady. He was going to find himself as her husband, and she as his wife. Could there really be any sort of contentment between two people who so clearly disliked each other? I can see no way of escape, so therefore I think we must simply acknowledge our disinclination towards each other and continue on regardless. Now, he continued, turning to offer her his arm again, shall we? Martha's throat bobbed, and for a moment James found himself admiring the column of her neck, the gentle colour in her cheeks, only to then turn his head away sharply as he realised what he was doing. When her hand went to his arm again, James jumped visibly, only to scowl and begin to stride forward, pulling Martha along with him. The last thing he needed was to find anything about his betrothed that was in any way admirable, for what would become of him then? Yes, we are engaged. James looked first to Lady Guthrie and then to her daughter, Lady Annette, who was blinking furiously while, at the same time, trying to smile. It has come as a surprise, I know, but one cannot help one's heart. He laughed lightly, while inwardly feeling a great and heavy darkness wash over him. Lady Annette had been in his arms before, on more than one occasion, though he had never stolen anything more than a simple kiss from her. What would she do now that he was engaged? Would she be unwilling to step back in towards him, even if he made it clear that his engagement meant nothing to him? Trying to take in Lady Guthrie's expressions of congratulations, he looked to his right and then to his left, in the hope of securing Lord Radford's company. He had said that he would do his best to separate James from Lady Newton, so that James could then go on to make sure that the ladies he had been interested in before were aware of his intention to continue on as he had been, but there did not seem to be any sign of him. I shall permit you to speak with Lady Lamberton, shall I? Lady Guthrie laughed, and then set her hand to James's arm. I can see that she is eager to approach you both. My congratulations again. James smiled and inclined his head, not so much as glancing at Lady Newton. Instead, he looked to Lady Lamberton, knowing that she would be coming to him with questions rather than congratulations. The widowed Lady Lamberton had been one of his favourites of late, and no doubt she would be afraid that their connection would now cease due to his engagement. James wanted very much to ensure that she was not caught by that apprehension for much longer. There you are. I have been hoping to catch you both so I might offer you my congratulations. Seemingly out of nowhere, Lord Radford stepped towards them both, directly into Lady Lamberton's way. Might you introduce me, Granton? James quickly did so, offering his friend a small nod of thanks. Lord Radford quickly began to engage Lady Newton in conversation, turning her away from James and leaving him easily able to converse with Lady Lamberton. Lord Granton. The lady inclined her head, though her smile was a little lacklustre. I heard the news. I am sure that you did, James said, offering her his arm and stepping away from Lord Radford and Lady Newton just as quickly as he could. Walk with me, will you? A turn about the room, perhaps? That way, I will be able to explain everything. Lady Lamberton turned her blue eyes to his, and James let out a slow breath of contentment, revelling in her beauty. You mean to say that we will not necessarily have to end our connection? Indeed not, James exclaimed, glad when she took his arm. Come now, Lady Lamberton, I could never step away from you. Chuckling when she blushed hot, James continued on his way around the ballroom, glad to be relieved of Lady Newton's company. In fact, I should hope that not a single thing should change between us, Lady Lamberton. He lifted his chin, a sudden determination filling him. I have absolutely no intention of letting it. Chapter 8. Martha took her friend's hand and gripped it tightly. There he is. I see him. Miss Stockton looked at her, and then pressed Martha's hand back in return. What is it that you will say to him? I do not know. An ache lodged in Martha's chest, and she felt herself wanting to cry out aloud in order to free it. "I do not want to be engaged to him, Anna." "I know." Miss Stockton let out a small sigh as Martha let go of her hand. "What is it that you can do? Is there no way of escape?" Martha shook her head. So far, she had endured a week of engagement to the Marquess of Granton, and much to her frustration, he had not shown her even the smallest amount of interest. It was as though she were an annoyance that he wanted only to bat away, to ignore, and to forget about. Whenever they had to stand together, whenever they had to be in the same space together, he did his best to ignore her completely, pretending as though she were entirely absent. They might share a smile now and again, but it was completely false, and only done when someone from the tone was speaking with them, congratulating them on their engagement or the like. Aside from that, it was quite plain to her that he had no interest in her company. "Look at him," she murmured, seeing how he quickly approached two young debutantes who had been standing together and now turned as one towards him. "All he wants is the attention of others." "Yes, he does," Miss Stockton agreed, sounding sad. "I am sorry that you must endure this, Martha. I do not know what to advise, else I would have said something." Shaking her head, Martha tried to pull her gaze away from him, but found she could not. The gentleman was nothing but arrogance and pride, preening in front of the young ladies as though he was a peacock eager to display its fine colours. How could she wed him? How could she give herself to him in such a way? "My life will be nothing but misery and loneliness," she whispered, her heart aching suddenly. "There is nothing for me any longer. He has not changed. He will not change. The Marquess of Granton will always be a rogue, whether he is married or not." "And you cannot extract yourself?" Martha shook her head. "He does not want to marry me either," she said, rather dully now. "But there is nothing that I can do to prevent the marriage from taking place. My father has done his best, the announcement has been made, and the entirety of the tone are now expecting a marriage. If I end the engagement, then I will never again have the chance to marry, though," she continued, her mouth tipping a little ruefully. "I did always say that I should prefer to be a spinster than to marry a gentleman such as he." Much to Martha's surprise, Miss Stockton caught her breath in a gasp, her eyes going wide as Martha frowned, a little confused as to why her friend had responded in such a way. Surely that was not such a surprising notion, was it? To be a spinster might indeed be a difficult way of living, but it could not be too dreadful, could it? I may have something." Martha frowned. "What do you mean?" "I think I might have a way to free you from this engagement," Miss Stockton declared, making Martha's eyes flare wide. "I think there is a way, though it would require the Marquess's agreement." "What is it?" Martha asked, suddenly filled with a frantic hope. "What is it that you think I can offer?" "A marriage." Martha's shoulders dropped. "What do you mean? I am already engaged." "Yes, but he does not wish to be, does he?" came the reply, a glint now in Miss Stockton's eyes. "He does not wish to marry, but you cannot break the engagement given the efforts that your father has gone to, and he cannot do so either because of the bet that he lost, and all of the gentlemen who heard him agree to such a thing at the time. Thereafter, the agreement has been made, the announcement given, and all of society is now expecting you to soon become the Marchioness of Granton." Growing a little exasperated, Martha nodded. "Yes, that is so, but what does that mean in relation to escaping from this?" Miss Stockton smiled. "I think of my own situation, where my engagement came to an end because my betrothed declared himself in love with someone else. Therefore, the very same thing could apply to you, could it not? You shall tell the Marquess that if he can find you another match, if he can find a gentleman to engage himself to you, nay, to marry you, then the engagement between yourself and Lord Granton will come to an immediate end." Martha could only stare into Miss Stockton's face, her breath fixing to her chest. "It makes sense, does it not?" Miss Stockton asked, beaming brightly. "You will be given a more suitable husband, and will never have to return to spinsterhood, and the Marquess of Granton will be free from his engagement, and will be able to return to the life of a scoundrel, just as he so clearly wishes. That is—" Considering this, Martha let out a long breath, and then began to smile. a hope suddenly filling her heart. "That is an excellent idea, Miss Stockton. I cannot thank you enough." "Do you think that he will agree to such a thing?" Martha shrugged. "I do not know, but I would presume that he will do anything he can to free himself from our engagement. Therefore I cannot imagine why he would refuse, though there must be some caveats as regards the gentleman he might suggest." Miss Stockton winced and then laughed ruefully. "Yes, I suppose that is true. He cannot throw you to someone who is a cad, just as he is. The gentleman must have a good reputation, have enough wealth to content you, and certainly have a title. You will not be given to a knight or a baronet. And I must have my father's consent, which he would certainly refuse to give should the gentleman be so lowly titled." Martha agreed, seeing the light in her friend's eyes, and finding her own heart filling with gratitude for her. "My dear Anna, I find your kindness so very touching. It means a great deal to me that you would use your own situation, as difficult as it was, as inspiration for my own relief from this. Thank you." "Of course." Miss Stockton smiled broadly, and then gestured to the Marquess. "Shall you go and speak to him now, or do you wish to wait for a little longer?" Martha set her shoulders and lifted her chin, a smile on her face which she could not quite help but keep pasted there. "No, I shall not tarry another moment," she said firmly. "Lord Granton shall know of this suggestion at once. Lord Granton, might I suggest we stand out on the terrace for a while?" The gentleman shot a look towards her. "I do not think that—" Evidently seeing the others around him smile and glance at one another at Martha's question, he smiled, though it brought no light to his eyes. "I do not want to have any sort of impropriety, Lady Newton, as I am sure you understand." Martha laughed briefly, her eyes narrowing just a touch. "I know very well of your reputation, my dear," she said, as the ladies near to her looked rather surprised at her boldness. "I am certain that you will have no qualms in standing beside your betrothed on the terrace for a few minutes, especially given that there will be others present there also." She laughed again, then put her hand on his arm. "Come, my dear, it will only be for a few minutes. I must have you to myself for even a very short period of time this evening, else I shall be left feeling a little frustrated." She smiled, as the ladies let out a small sigh of obvious contentment at her supposed happiness, and then turned, her fingers tightening on Lord Granton's arm so that he could not escape her. "What do you want, Lady Newton?" Lord Granton growled, his tone low and filled with irritation. "I was perfectly contented speaking with—" "I have an idea as to how we can end this engagement," she interrupted crisply. "I thought you might like to hear it." That brought an end to his complaints. There came a slight widening of his eyes, and his arm no longer was tense under her arm. With a slight clearing of his throat, he led her out to the terrace, his head held high, and a small smile on his face, while Martha too let herself smile. It seemed that Miss Stockton's idea was certain to succeed. "This idea, then." Lord Granton's eagerness was evident in the way that he turned to face her the very moment they stepped outside to the terrace. "What is it?" "It came from Miss Stockton," Martha told him, turning to face him as they stood in a corner of the terrace. "She suggested that, should I find another match, then there would be no reason for this engagement to continue." Lord Granton frowned. "I do not understand. How could you find another husband when you are already engaged to me?" Martha folded her arms, a little frustrated that he had immediately put all responsibility onto her. "It would be rather difficult for me to do alone," she said firmly. "I am a young lady after all. I must be seen to be proper in all things. I cannot go pursuing other gentlemen when I am already engaged." The Marquess's frown grew heavier. "So you mean to suggest that I must be the one to do so?" Martha nodded. "I think you must. My father will not permit me to release from this engagement, and you cannot step away either, given that so many gentlemen from society heard you make the agreement in the first place. However, if you were to find me another match, and should that gentleman declare himself to be quite in love with me, which he would have to do in order for this to work regardless of how he truly felt, then I would consent to marry him, you would be freed from our engagement, and all would be well. I would have a husband and a secure future, and you would have the freedom you so desperately crave." It took a few minutes for all that she had said to sink into Lord Granton's mind, it seemed, given the way that he looked away and rubbed at his chin. His eyes flicked to her, and then away again before, slowly, he began to nod. "I can see how that would work." "Then you agree to it?" "It is the only flicker of light I have in an otherwise dark world, Lady Newton, so of course I am going to agree to it." Martha rolled her eyes at the dramatic way he spoke, shaking her head at him. "You are very well aware that you are not the only one who struggles with this situation. There is still a chance that we will have to wed, and that makes my heart flood with nothing but despair as I consider it. But I must cling to the hope that I will soon be able to be free from you, and on the arm of a gentleman who will be glad to marry me." Lord Granton's frown returned. "Though there is the difficulty of your father's past and his lack of fortune at present, you do not have a dowry, from what I understand. I am sure that someone such as you can change such a thing, should you wish it." Her face grew hot as she spoke, but she kept her gaze steady. "But you must understand, Lord Granton, I will not consent to marry a gentleman who is cruel, arrogant, or otherwise lacking in kindness. Neither will I marry a pauper, nor someone who is old enough to be my father. I am sure you can understand why." The gentleman snorted. "You wish to marry someone who is entirely unlike me in character, but who has the same standing and fortune as I do?" Martha nodded. "Yes, that is it precisely. I shall have Miss Stockton by my side as my friend, supporting me through this, and she will make certain that any gentleman you suggest has nothing but a pristine reputation." "Then if you have a friend involved in our circumstances, then I shall bring in Lord Radford," came the quick reply. "He will be able to assist me in finding you a suitable match." Shrugging lightly, Martha turned her attention to the view to her left, rather than looking up at him. She drew in a deep breath, finding herself a good deal more relieved than she had ever been before. "Very well, Lord Granton, it seems that we shall be free of each other very soon." To her utter astonishment, the Marquess reached out and caught her hand, lifting it to his lips. Despite her shock, a light shiver danced over her skin as the Marquess pressed his lips to her hand, the warmth making her whole body flush hot, albeit only for a moment. "It seems that we shall be," he murmured, his tone soft and filled with a tenderness which Martha could not quite understand. She stared at him, suddenly unable to pull her gaze away, as he held her hand right by his lips, the heat of his breath brushing across her fingertips. Then, with a smile, he released her hand again, and then turned so he might look out across the terrace with her. Still uncertain as to what had taken place, Martha looked down at her hand as though, somehow, she would find an explanation there. It was only when she heard a quiet giggle that she looked up and realized, to her embarrassment, that a small group of ladies had been watching the Marquess and herself talking together. Evidently he had done such a thing for their benefit rather than for hers. He wanted them to think that all was well between them, perhaps give the impression that he cared for her so that the tone would think well of him. "You want to be the injured party, do you not?" Hating the slight tremble in her voice, Martha kept her gaze fixed on one point in the sky rather than looking at him. "Should this work, should another engagement be formed, you want to garner as much sympathy as you can from the tone." The Marquess chuckled softly, leaning closer to her. "It seems that you understand me, Lady Newton," he said, his words making her scowl. "Yes, of course I want to garner the sympathy of the tone. If they believe that I care for you, that my heart is truly tender towards you, then what will their reaction be when they see that I am the one knocked back? What will they think when I tell them that my betrothed has found herself bound to another?" Martha scowled up at him. "They will, no doubt, think very sympathetically towards you," she said, as the Marquess grinned. "You will have as much compassion as you desire, which no doubt will then lead you into various warm embraces from those who wish to comfort you." Alas, my heart shall be quite broken. Letting out a long, heavy sigh, Lord Granton put one hand to his heart and shook his head. "I will declare to the tone that my own desires had to be set aside in order to make certain of your happiness. And those who come to share their comfort with you will do so in a very meaningful way, no doubt." "No doubt." The Marquess chuckled again, but Martha's skin crawled, hating that she had found herself a little entranced by him when he had kissed the back of her hand. "Though that does mean that I shall have to shower all of my attention and affection upon you, Lady Newton, at least for a time." Her eyes sharpened on his. "What do you mean?" "It means that I shall have to give up my roguish ways," he sighed, his smile now fading a little. "I must have society believe that I am half in love with you, for then, when the time comes to end the engagement, there will not be whispers about my other connections, as you might call them. The tone will know that I have not made any sort of advance on any young lady save for yourself the last few months, and therefore will believe that my heart is quite broken." "You are a scoundrel, Lord Granton," Martha exclaimed, finding herself a little disgusted by him. "An utter scoundrel." He shrugged. "Yes, I am, but for the moment I am your devoted husband-to-be, Lady Newton." Inclining his head, he smiled down into her eyes, and Martha snatched in a breath before turning her eyes away, despising herself for the way one tender look, albeit a pretense, could soften her heart. "And I shall be until you decide to break our engagement. I hope that will not be too long in coming." "I quite agree, Lord Granton," Martha muttered, turning her attention away from him. "Let us hope that you find someone for me soon." He reached out and took her hand, pressing it gently. "I shall make it the focus of my every moment," he promised, "so that soon we will no longer be tied to one another as we are now. I cannot tell you how much I long for that moment." Martha managed a small, tight smile before gently tugging her hand away. It seemed that finally they were to come together in this, albeit with the sole purpose of stepping apart from one another for good. Chapter 9. "I need your help." Seeing Lord Radford's flickering frown, James quickly explained, "It is to do with my betrothed." Lord Radford snorted. "You need me to separate the two of you again? In case you are unaware, I have been doing that at almost every event and occasion we have attended." "For which I am very grateful, but such a thing is no longer required of you," James told him, making his friend frown in obvious confusion. "In fact, I must beg of you not to do anything that will separate myself from Lady Newton. I am going to be doing everything I can to make certain that the tone believes me to be half in love with her." Lord Radford's eyes flared and his mouth fell open, only for him to clear his throat and shake his head. "I do not understand. Why should you want to do such a thing?" "Because," James explained, glancing around him surreptitiously in the hope of not being overheard, "Lady Newton has suggested that I find her another gentleman to marry." This did not bring any clarity to Lord Radford's otherwise confused expression. "If I can find her another match, then she will end our engagement and marry this other gentleman," James clarified, as light began to build in Lord Radford's eyes. "Then I will be free of her, you see? Though I must, for the moment, pretend that I am deeply committed to her, and that means I must turn from all that I have been doing these last few years. So that, when she ends the engagement, you can pretend to be broken-hearted and will have the tone offering you nothing but sympathy and understanding." James chuckled. "You understand me very well, my friend." "That is an excellent idea." Lord Radford slapped him on the shoulder, beaming at him as he did so. "You say that Lady Newton came up with the notion?" "Her friend, Miss Stockton, was the one responsible, but clearly Lady Newton was more than eager to accept it. What a relief it is to me to know that my betrothed has no desire to remain attached to me. I do not know what I would do if the lady was determined to marry me. It would be unthinkable." Lord Radford chuckled, then tilted his head. "So you have a way of escape. Lady Newton's father will permit her free of the engagement so long as she has a suitable gentleman to marry her. Yes?" James nodded. "And Lady Newton will declare herself in love with him, and the gentleman, whoever he turns out to be, will do the same. He must be convinced to do that, of course. Though he may find himself in love with the lady, and that will not require any encouragement on your part," his friend put in, though James immediately snorted at the idea. "I hardly think love is a notion which any gentleman with good sense would take into himself," he declared, a little caustically. "Now this is where you play your part. I require your assistance in finding this gentleman, whoever he may be. Miss Stockton will also be helping in that regard." "She will indeed." James turned, blinking in surprise as he looked into the face of his betrothed. Next to her stood a young lady whom he presumed to be Miss Stockton, but, for some inexplicable reason, James found that he could not bring his gaze towards the lady. Instead, he found himself almost transfixed, looking into Lady Newton's green eyes and wondering why he should find them so entrancing. Red curls danced lightly as she turned to introduce Miss Stockton to them both, her curls pulled back so they could cascade from the back of her head. A light flush touched her cheeks, and the gentle green of her gown suited her perfectly. James could not stop his gaze from lingering on her figure, noting silently that his betrothed was rather comely. "Whatever are you doing?" That question snapped him back to the present moment, making him clear his throat and frown heavily as he bowed to Miss Stockton, realizing that he had not taken in even a moment of introduction. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Stockton." Lord Radford's voice was warm as he bowed, and James looked at him sharply. Was his friend going to attempt to flirt with Miss Stockton, the lady who was meant to be assisting them in securing Lady Newton another match? He could not permit that, for all their efforts had to be fixed on his own circumstances. "I was just informing Lord Radford that you were to aid our search for a gentleman for Lady Newton," he explained, as Miss Stockton turned icy blue eyes to his. "I am very grateful for your assistance." The lady laughed, though it held a mockery in it which James did not like, and shook her head. "Do not think that I do this for you, Lord Granton. I do this solely for my dear friend, for I do not want her to be attached to you for the rest of her days. A scoundrel would hardly know how best to treat a young lady now, would he?" James hesitated, then forced a smile which he did not feel. "You are quite right, of course," was all he said, seeing the frown which settled on Lord Radford's forehead. "I am grateful nonetheless." "Do you have any suggestions, Miss Stockton?" Lord Radford asked, that smile back on his face which chased away his frown. "Any gentleman that you think we ought to consider?" Miss Stockton considered him for a moment, her eyes searching Lord Radford's face as though she were looking for an answer in his eyes. "You seem very eager indeed for Lord Granton to find a suitable match for Lady Newton, Lord Radford. Is there a reason for that?" The gentleman blinked as James folded his arms, finding himself rather amused at Miss Stockton's questioning of his friend. Lord Radford blinked, looked away, and then frowned. I am good friends with Lord Granton, that is all," Lord Radford explained. "I want to make certain that he is contented, that is all." "Or could it be that you want your friend to be returned to you in the same capacity as he was before? From what I understand, both Lord Granton and yourself are just as much a rogue as each other." Lord Radford's mouth fell open, perhaps as astonished as James himself was over Miss Stockton's bold words. One glance towards Lady Newton told him that she was not as astonished as they, and seemed, in fact, to be enjoying it given how she was smiling. James found his own lips curving upwards, delighting in how Lord Radford's shock spread right across his face. He did not mean it to be mirthful, of course, but James could not help but chuckle, earning him nothing more than a scowl sent in his direction. "I think you are quite correct there, Miss Stockton," James said, when Lord Radford said nothing. "I think that Lord Radford would very much appreciate a return to the enjoyment of the season without Lady Newton's presence being a burden." "I am not a burden, I thank you." Martha's smile had faded, her eyes flashing as James looked to her. "I believe that you were the one who took on this engagement when you accepted the bet my father placed on the card table. Is that not so?" "There is no reason for argument," Miss Stockton interrupted hastily. "In answer to your question, Lord Radford, no, I have not thought of any gentleman as yet, though my eyes have only just now fallen upon Lord Billington." She gestured to someone behind James's shoulder, and James turned quickly, seeing a tall, rather slim fellow smiling at something another young lady was saying. "Lord Billington is an earl, I believe," Miss Stockton continued, looking next to Martha as James turned away from the fellow, finding himself frowning. "He is not engaged, and from what I know, not courting any young lady either." "What say you, Lady Newton?" James cleared his throat, wondering why he was frowning at the thought of Lady Newton becoming acquainted with Lord Billington. "Are you already introduced?" Martha nodded slowly. "I am, yes," she answered, though there was a hesitation in her voice. "I am aware, as you all must also be made aware, that there is bound to be some hesitation on the part of some gentlemen, perhaps with them all." She sighed, her shoulders dropping, and James's frown quickly returned. "This may be a very difficult task, but I do think that it is worth attempting." "Because of your father's reputation, yes?" James found himself saying, as Martha's eyes went to his. "That is why people will be a little more concerned about your company." She nodded slowly. "Yes, that is why," she answered, her eyes a little sharper than before. "You are already aware of that, however." "I did not mean any embarrassment," James said hastily, realizing that she thought he had mentioned it simply to mock her. "I meant that if there was anything else that might cause the gentleman to step back from you." This did not make any difference. In fact, it made things worse, for Martha's cheeks grew red, and she put both hands to her waist, her eyes blazing. "There is nothing about me personally that would put any gentleman away from me," she declared, as embarrassment began to mount in James's chest. "I am not in the least bit rude or ill-mannered. I have not many flirtations, as some I could mention, and I certainly have no intention of bringing any sort of embarrassment upon myself by behaving inappropriately." James made to apologize, only to stop himself. Why should he care if this young lady was a little frustrated with him? Why should he give her even a second thought? With a shrug and a sniff, he turned his head away and looked again to Lord Billington. "Permit me to go and speak with Lord Billington," he said, changing the subject entirely. "Let me make certain he is a gentleman worthy of you, Lady Newton, before you come to join us." Martha's eyes were like shards of broken glass, but she said nothing. Her hands remained at her waist, but without another word, James turned and made his way across the room, ready to speak to Lord Billington. As he went, however, he felt Martha's eyes pushing into his back, and it took all of his strength and determination not to look over his shoulder at her. "I truly did not mean to embarrass her," James thought to himself, as he forced a smile when Lord Billington looked at him as he approached. "But then again, I do not care. I do not care whether or not she is embarrassed. I do not care if she thinks poorly of me. I do not care what she thinks. All I care about is removing this young lady from my side so that we can both have our share of happiness." "Well," James caught Martha's arm as she made to pass him, catching her attention. Martha, on the other hand, wrenched her arm away just as quickly as she could before crossing her arms across her chest. "I am afraid I have not had any success in convincing either Lord Billington or Lord Rochester to consider me as their newly engaged bride," she said, a good deal of irony in her voice. "The first gentleman did not even speak to me. The second gentleman said only a few words, and then quickly excused himself, leaving me to simply watch him as he took a brandy and sipped at it simply, so that he would not have to converse with me. He has returned to Lord Billington's company now that I have departed, of course." Hearing the note of pain in her voice, James hesitated as he looked down into her green eyes. He wanted to say something to her, but could not think of what it might be. It was a very strange sensation indeed, to want to encourage her in some way while, at the same time, telling himself that it was the last thing he ought to do, left him in something of a quandary. "Come." Surprising even himself, he turned and, taking her hand, set it on his arm. Making his way back across the room, Martha's protests started dying away as they drew closer. "Lord Billington, Lord Rochester, good evening." James's voice filled with strength as both gentlemen turned to look at him. He had already greeted them once before, but that was in the past when he had allowed himself to become distracted, leaving Lady Newton there to converse with both gentlemen alone, albeit with Miss Stockton standing by her side. "Good evening again, Lord Granton," Lord Rochester replied, throwing a quick glance towards Lord Billington. "Is there something the matter?" "Yes," James stated quickly. "I believe that you did not so much as even glance at my betrothed when I had to step away for a few minutes, Lord Billington, And you, Lord Rochester, were more interested in your brandy rather than in conversation before yourself becoming distracted by someone else, though I see that the moment my betrothed was called away, you returned to Lord Billington's company." He looked from one gentleman to the next. "Might I ask if there is some reason for that?" The two gentlemen looked at each other again, their expressions now a little dark. "Of course not," Lord Rochester replied, sounding a little awkward. "I found myself a little distracted by Lady Hannah, that is all. When she would not offer me any conversation, I returned to Lord Billington's company." "I see," James told him, though he made certain that his tone was nothing but disbelieving. "And you, Lord Billington? Is there a reason that you will not talk with my betrothed?" Lord Billington's mouth opened and then closed again, frowning as he looked to Lord Rochester, perhaps hoping that his friend might offer him some sort of excuse. "I am well aware that Lord Hampshire has made some difficulties for himself the last few years, but since the debts are paid and all is as it ought to be, is there any reason to treat both himself and his family with such disdain?" James asked, seeing the two gentlemen drop their gaze, finding himself satisfied with how they were responding to him. "Do you not see that, in ignoring my betrothed, you also insult me?" "I must beg your pardon," Lord Billington said quickly, only for James to hold up one hand, palm out towards Lord Billington. "It is not to me that you must apologise, Lord Billington." The gentleman nodded quickly, and then looked again to Lady Newton, who, rather than looking to Lord Billington, was gazing up at James instead, confusion written into every part of her expression. "I humbly beg your pardon, Lady Newton," Lord Billington said quietly. "I will never do such a thing again." "Nor shall I," Lord Rochester agreed, bowing towards Martha. "Pray excuse me for my boorish bad manners." Martha swallowed and then nodded. "But of course," she said quietly, though her astonishment appeared to be all the greater as she returned her wide eyes to James. "I thank you," James said grandly. "Come now, my dear." He walked away with his betrothed by his side, finding himself rather proud in all that he had managed to achieve. The two gentlemen had been properly scolded for what they had done, and that, he was sure, would please Lady Newton. That thought wiped the smile from his face. Please her? He blinked furiously, his chest tight. Why should I want to please her? I thank you for doing that, Lord Granton." Martha frowned. "I did not think it necessary, but of course it is necessary," James exclaimed, seeing her frown line her forehead all the more deeply. "You do not understand, I am sure, but I said those things and berated those two gentlemen to make certain that all of the tone knows how dedicated I am to you." It was a good explanation, and James smiled broadly, relieved that he would not have to give the truth to her. He could not exactly confess to her that he had found himself wanting to make certain that she was not treated in that way again, not when he was so unsettled by that himself. "I see." Martha let out a small sigh and then looked away from him. "You want society to think well of our connection, so that when the engagement ends, they will be sympathetic towards you, just as you have explained." Yes, that is quite right." James himself drew in a steady breath, pushing away the confusing thoughts within his own mind and settling himself again. "The tone must see me defend you, must be quite certain that I have come to care for you, so that, when the time comes, I can be adequately heartbroken and all will go as I hope." Martha smiled, but it was not a smile of gladness, of happiness, or of understanding. Instead, there was a sadness to it, and though James did his best to ignore it, there was something about that look, something about the weight in her expression, that made him suddenly very confused indeed. Chapter 10. "I thought it was a little strange, seeing him come to your defence in that way." Martha let out a broken laugh. "I did too, until I realised what his intentions truly were." Miss Stockton clicked her tongue in obvious displeasure. "It seems most frustrating to me that he would behave in such a way, but then again, it should not be a surprise. After all he has ever done is live just as he himself pleases." "And has done everything to make certain that he gets what he desires," Martha muttered, her irritation growing. Though I will say, there was some pleasure in having the gentleman look at me with a new respect. Because you are engaged to the Marquess of Granton. Martha nodded, then winced. It is because of him, yes, as much as I hate to admit it. But no gentleman has shown you any interest as yet? Again, Martha shook her head. Though it has only been a sennight, they will all now converse with me, which is a good thing. I was not certain that they would have all done so prior to his conversation with Lord Billington and Lord Rochester. Miss Stockton put her arm through Martha's by way of encouragement as they continued through the park. It was a warm summer's day, and Martha found herself smiling contentedly, despite her own frustrating circumstances. She still had hope that she would be free of this difficulty very soon, and might then find herself by the side of another gentleman. A gentleman who would be nothing but the opposite of Lord Granton, and who would consider her in a way that he never could. I am sure we shall find someone very soon. Martha tried to smile while inwardly battling doubts that would not leave her. It seems to me that there is a great deal of difficulty in this, greater than I had imagined. She glanced to her friend, who was looking back at her with concern in her eyes. It is not that I am without hope, for of course I am, but only to say that I did not realize that some gentlemen would be so unwilling to even consider my company. I thought that, with being engaged to the Marquess of Granton, I would find them all a little more willing to accept my company. And how can you find and secure another match if you cannot even have gentlemen willing to speak with you? Miss Stockton finished, completing Martha's concerns for her. Is that what you mean? Martha nodded, her throat constricting with a sudden tightness. What if I have no choice but to marry the Marquess after all? What if all my endeavours come to nothing? Now do not fear such a thing, not as yet, Miss Stockton said firmly. You are only just engaged, are you not? And the wedding date has not yet been set. All of society is talking about your engagement, and though their conversation might focus on the Marquess and thereafter your father, that does not mean that there is no hope for you. Yes, society might have been reminded of your father's indiscretions, but again, I am certain that we will find some gentlemen that are entirely willing to set that aside. She took in a deep breath and smiled, though Martha was certain that it was rather forced. We will find someone this very afternoon, I think. This afternoon? Martha could not help the surprise which filled her voice. I do not think that— Look, there is a group of gentlemen and ladies there, Miss Stockton proclaimed, gesturing to a small, gathered group standing a little away from the path. Might we not go and speak with them? I am sure that someone will be interested in speaking with you. Her eyes danced as she stopped suddenly, turning to Martha. I have an idea, a thought as to what will make all of the gentlemen question why you are so favoured. Martha frowned, hesitant. What do you mean? Well, there must be something about you that has caused the Marquess of Granton, the rogue and the scoundrel, to set that life aside in order to pursue you. Must there not? Miss Stockton's smile grew bigger. Not everyone will have heard of the bet, but even if they have, we can emphasize the fact that the Marquess himself has stepped away from the loves and the pursuits that he was once so eager to take a hold of. Can we not? I can talk about how he no longer chases after every lady that he desires, how he has set his gaze solely upon you, and quietly make the suggestion that there is something quite remarkable about you that has drawn the Marquess's attention. Think of it, my dear friend. The Marquess says he will make it quite plain that he is half in love with you, for his own purposes, of course. But even that guise might be just what is needed to have the attention of others drawn towards you. A little uncertain still, Martha caught the edge of her lip, considering. It will be just what you need, I assure you, Miss Stockton continued, evidently seeing the concern in Martha's face. I will do all the talking, and by the end of it, I am quite sure that you will have every gentleman there eager to converse with you, or at the very least be willing to speak with you. That will be a good thing, will it not? After all, you do not want to be married to him, do you? No, I do not, Martha answered emphatically, her mind suddenly clear. You are quite right, Anna. I must do whatever I can in order to break my engagement. Yes, do whatever you think will show even the smallest hint of success. You must all know that this is Lady Martha Newton. Miss Stockton nudged Martha lightly, a bright smile on her face. I am sure that you are all aware of the engagement which has taken place, are you not? Between the Marquess of Granton and Lady Newton, one of the young ladies said, as Martha's cheeks grew hotter and hotter, very well aware of all the attention which was being placed upon her at present. Yes, I believe that the entirety of the tone knows of it. She sniffed and looked towards Martha, a question in her eyes. I must say I was rather surprised to hear it. Wondering silently if this young lady was one of the Marquess's many conquests, Martha spread out her hands, trying to smile. I too was rather surprised, Miss Westerly. Ah, but the Marquess has been so devoted, has he not? Miss Stockton asked, her voice loud enough to capture the attention of everyone present. I have heard and seen that there has been a vast change in his character and his behaviour this last se'nnight. One of the gentlemen cleared his throat and sniffed. Yes, I suppose that is true, he admitted, his eyes now going to Martha's and settling there. You must be rather remarkable, Lady Newton, to have captured the heart of the Marquess of Granton and altered him so significantly. Not quite sure what to say, though finding herself glad that there had been that flicker of interest, Martha looked down demurely. I do not know what that could be, she answered quietly. Though that is very kind of you to say, Lord Talbot. Indeed, and a good observation, Lord Childers agreed, offering Martha the first smile he had given since she had stepped in to join their group. You must be quite remarkable, Lady Newton. Remarkable? Another young lady laughed horribly and shook her head. I highly doubt that. We are all aware of the difficulties your father has found himself in, Lady Newton. There can hardly be anything remarkable about that. Martha's heart beat hard for a moment, though she caught the way Miss Stockton's eyes narrowed, her chin lifting just a little as she prepared to come to Martha's defence. I hardly think that it is fair to judge a person's merits based on the failings of their parent, do you? She asked, before Miss Stockton could say anything. Besides which, my betrothal to the Marquess of Granton clearly shows that he does not have any concern in that regard. She laughed as brightly as she could, waving one hand in Lady Tabitha's direction, attempting to lightly dismiss what she had said. Besides, if the Marquess himself does not seem to care about such things, then why should anyone else? Thankfully he sees me just as I am, rather than judging my merits based on my parents' character. This made a few of those present glance at each other, some with lifted eyebrows and some slowly nodding, but it was the small smiles on the lips of some of the gentlemen which brought Martha the most relief. They now appeared to be considering her at least, which was a good deal better than otherwise ignoring her. All the same, I do think that— Tell me, Lady Newton, what was it that first drew the Marquess to you? A young lady with a warm, soft smile interrupted Lady Tabitha's attempts to dismiss Martha again. What was it that called you together? I must confess myself to be rather intrigued. Martha smiled, though quickly trying to hide her sense of panic as she fought to find an answer which was not yet forthcoming. I heard it was because of a bet, Lord Gregory interrupted, folding his arms across his chest and glowering in an obvious attempt to push aside the brightness of the conversation. Was it not because your father— Do you really think that the Marquess of Granton would force himself to become engaged to a young lady in such a way? Miss Stockton laughed aloud as a few smiles and giggles crossed the faces of others. And even if that were the case, do you think that you can explain his adoration of her, his rejection of others, and his complete change in character? No, indeed. Another of the young ladies broke in, her hand going to her heart as she let out a small sigh. It is rather lovely to hear of it, Lady Newton. I do think that the Marquess has quite fallen in love with you, which is most extraordinary. I did not ever think that such a rogue would ever be willing to give up his flirtations and the like, but it seems that you have convinced him to do so. Martha managed to smile, her face still hot, though she sent a look towards Miss Stockton, a look which she hoped spoke of gratitude and relief. The conversation continued on to some other matter, and Martha let out a slow breath, aware of the tension which slowly began to fade away. She looked around the group again, feeling herself a little more hopeful now that the conversation had gone so well. Catching the eye of Lord Childers, who was still gazing at her with a thoughtful expression on his face, Martha resisted the urge to pull her eyes away from his. Instead, she returned his look with a long, lingering one of her own, smiling softly, and then, after a few moments, turning her gaze away. Whether that and the conversation before it would be enough to engage his interest, Martha did not know, but mayhap, she considered, Lord Childers might be the very gentleman who could save her from the hands of Lord Granton. Chapter 11. "Pray do not keep me, my dear." James laughed as Lady Lamberton wrapped her arms all the more tightly around his neck. "I must go to walk with Lady Newton." "Must you?" Lady Lamberton sighed heavily and pressed her lips to his cheek, sending a slight wave of heat through James, though, much to his displeasure, there also came a slight niggle of guilt. "Yes, I am afraid that I must," he said, trying to disentangle himself from her. "I am to walk with my betrothed, though, as I have told you, I do hope that this situation will not last long." James' sole purpose in coming to see Lady Lamberton had been to inform her about what the situation was, as regarded his engagement to Lady Newton, informing her that there could be no further connection between them until his engagement had been ended. Lady Lamberton had been rather disappointed, though much to James's relief, she had understood and had expressed her hope that they would not be too long apart. "I will return to your arms very soon." Lady Lamberton sighed and settled her head on his shoulder, seemingly unwilling to let him go. "I do not think that I can bear it." "Ah, but bear it you must." Looking down at her, James let himself kiss her again for what would be the last time for some duration, though, to his frustration, the nudge of guilt within himself now grew to such a loud roar, he pulled away from her a little more quickly than he might otherwise have done. He did not like such a feeling, and certainly had no desire to sense any sort of guilt over his behaviour, but, for whatever reason, it was attempting to grow within him. With a scowl, he stepped away, catching the look of concern on Lady Lamberton's face at his expression. "I am only morose over the thought of being apart from you," he said by way of explanation. "But go I must." "It will not be long until we are back in each other's arms, I am sure," Lady Lamberton said, with a confidence which forced James to nod in fervent agreement. "I wish you well, my love." "I thank you." Bowing over her hand, James resisted the urge to press a kiss to it, and after another moment made his way from the room, silently wondering just how long it would be until he could be back in her company again. James put his hands behind his back as he continued to walk alongside Lady Newton. It was more than obvious to him that Lady Newton was not at all inclined towards his company, but what could be done about that? They had to pretend, did they not? They had to make the tone believe that they were quite caught up with each other, even though they clearly disliked each other's company. "It is a very warm day, is it not?" When Martha looked up at him, a dullness in her eyes, James could not help but chuckle. It did not come from genuine laughter, however, but rather from a sense of awkwardness. "Forgive me, Lady Newton, but I can think of nothing else to say. Though," he continued, "I do think it would be best if you took my arm." Martha shook her head. "I do not want to." "I am well aware of that, and I certainly do not ask you this because I desire it either. But as you know, we are painting a picture of our connection to society, and we must make certain that they believe we care deeply for each other." With a long sigh, Martha turned to look up at him, her steps slowing. Thereafter she took his arm, though her fingers lay limply there rather than showing any sort of genuine interest in being physically connected with him. "And you have nothing to say?" he asked, hating that there was such a great wall of silence between them. "Nothing whatsoever that might breathe a little life into our walk?" Martha glanced at him and then shook her head. "I can think of nothing, Lord Granton. We are both very well aware that there is no genuine desire between us for our engagement to lead to marriage. Therefore, I can see no reason for us to speak to one another." "Ah, but what if someone asks you something about me?" James challenged, seeing her frown. "What then?" "We must keep up the appearance of connection, Lady Newton, whether you wish it or not." She let out another sigh and then looked up at him again. "What is it that you wish to know about me, then? I can think of very little I require of you." James hesitated for a moment, finding himself a little surprised at her tone. Yes, he had known that she was not at all inclined towards him, but did she truly feel this heavy-hearted? Was she really just as bored as she sounded? Or is it that I find myself a little intrigued when I ought not to be? Ill at ease after such a thought, James cleared his throat and then glanced over his shoulder to where Lady Hampshire walked. "Tell me about your family." "I have an older sister already wed and a brother who has been married for some time." "And does your brother have any children?" She scowled. "Does such a thing matter? It is not as though someone is going to ask you about my brother's children." James considered this and then shrugged. "I suppose they would not. Well then, might I ask what hobbies you enjoy? Do you play the pianoforte? Do you paint?" "Does not every young lady?" she asked, arching an eyebrow at him. "Yes, I play the pianoforte and I sing, but not particularly well. I do paint on occasion, but I do not have any real interest in such things. They are done out of requirement, nothing more." "I see." Suddenly finding himself a little concerned that no gentleman would think well of her given what he now knew, James glanced to her again. "You would have to play and sing to the very best of your ability, should the opportunity arise," he told her, seeing her frown. "You do understand that the other gentlemen of the tone will be eager to see such traits in a young lady such as yourself." Much to his surprise, Martha snorted with a sudden laughter, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she looked at him. "Of course I am well aware of such things, Lord Granton," she said, a heavy irony in every word. "I have been a young lady searching for a husband for some time now. I think I know what it is that a gentleman seeks as regards the propriety and expectations of someone such as myself." Rather than take this with any sort of displeasure, James found himself smiling, his chest tight with a laughter which he did not permit himself to release. It felt strange to be smiling at her, and that feeling would have increased all the more should he laugh along with her. "Of course, Lady Newton, I did not mean to suggest otherwise. I will be doing all that I can to garner the attention of any suitable gentleman that I can," she told him firmly, her laughter now gone from her entirely. "You need not be concerned about that. I am glad to hear it." Martha's green eyes caught his again, and she looked up into his face for some time before she next spoke, leaving James wondering what it was she was thinking. "Your own family, Lord Granton?" James shrugged. "I have none to really speak of." "None?" Martha's eyes widened suddenly. "Not even a cousin?" "Oh, I suppose I have cousins, yes, but brother or sister, no. My mother lives in the dower house, even though I am not yet wed." He offered her a slightly wry smile. "It seems that she prefers her own company to mine. Or mayhap it is that she did not want to be connected with a scoundrel such as myself, even if I am her own son." "And that does not trouble you?" The answer came to his lips at once, but James held it back for a moment, considering. He had always told himself that he did not care that his mother chose to live alone rather than under his roof, though now that he considered it, was that truly how he felt? I suppose that I have always been aware that my mother deserves to make her own choice about such things," he said slowly. "In that regard, I am not troubled." Martha nodded but said nothing, leaving James to ponder what she had asked him. He had barely thought of his mother in some time, leaving her pushed from his thoughts. Had he done such a thing in order to forget the pain that such a separation caused him? Or did he pretend that the pain itself was not truly there in the first place? "Perhaps I should not have asked." James looked at her. "I beg your pardon?" Martha lifted one shoulder. "You seemed to be lost in thought there for a moment. I did not mean to cause any sort of deep introspection. It was a simple question, that is all." A little frustrated that she had been able to see such a thing upon his expression, James straightened his expression and looked away. "You need not have this concern you, Lady Newton. Should anyone ask, you may say that my mother has already made her way to the dower house in expectation of my marriage. That is all that is required of you." She said nothing for a few moments, again looking at him but without saying a single word. James found this a little unsettling, but did not let himself question her. choosing instead to keep his gaze fixed on the path ahead, rather than looking back at her. "I suppose," Martha began, after some time had passed, "I suppose that I need not ask about your interests, Lord Granton." "Oh!" The edge of her lips curved upwards, though her voice was filled with a heaviness which James had not expected to hear. "I can surmise that your preferred enjoyments include cards, gambling, riding, shooting, dancing and flirting with as many young ladies as you please," she said, making James's eyebrows lift. "Though I am certain it may be a little more than mere flirtation. However, I have no need to hear any particular details, of course." James blinked, rather astonished that she had spoken of every single thing that he enjoyed, without having even to ask him about it. "It would be far too much to hope that a gentleman such as yourself had any interest in reading, for example," she continued, sending a stab of anger through James's heart. "Or any other gentle pursuit, for that matter." "It seems that you have already ascertained the sort of gentleman I am," James interrupted, before she could say any more. "Yes, Lady Newton, I am just as you describe, though I am sure that you did not expect anything else from a gentleman such as myself." "Indeed," she answered crisply, "I did not." "Well, in that case I am glad that you are satisfied," James snapped, finding himself irritated with the young lady. "You know what you can say about me, should anyone ask, and now I find myself aware of what I can say about you in return." "Good. Good." James continued to walk with Martha on his arm, his skin prickling, his anger burning, and his jaw tightening. For whatever reason, the way she had spoken to him, the way she had told him about himself, the way she had spoken so bluntly about him made him feel irritated, though he did not know why. It was not as though Lady Newton was going to think well of him, was it? She knew exactly who he was, exactly what it was he was doing, and yet, somehow, he found it frustrating that she had spoken without even a single word of softness towards him. That made very little sense, but yet that was what he felt. "Oh, good afternoon, Lord Granton, Lady Newton." James saw someone approaching from the right-hand path, and quickly forcing a smile, looked to see none other than Lord Billington, as well as Lord and Lady Kelling, coming towards them both. "Good afternoon to you all." He bowed, looking to Lady Newton. "I do not think that you are acquainted with my betrothed, Lord and Lady Kelling. Permit me to introduce her to you now." "Oh, we are acquainted with her father," Lady Kelling said, lifting her chin as she looked back to Martha, her expression rather cool. "Good afternoon, Lady Newton. I presume that you and your father are grateful for the good fortune that this connection has brought you. Yes? It means that his financial difficulties which he brought upon himself, will no longer be a trial for you." James found his body tensing all over again as Martha looked away, her face growing a little pink as she tried to answer. It was a stammer, nothing coherent, as she clearly struggled with the sharpness which had come from Lady Kelling. It had been unexpected to the point that even James himself was surprised. "I did hear that it was all rather unexpected how the connection came about." Lord Kelling sniffed and looked to James, his eyes not even flicking to Martha. "You lost a bet, I believe." "Yes," James admitted, seeing that there was no reason to pretend. "I did." Lady Kelling laughed aloud, though it was not the bright, happy sound that he might have expected. "My dear Lord Granton, how could you let yourself be taken in by Lord Hampshire? Did you not know that he is a prolific card player? Though he did lose so significantly, he was forced to pay his debts over the course of many years," Lord Kelling interrupted, as Martha's head dropped lower and lower. "I presume you did not think that you were in any danger of losing, did you?" James hesitated, very aware of the way Martha was responding. She was shrinking low, clearly embarrassed about what was being said of her, of what was being spoken of, and how little she could say in return. He tried to tell himself that he did not care, that there was nothing that he needed to consider, but the way that her shoulders rounded, the way she lowered her head forced him to reconsider. "While you are quite correct there, Lord Kelling, I am sure that you would be surprised to learn that I have lost my heart to Lady Newton," he said, catching the way that Martha immediately began to lift her head, her figure straightening as he continued. I may have lost the bet, but I consider now that I have won a great prize of which I am now very grateful." Lord Kelling's eyes widened, and he threw a glance to his wife. Lady Kelling blinked quickly, then lifted one eyebrow in James's direction. "Do you mean to tell me that you now find yourself drawn to Lady Newton?" she asked, speaking as though Martha was not present. "You cannot be telling the truth, Lord Granton. I am sure you must be pretending. You need not try to spare her feelings, I am sure." James lifted his chin and moved a little closer to Martha, putting his hand over hers for a moment. Her hand was still on his arm, but it was an obvious sign that they were pulling closer, drawing nearer, and he saw that Lady Kelling noticed it. The words came to his lips before he could stop them, spoken in a low, dark tone that seemed to come from his very heart. "I would appreciate it, Lady Kelling, if you would make certain to speak kindly of my betrothed, and that you would accept what I am telling you about my own heart and affections. It is not particularly kind to hear such things being spoken, and the last thing I want is for my betrothed to be upset or injured. After all, she is now very dear to my heart, and I want nothing more than to make sure she is happy and contented. I am sure you can understand, and will not take offence." He ended this with a smile, but that did not stop the shock from rippling across Lady Kelling's expression. Her eyes flared for a second, her lips pinched, her face turning a little pale. There came a slightly tense silence for some moments, though James kept his lips curved into that small smile, waiting for Lady Kelling to respond. Lord Billington, who had said very little until now, cleared his throat a little gruffly, then looked around at them all. "I am sure that everyone understands your new fervour for your betrothed," he said, as Lady Kelling sniffed and turned to her husband, taking his arm and keeping her gaze far from James and Lady Newton. "It is a little unexpected, that is all." "Quite." Lady Kelling finally threw him a look, but James only smiled. "Surprising it may be, but I can assure you that I have no intention of returning to my previous way of life," he stated, seeing how Martha glanced up at him. "Lady Newton has given me more than I had ever expected, and I have no intention of turning from her." "I quite understand." Lord Kelling nodded, and much to James's relief, gave him a small smile. "I felt the same way when I first saw Lady Kelling. I know just how fiercely one's heart can be affected." James inclined his head. "I thank you, Lord Kelling." He sent another look to Lady Kelling, relieved when he saw the softening about her expression, the tenderness with which she now looked to her husband. "I did not mean any offence, Lady Kelling." "I understand." Lady Kelling, now seemingly quite contented again. "Lady Newton, I do hope that all goes well with your wedding, whenever it comes. Are you to have the banns called soon?" Martha licked her lips. "I am waiting for Lord Granton's guidance in that," she said after a few moments. "We knew that this would come as a great surprise, so there I believe it will be a little prolonged as we wait for the tone to accept this new commitment between us. Then we shall have the banns called." "I see." Lady Kelling had the grace to blush. "I believe that I am one of those within society of whom you have just spoken, Lady Newton, but I believe that now I am convinced." "As am I," Lord Billington remarked, his expression one of interest. "Do excuse us now, will you? We will permit you to continue on your way without further interruption. I am sure that you will wish to have as much time in each other's company as you can." James smiled his thanks, and then quickly stepped away, lifting his hand from Martha's, and finding his heart a little sorrowful over their sudden separation. "You did not have to do that, Lord Granton." "Of course I did. You are my betrothed, and I will defend you." Martha looked at him. "But to the point where you might lose some of your friends and acquaintances?" James chuckled and shook his head. "They are not friends and barely acquaintances, Lady Newton," he told her, seeing her eyes searching his. "I know of them, yes, and we have been introduced, but it is not as though we have spent much time in conversation or the like. I did find Lady Kelling much too harsh with her words, and I do not want to see you injured." Martha's gaze tore from his, and James cursed himself silently. Why had he said such a thing as that? He did not want her to think that he was in any way caught up with her, for that was not at all what he had meant. "We must also keep up our appearance of happiness with the tone," he said quickly. "Lord and Lady Kelling, as well as Lord Billington, will tell others of what they have spoken of with us this afternoon. That is a good thing, I am sure." "Yes, it is." Martha did not sound particularly convinced, however, her brow furrowing lightly. "Though all the same, I am grateful for what you said, Lord Granton. It took the shame and confusion from me, whether you meant it to do that or not." James smiled, and much to his astonishment, found his hand settling on hers again. "But of course," he said, before dropping his hand away again. They both lapsed into silence as they walked together again, the path now James's only consideration. His mind began to fill with questions, but he pushed them all aside, refusing to let them even come to the forefront of his thoughts. The only thing he was doing, he reminded himself, was finding a way to end this engagement to Lady Newton, so he might return to the life he loved. Everything else was a pretense, a sham, nothing but a shadow that would soon pass. "And I am contented with that," James told himself, as they continued back towards the carriage, ready for their walk to come to its conclusion. Am I not? Chapter 12. Martha tried to read the passage in her book for what was now the third time, only to find herself barely taking in the words. She had attempted to take some time to sit alone, reading with a cup of tea on the table beside her, but try as she might, her thoughts continued towards Lord Granton. She could not seem to remove him from her mind, to the point that even the book she was reading was not enough to capture her. Sighing, she set the book down and picked up her cup of tea, taking a sip of it and hoping that the thought of Lord Granton would soon pass. Yes, he had been defensive of her, to the point that she had found herself quite overwhelmed by just how kind he had been to her in front of the others present. Lady Kelling had been sharp in her words and icy in her demeanour, and yet Lord Granton had come swiftly to Martha's defence. The way he had spoken to Lady Kelling, the way that he had practically demanded that she did not speak in such a way again, had made Martha's heart leap with a gentle delight. And that troubled her. "My lady?" Martha started in surprise, seeing the footman at the door with an apologetic expression on his face. "I knocked, but forgive me." He inclined his head, but Martha waved one hand. No, it is quite all right. What is it?" "You have a visitor, my lady, Miss Stockton." Thrilled that her friend had come to call, Martha nodded and got to her feet, instructing the footman to bring another tea tray. When Miss Stockton came in, Martha hurried to greet her, finding a great relief in her friend's presence. "Oh, how glad I am to see you! Come in, come in!" Miss Stockton smiled. "Goodness, what an effusive welcome! Are you quite all right?" "I have just been thinking about Lord Granton," Martha explained, sitting back down beside her friend. "My thoughts have been rather tormented, in fact, so I am very glad to see you. You can distract me." Miss Stockton's eyes glimmered. "You were thinking of Lord Granton?" Hearing the note of curiosity, Martha laughed and shook her head. No, that is not what I mean. I am not distracted by his handsomeness or his flirtations, though none of the latter has been offered to me, you understand." "Then what?" Briefly, Martha told her friend all that had taken place the previous day, in connection with Lord and Lady Kelling, as well as Lord Billington. "He told me afterwards that it was done so that society would believe the charade we are presenting to them, but I found myself greatly appreciative of it regardless. I did express that to him, but he brushed it off." "I see." Miss Stockton looked back at her steadily. "And now that is making you think well of him?" Martha hesitated, relieved when the tea tray was brought in so she could have a few more minutes, merely considering what her friend had asked. "I do not think well of him, no," she said slowly. "How could I? He is just as much a rogue as he has ever been, though he now hides that with a guise of commitment and devotion. It is only that I found myself wondering as to why he would be so very defensive of me. After all, what Lady Kelling said was quite true." She reached to pour the tea, recalling how Lord Granton had looked down at her with those clear blue eyes of his dark hair falling lightly over his forehead, and how she had felt herself soften inwardly towards him. "If I were you, I would just take it as he has said," Miss Stockton said, as Martha handed her a cup of tea. "He says it was to promote the story you want everyone to believe, and I would simply accept that. You know very well that Lord Granton wants to be nothing but admired by all of society, that he wants to flirt and tease and capture as many ladies as he can. Therefore you cannot take anything that he says or does with any great amount of seriousness." Martha found herself a little deflated at her friend's words, though they did speak of truth. She frowned heavily, biting the edge of her lip as she nodded slowly. "You are quite right," she admitted, picking up her tea. "I confess that my heart did warm to him a little after he had said such things, but now that I have told you of it and you have spoken with such wisdom, I realize that I was foolish." "You were not and are not foolish," Miss Stockton stated firmly. "It is a very peculiar situation, and you must be on your guard." Martha sipped at her tea. "On my guard?" Against any feelings that the Marquess might bring up within your heart," Miss Stockton explained, a slight flush in her cheeks. "I do not want to tell you what to do, and mayhap you are already aware of this, but given the sort of gentleman he is, and the sort of things he is used to doing, he might very well attempt to encourage your own affections to rise. He will have no real use for you, of course, but given that he is currently unable to flirt with any other young lady, it may well be that he chooses to set his attentions upon you instead." "I do not think he would do such a thing." Martha shook her head and set her tea down. "We are doing our best to end the engagement, not prolong it." "Ah, but you are also seeking to play a part, are you not? You must appear to delight in his attentions, though you need not proclaim yourself in love with him, of course. That is his requirement, not yours. Because otherwise no gentleman will think that he has even a chance of success if I declare myself as devoted to him as he seems to be to me," Martha said slowly, as her friend nodded. "You are quite right, Anna." Closing her eyes for a moment, she let out a small sigh. "I am much too caught up with thinking about what his words to me meant. I ought not to be doing any such thing. Instead, I ought to be thinking about which gentleman I might be able to convince to consider me." "Precisely." Miss Stockton did not smile, however, but leaned forward in her chair, looking hard at Martha. "You must be on your guard, my dear friend. I can see a slight softness about your eyes when you speak of the Marquess, and I would not like to see you with your heart broken." Martha wanted to tell her friend that she had no such concerns in that regard, that there was not any softness about her heart for the Marquess, but choosing to stay truthful rather than covering herself with lies, she merely remained silent. "He is unused to being a gentleman devoted to one young lady," Miss Stockton continued, when Martha said nothing. "His flirtations and his charms are now all going to be directed solely upon you, and you must be able to withstand them. You must not permit yourself to think of him in any other way but that he is a rogue masquerading as a gentleman." Folding her hands in her lap, Martha offered Miss Stockton a small smile. "I thank you for your caution," she said quietly. "It is offered in friendship, and I am grateful for your concern for me." She winced. "I had not thought about what he would do in that regard. I see now that there is certainly a danger there. I will be more aware of it now." Inwardly, Martha berated herself for letting her thoughts linger on Lord Granton, relieved that Miss Stockton had come to talk to her at the very same time as she had been fighting to remove him from her mind. "I must remind myself that he is dangerous," Martha told herself, reaching to pour more tea for Miss Stockton and herself. "And I must do all that I can to protect my heart." Chapter 13. "I must know something, Lord Granton. I beg of you to give me your answer at once." James frowned. "You are a little in your cups, Lord Talbot. Are you quite certain that it is me that you wish to speak to?" Lord Talbot chuckled and leaned into James's shoulder a little, making James's frown turn into a scowl. "Of course I am. You are the only one who is recently engaged, are you not?" "I am," James answered slowly. "What does that have to do with your question?" "I must know," Lord Talbot exclaimed, his eyes wide now. "What is it that has made you change your mind?" "Becoming a little frustrated," James threw out his hands. "What do you mean? What has made me change my mind?" "Exactly." Lord Talbot pressed one finger hard into James's chest. "What has made you alter your mind in such a fashion? What could have forced you to alter your habits in such a way?" "I do not understand what you mean," James stated firmly, growing all the more frustrated with Lord Talbot's drunken questions. "You are not speaking clearly, and I believe that my friend is trying to ask you what it is about your betrothed that has caused you to change from a scoundrel to a supposedly excellent gentleman, though I myself do not believe that you are in any way altered." Lord Childers came over to join them, his arms folding across his chest, though he smiled all the same. "I believe it is nothing more than an act." "An act?" James snorted, hoping that his guilt would not leak into his expression. "I do not know what you mean." "I think that you do." Lord Childers tilted his head, but let his hands fall to his sides. "I have heard that the reason you are now engaged to Lady Newton is because you lost a bet with her father. Within that bet, I am quite certain that there was an agreement that you would have to turn from your less than pleasing ways and devote yourself to the lady. That is why you are so altered, rather than there being anything special about the lady herself." James hesitated, looking to Lord Childers, then shrugged. "You may believe what you wish, Lord Childers. I do not care." "But you were forced to wed her because of a bet, were you not?" "Ah, but while that may be true, does that mean that he would be in any way inclined towards her?" Lord Radford appeared out of nowhere, sidling in towards them all with a broad grin on his face. "You have said yourself, as has Lord Talbot, that there is a marked difference in the Marquess of Granton's behaviour. Is that not so?" Lord Childers nodded slowly as Lord Talbot grinned, his eyes a little slanted as he looked back towards James. "Then, if you have both recognised such a thing, then you surely cannot expect that the reason for such a thing would be because his hand has been forced. While it might be true that a bet was made and the lady's hand was put on the table, Lord Granton has clearly found something remarkable in the lady, else he would never have turned from his roguish ways." James smiled, finding himself rather satisfied with all that his friend had said. "That is precisely so," he stated quite firmly. "It would be foolish to suggest that it came from anything other than that. I have been quite surprised by it myself, of course, this great sweeping emotion which has captured me so, but it is there, none the less." He let out a sigh, which he hoped sounded heartfelt, before smiling vaguely and looking away from all the other gentlemen. "Lady Newton is the most beautiful, most remarkable creature I have ever met. The bet was foolish, yes, but once I was introduced to her, once I spent some time with her, I found myself quite entranced. And to know that no other gentleman had given her even the smallest look made me all the more grateful to have her as my betrothed. If the other gentlemen of the tone had taken note of her, then I would never have been given the opportunity I have now." Lord Childers blinked, seemingly astonished that James would speak with such fervour. Lord Talbot, on the other hand, threw out one hand towards James and let out a loud exclamation. "Then tell me, will you not?" "Tell you?" James frowned. "Tell you what?" "What it is about the lady that demands your attention in such a way," Lord Talbot exclaimed, his eyes going wide. "There must be something that we other gentlemen have not uncovered, something about her character or her beauty which we have otherwise ignored." "I cannot help you there, I am afraid," James chuckled, though he found himself a little surprised at the fervour with which Lord Talbot asked his questions. "There is so much about her which draws me to her, I do not think I can describe it all to you." "That is very interesting, Lord Granton," Lord Childers said slowly, his eyes now fixing to James's, searching his expression as if he were still rather suspicious that there was yet more to this than James had told them. "You are stating that the lady has, in fact, truly captured your heart? And so quickly too?" James nodded, the lies coming easily to his lips. "I would say so, yes. It was not something I ever imagined would happen to me, but, alas, it has. Therefore, I shall turn my head away from every other young lady and instead seek to pursue the only young lady who has ever captured my heart." "Goodness!" Lord Talbot exclaimed, leaning now towards Lord Childers rather than towards James. "I think I must spend time with the lady to discover what it is about her that has captured him so. What say you, Lord Childers?" Lord Childers, while still remaining thoughtful, nodded slowly. "I suppose that could be an interesting diversion, yes." A hope flickered in James's heart, though for whatever reason it did not burst into a furious fire as he had expected. Instead, it remained dulled, not fanned into flame by the gentleman's words. "We shall find out what it is about her that has captured you so. I am determined." Lord Talbot chuckled, waggling one finger in James's direction. "There must be something remarkable about the lady if she has taken the Marquess of Granton away from every other diversion possible." James chuckled and spread out his hands. "If you should like to spend time in her company, I cannot protest," he said, seeing the way that Lord Radford grinned. "I am certain that you will find her just as wonderful as I." So saying, he excused himself and stepped away to another part of White's, telling himself that he ought to be glad, nay, delighted, that these two gentlemen were beginning to show an interest in Lady Newton. Yes, it was more of a curiosity, but that could lead to something a little more, could it not? For the moment, all he had to do was pretend that he was in love with Lady Newton, that she had captured his heart and quite stolen it away from everything else that he had ever desired. "Desires I cannot wait to pursue again," he reminded himself, snapping his fingers at the footman in the hope of garnering a glass of brandy just as soon as he was able. "For I am barely able to wait even for a moment until I am free of Lady Newton, once and for all." For whatever reason, that declaration did not sound as firm nor as intentional as he had hoped, even to his own ears. Whatever was the matter with him? "There she is." James looked across the ballroom, finding his gaze fastening on Lady Newton as she drew closer to him. She had not seen him as yet, and thus her expression was open, a light smile on her face as she spoke to Miss Stockton. Something she said made Lady Newton laugh, her green eyes dancing, her cheeks a little flushed, and her red curls spinning gently from the cascade at the back of her head. James's stomach turned over on itself. "She is remarkably pretty, I will say." Turning rather sharply to his companion, James scowled as Lord Radford lifted an eyebrow. "Yes, my friend, I am aware that she is," he said, a little crisply, "though I have never been drawn to redheads." Lord Radford considered, rubbing his chin as he considered. "I have heard it said that ladies with red hair have a fire within their heart, a passion which might be absent from every other." James scowled and shook his head. "I hardly think that is true." "Why could it not be?" With a chuckle, Lord Radford jammed an elbow into James's ribs. "Mayhap you will have the chance to find out for yourself one day, though you are hoping that such a day will not take place, I know." "Indeed," James answered emphatically, still struggling to look away from Martha. She was, as his friend had said, very pretty, if not quite beautiful, leaving James to wonder why he had not noticed such a thing about her before. With something akin to displeasure, James realised that he had not thought about Lady Lamberton in some days, ever since their final meeting, in fact. Was that because of Lady Newton? As he watched and silently considered, a gentleman came towards both Lady Newton and Miss Stockton, making to stand directly in front of them so that they were forced to stop, and James's frown immediately appeared across his forehead. "Whoever is that, and what are they doing?" Lord Radford tilted his head. "That appears to be Lord Childers," he said, a broad grin spreading across his face. "Goodness, that was quick, was it not?" "Quick?" James glanced to his friend. "What do you mean?" "I mean that this was clearly an urgent matter for him," Lord Radford exclaimed. "You spoke to him very recently about the lady, declaring that you found yourself quite in love with her, willing to remove yourself from all other distractions, and he is now quite determined to find out what it is about her that has captured you so. I did not think that he would be as eager as this, however." An attempt at a smile began to force its way across James's face, but it did not spread, and nor did it linger. Instead, he found himself rather confused, wondering why he did not feel the same hope and anticipation as Lord Radford. This was what he wanted, was it not? So why, then, did he find himself suddenly unwilling to encourage Lord Childer's interest in Lady Newton? Chapter 14. Good evening, Lord Childers. Martha dropped into a curtsy, recalling that she had been acquainted with the gentleman before, though it had been some time ago. I am surprised that you remember me, I must say. We have been introduced before, I believe, though it was some time ago. Yes, it was. Lord Childers smiled and tilted his head, studying her. Though you are just as beautiful today as you were then. Martha smiled back at him, taking in Lord Childers' countenance. He was tall, with broad shoulders, and a rather square face, though he was not unhandsome. His light brown hair was carefully in place, his smile warm, and his hazel eyes friendly. You are very kind, Lord Childers. She turned to Miss Stockton. Do you remember my dear friend, Miss Anna Stockton? Lord Childers inclined his head. I am delighted to see you, Miss Stockton. Something flickered in his eyes. You were engaged to my friend, I believe, though that has ended very badly. Martha's breath swirled in her chest as she looked to Miss Stockton, seeing how the smile now fixed itself to her friend's face, how her eyes had widened in obvious shock at such a thing being spoken of. You are closely acquainted with Lord Babbage? Miss Stockton's voice was a little hoarse, and Martha quickly went to press her hand so as to give her encouragement. I did not realise— I was, Lord Childers interrupted, though he smiled quickly by way of an apology for doing so. I would not say that I am closely acquainted with him now. The truth is, Miss Stockton, I heard of what he did, and I found myself so deeply displeased with it that I could no longer permit myself to be a friend to him. We are still acquaintances, of course, but there is no deep connection between us. His head lowered again for a moment, one hand at his heart. I must tell you that I am deeply sorry for the pain and the sorrow you must have endured. Perhaps I should have been a little stronger in my words to Lord Babbage at the time, for then mayhap he would not have done such a thing. Much to Martha's relief, Miss Stockton smiled. You are very kind, Lord Childers. In truth, I would have been all the more sorrowful had I married Lord Babbage, only to realise that he cared for someone else entirely. You are quite correct that it was a very wrong thing for him to do, and I will not pretend that I was not hurt, for I certainly was. Her glance towards Martha was a questioning one, though Martha herself did not understand what her friend meant by it. But I am glad of it, in a way. It means that my future still has a little hope within it, rather than a heavy darkness. I understand and think you very wise in speaking so. Lord Childers lifted himself from his bow, and then smiled again at Miss Stockton, making Martha realise quickly that he was no longer interested in speaking with her. Was that what Miss Stockton had meant by her questioning look? Was she afraid that Martha would think poorly of her for having this gentleman's attention pulled towards her rather than towards Martha? I think Miss Stockton is the most patient, the most considerate and the most wonderful of young ladies, she said warmly, garnering her a look of surprise from her friend. I have heard what happened, and I confess myself to be more than a little astonished that anyone could be so forgiving and understanding. To have even a sense of relief over the fact that she is now unwed is, to my mind, the sign of a very considered and intelligent person. Do you not think so, Lord Childers? So saying, she offered Miss Stockton a quiet smile, hoping that her friend would realise that she was not in the least bit concerned as regarded the gentleman's attention. If Lord Childers was caught by Miss Stockton, then Martha herself would be all the more agreeable to such a thing. She was not too caught up in her own situation to think about Miss Stockton also. I think you must be, Miss Stockton, though I can see that you shake your head as though to pretend you do not deserve such kind words from your friend, Lord Childers said with a smile, making Martha's heart squeeze with a gentle hope that she might soon see Miss Stockton as the apple of Lord Childers' eye. She is much too humble to ever agree to such a thing, she laughed, making Miss Stockton's cheeks flush red. I am glad that you see her as she is, Lord Childers. Her smile faded. It is rather a pity that so many gentlemen and ladies choose to ignore Miss Stockton and leave her to stand at the back of the room on occasions such as this when she herself has done nothing wrong. Lord Childers nodded and rubbed at his chin with one hand. "You are quite correct, Lady Newton," he said slowly, though his gaze lingered on Miss Stockton. "And that should be remedied." With a lift of his eyebrows, he inclined his head just a little. "Might I ask if you would be willing to dance with me, Miss Stockton? If I might be able to sign your dance card, then this evening would be all the more pleasant for me, I assure you." His gaze flicked to Martha. "And yours also, Lady Newton, if you like. I am sure that your betrothed will not mind, for he does not seem inclined towards dancing." "I am always inclined towards dancing." A little surprised, Martha turned to see the Marquess of Granton coming towards them all, his expression a little tight as he bowed. "Lord Granton, good evening." "Good evening to you also," he said, barely glancing at her but instead keeping his gaze fixed to Lord Childers. "I hear that you are to be dancing with my betrothed, Lord Childers, and that is even before I have had a chance to write my own name on her dance card." Martha frowned, a little uncertain as to why Lord Granton was behaving or speaking in such a way, though Lord Childers did not seem to mind given the way that he chuckled. Of course, I shall take Miss Stockton's at the first, if you wish to take Lady Newton's," he said, looking again to Miss Stockton. "That is, if you are willing to dance, Miss Stockton." Much to Martha's delight, her friend nodded, smiled, and handed the dance card to Lord Childers, who took it with a broad grin beginning to settle on his handsome face. It was only when Lord Granton touched her elbow, and she jumped, that Martha realised that her betrothed was waiting. "Your dance card, my dear?" Those words came from a rather stony-faced Marquess, and not understanding it, Martha handed it to him without a word. As yet, they had not danced together, and Martha was a little confused as to why he was making such an evident fuss over the situation with Lord Childers when he had never shown any interest in standing up with her. "Of course." With a sharp look in her eye, she gave her dance card to him, but the Marquess did not appear to notice. Pulling out a small pencil from his pocket, he wrote something down, and then, without even looking at her, handed his card to Lord Childers, who gave Miss Stockton's back in return. Martha shared a look with her friend, though Miss Stockton appeared to be quite delighted with the attention she was receiving. Her face was still a little flushed, but there was a spark of happiness in her eyes which made Martha's heart fill with gladness. If this could be an evening of enjoyment for Miss Stockton, then she would find herself very satisfied indeed. "There we are, Lady Newton." With a nod, Lord Childers returned her dance card, only for there to come another voice to join their conversation. "Your dance card, Lady Newton, if I might be so bold." A little surprised that there was yet another gentleman come to join their situation, Martha managed to smile, and then handed her dance card to the gentleman she knew to be Lord Billington. "But of course," she said, remembering how he had not judged her in the same way as Lord and Lady Kelling during their conversation at the park, and of course after James had confronted him the first time. "How very good to see you, Lord Billington." "And it is good to see you also, and it shall be even better to be able to dance with you," Lord Billington said, not even glancing at the Marquess as he spoke. "Though I see that Lord Granton has already taken my 2 favourite dances." Something kicked in Martha's stomach. 2. Of course. When the Marquess's hand settled at her waist, pulling her gently against him, fire roared through Martha's frame, making her breath hitch. She did not know what to make of this, for it was the most extraordinary feeling, and yet it came from the gentleman she otherwise despised. Remembering her friend's warning, she shook off such a feeling as best she could, keeping her gaze fixed to Lord Billington rather than looking to the Marquess himself. "It should not come as a surprise to you that the gentleman you are betrothed to wishes to dance not only once but twice, I suppose," Lord Billington said with a smile. "He has the country dance and the waltz. Lord Childers has the quadrille, and I shall take the minuet and the cotillion, I think." 2 dances? This time it was the Marquess himself who spoke up, the surprise echoing in his voice and making heat billow in Martha's chest. "Why ever not?" Lord Billington grinned, and before the Marquess or Martha could say anything, wrote his name down. "I find myself eager to know your betrothed a little better, Lord Granton." Taking the dance card, he handed it back to her, that broad smile still on his face. "I do hope that you like dancing, Lady Newton, for it looks to me as though you shall be dancing everyone." Martha took the dance card back from him, a slight tremble in her frame. "Not yet, Lord Billington," she answered, forcing herself to smile. "There are still many dances remaining that are, as yet, empty." "Ah, but do look behind you," he told her with a smile. "I am sure that Lord Rochester has come to make amends, as I have done for the time he did not treat you as you ought to have been, Lady Newton. And I believe that Lord Middlesex and Lord Abernathy are coming to join you also." Martha did not know what to say, her stomach twisting this way and that, as she caught the eye of Lord Rochester, seeing him smile at her. Evidently, what Lord Billington had suggested was just as things were to be, which meant that, very soon, she might find herself dancing every single dance this evening. She looked up at the Marquess of Granton, hoping to see a flicker of a smile there, hoping to see relief that there was so much interest from so many other gentlemen, but there was nothing but a heavy frown written on Lord Granton's face. She did not know why, and did not dare ask him, but as Lord Rochester came to join them, that frown only grew deeper. Was she doing something wrong? Ought she not to be accepting every dance that was asked of her? Or was there something more to the Marquess's dark expression? "The waltz, my dear." Martha put out one hand, and took the Marquess's offered one, a flicker of heat beginning to burn in her fingertips as he led her towards the centre of the ballroom. The evening had progressed very well, and her conversation with both Lord Billington and with Lord Rochester had gone very well indeed. Both had apologised, both had complimented her, and both had made her some very pretty promises about how they would not treat her in such a way again. That had been gratefully received, though Martha was still a little wary given the dark expression which had lingered on Lord Granton's face. She had begun to fear that there was something amiss, something dreadfully wrong with either Lord Billington or Lord Rochester, which as yet she did not know about. Perhaps now might be my chance to ask. "Are you enjoying the evening?" she asked, a little tentatively, as he reached the centre of the ballroom and, stepping back from her, dropped into a bow. "Have you danced with anyone else?" "No, and I have no intention of doing so." "Oh." Martha dropped into a curtsy, and then, after a moment, stepped into the Marquess's arms. She did not ask him why, finding herself a little confused as to why a gentleman of distinction would refrain from dancing. Lord Granton's hands were settled now, one on her waist and one holding her hand, though his grip was not too tight, but yet still strong enough to lead her without difficulty. Martha's breath hitched as he stepped close to her, reminding herself silently that she could not give in to any flirtations that the Marquess sent her way. Dancing the country dance was one thing, but stepping out for the waltz was quite another. In this dance, they were as close as two people could be whilst still maintaining propriety, and much to her own frustration, the way her heart began to race made her feel uncertain and a little overwhelmed. The music began, and the Marquess led the dance without any difficulty, spinning her around the ballroom without even a momentary hesitation. "You are wondering why I did not dance with any other," he said, his eyes catching hers as she looked up at him before returning her gaze to his shoulder, finding his gaze much too intense to remain looking at steadily. "The reason is, Lady Newton, that I am meant to be a gentleman besotted with his betrothed. I want to make certain that it appears that you are nothing but distinguished to me. Therefore, in doing as I am, it makes all of society recognise that there is a great alteration in my behaviour." "For previously you would dance every dance?" she asked, a little breathless from the way she whirled around. "Yes." Lord Granton looked back at her, his lip curling. "Do not think you can judge me for that, Lady Newton." She frowned, a little confused. "Judge you? Why should I do that?" "You know very well why." Finding herself rather lost, not only at the Marquess's dark manner, but also the questions and statements he was offering her, Martha chose to fall silent again and to continue on in the dance. She kept her gaze fixed, her hand still in his, the other on his shoulder as the dance continued. And then, much to her astonishment, the Marquess spun her into a corner of the room, a place where the shadows crept over them, hiding them from the sight of others. "I do not want you to judge me simply because I take hold of as many opportunities as I can," he said, his hand still on hers, the other still at her waist, and his body now pressed back against her own. "You know very well the gentleman I was, the gentleman I am, and I tell you now that I have not changed in the least. Yes, I would dance every dance I could in the hope of flirtation, in laughter and mayhap, in something a little more. I will not have your gaze settling on me in that way." Martha blinked up at him, her cheek feeling the heat of his breath as it rushed across her face. She did not know what to say or what to do, finding herself a little flustered. "There is nothing I can do or intend to do to change my character," he growled, lowering his head all the more, keeping it close to hers. "I do hope you understand that, Lady Newton." I do not think to judge you," she whispered, seeing the way his eyes suddenly flared, surprise filling them. "I had no intention of suggesting anything of the sort when I asked about the many times you would have danced. Truly, that was not my thought." Lord Granton blinked, frowned, and then opened his mouth to say something more, only to close it again. Instead, he looked down into her eyes, seemingly captured by something he saw there. He did not move. He did not speak, and as Martha looked up into his face, she felt something shift within her. She did not know what it was, and certainly could not explain it, but there was certainly a change. The Marquess's expression appeared almost astonished, his eyes rounding, his breath hitching, and his hand tightening on hers. And then he stepped back. The waltz. Pulling his hand from hers, he pushed it through his hair, and then, with a set of his shoulders, reached for it again. Without another word, he led her back into the dance, continuing on as though nothing had ever happened. Martha felt herself clinging to him, feeling a little weak, a little stunned by all that had just happened. The Marquess had been angry, it seemed, only for that anger to then fade into something completely different. But exactly what that was, Martha did not know. She could not even say for herself what it was that had altered within her as she had stood close to the Marquess, feeling his hand on hers and his breath brushing her cheek. What was it that had swept through her? What was it that had made him catch his breath? No answers came, and as the waltz came to a close, Martha found herself relieved to be able to step back from him. Miss Stockton was waiting, and Martha, after curtsying and murmuring a thank you, went quickly to take the arm of her friend, glad now to be far from her betrothed. Miss Stockton was full of excitement over her dances with Lord Childers, and Martha was glad to listen. As they walked, Martha could not help but glance over her shoulder, only for another streak of lightning to course through her. The Marquess was looking straight back at her, his eyes dark and his expression heavy. And as she held his gaze for a moment longer, he did not either turn or look away, but his expression never changed. Martha shivered. Chapter 15. James ran one hand over his face and groaned aloud. He did not know what was wrong with him, but these business matters were struggling to garner his attention. He never had endured trouble like this before, had never fought for concentration in the manner he was doing now. It was not as though there was a great deal for him to sort through either. There were only some invitations, a note or two from his solicitors, and a letter from his mother. Why could he not find the energy to open them and read them? Why was his mind pulling him in another direction? Letting out another groan, James got to his feet and, walking across the room, poured himself a brandy. It was late afternoon, and James would soon have to begin his preparations for the evening, but for the moment it seemed as though he could do nothing. Over and over, his thoughts returned to the waltz he had shared with Lady Newton the previous evening, and time and again he chased those thoughts away. But that did not seem to matter. No matter how many times he dismissed them, they returned with a fierceness which startled him. He wanted to forget those strange feelings which had arisen within him as he had looked down into Lady Newton's eyes, but he simply could not. They clung to him with a doggedness which he could not turn away from, and which frightened him rather than offering him any sense of happiness. "I cannot find myself having any sort of interest in my betrothed," he told himself, throwing back his brandy before pouring another. That would be nothing but foolishness. The ball last evening had not been a pleasant one, at least not to his mind. There had been Lord Childer's first of all, though James had managed to sign his own name to Lady Newton's dance card at least. Thereafter there had come such a string of gentlemen all eager for Lady Newton's dance card, he had barely been able to contain himself, though again he did not know the reason for his sense of irritation. This was exactly what he wanted, exactly what they had planned, and that meant it could only be a good thing. So why do I find myself so frustrated? Why am I so irritated about it all? Scowling, James poured himself another brandy, not certain what it was that troubled him. Looking down into Lady Newton's eyes had certainly made him aware that she was very desirable, but that was something that he had dealt with before, was it not? He had found many a young lady beautiful, had found himself eager to wrap his arms around her waist and steal a kiss or two. So what was the difference here? Yes, he was betrothed to her, and yes, they were pretending that all was well, and there would soon be a marriage between them, but that was soon to come to an end, was it not? Therefore, he could simply look at Lady Newton as he did every other young lady he found desirable, could he not? Taking yet another brandy, James threw it back without hesitation, and then marched back to his study desk. Sitting down, he picked up his quill, prepared to write his response to the first invitation he opened. All he had to do was remember that he could treat Lady Newton just as any other young lady, and all would be well. "Might I suggest that you refrain?" James frowned, looking to Lord Radford. "I beg your pardon?" "Refrain," Lord Radford said, keeping his voice low as he moved around so as to block the sight of James from the rest of the guests at the soirée. "You have imbibed a larger amount of brandy than usual, and your demeanour is not at all pleasant." Rolling his eyes, James set down his empty glass and shrugged his shoulders. "There now, does that satisfy you?" Lord Radford nodded. "I thank you." "There is no requirement for you to stand and watch over me, however," James continued, aware that there was a slight blurring to his vision given the amount of liquor he had drunk. "I am not about to embarrass myself." "Are you sure about that?" Lord Radford lifted an eyebrow and then shook his head. "You are certainly a little different this evening from how you normally behave. You are glowering at everyone, including the young ladies that are smiling at you in the hope of catching your attention. Instead, you stand at the back of the drawing room, hiding in the shadows and drinking Lord Simon's best brandy." James shrugged, hating that his friend had noticed his inward struggles. "I am not particularly in the right frame for a soirée." "Then why are you here?" With a shrug, James reached for his empty glass, only to set it down again as his friend narrowed his eyes. "Very well. Mayhap a few moments out in the gardens will clear my mind and bring a contentment back to my heart." Without waiting for his friend to remark upon this thought, James turned away quickly and strode out of the drawing room, making his way to the gardens. Lord Simons had a somewhat small but pretty outlook, and as he stepped outside, James appreciated the candle lights which lit up the space. It was not a particularly dark evening, and he could see almost everything clearly, though it was something of a struggle to make out the faces of the other guests who had also come outside. Folding his arms over his chest, James surveyed the scene around him and let out a small sigh before turning away, making his way to the left of the gardens rather than remaining where he was with the small, gathered crowd. His jaw jutted forward and his brows hung low over his eyes. Why was he so downhearted this evening? Surely it could not be his troubling thoughts on Lady Newton. He had already set that to bed, had he not? He had managed to put her out of his mind, and had instead set himself to the task of responding to the invitations and letters he had received. That done, he had then prepared for this very soirée, only to find that now he was all the more irritated. "Lord Granton, is that you?" James turned sharply, his breath catching in his chest as he saw a young lady coming towards him. He could not make out her features, but in the fire's glow, he saw her figure was very comely indeed. His toes curled. Yes, it is I. He narrowed his eyes just a little, trying to see her face clearly, but still, he could not. Lord Radford and Miss Stockton are talking together just a little over there, the lady said, making James realise in an instant who it was that had come to seek him out. He told me that you were here also, though it has taken me some minutes to find you. And why are you doing so? The words came out a little more sharply than he had intended them to be, but he did not pull them back, keeping his arms folded tightly across his chest, as though he was afraid that she would reach out to him and he would be helpless against even the smallest touch. I thought that we should be seen together at this soiree. Martha's voice was suddenly a little uncertain. We are to keep up this pretense, are we not? Therefore we must be seen together. To be at the very same soiree, but not once in each other's company, would make some of the tone question our connection, I am sure. James shrugged, hating that his heart quickened just a little as Martha drew closer to him. Or mayhap it will engage the gentlemen who are interested in furthering their connection with you all the more, he muttered, his jaw still tight. They might see us separated and wonder at it. Lady Newton said nothing, though she did come closer to him, making James's skin prickle. He despised his response to her, though he tried to remind himself that he was going to treat her just as any other young lady of his acquaintance. If he was drawn to her, then it was just in the same way as he had been drawn to other young ladies. There was nothing of concern here. Is there something the matter? Martha's voice had softened, becoming all the quieter as she came even closer to him. You do seem to be... I am quite all right. His voice seemed louder and darker in comparison to hers, and James winced inwardly, dropping his arms to his sides. I am just a little in my cups, that is all. Oh. Martha hesitated, then took another step towards him. If you do not wish to be seen with me because you have intentions for another young lady, I would prefer that you were honest with me. It is not as though I do not know who you are, or that your reputation is somehow hidden from me. For whatever reason, this suggestion sent hot fire right through James's frame. It made him straighten, his whole body tightening as he reached out, grasping Martha's hand. I am not waiting for some other young lady, he said roughly, his eyes fixing to hers as he finally made out her features, seeing the way her eyes were wide as they looked back at him. I have told you that I will appear to be committed to you and... Appear to be, yes, Martha interrupted, with more tenacity than James had expected. That is what I meant by my question. Here you are, in the dark of the gardens, making certain that very few people can see you, and I wondered if it was for a purpose. James scowled darkly. It is for no other purpose than to hide myself away from the other guests for a few moments, he stated, his breathing coming a little more quickly now. Does that content you? Lady Newton hesitated, then lifted her shoulders in a half shrug. It shall have to, she answered, making James's anger burrow right down into his heart. I shall leave you now. No. James's gritted his teeth, his hand still on hers as she attempted to turn away. No, I do not want you to go, not when you clearly do not believe that I am telling the truth. She did not tug her hand away, but instead moved nearer to him again. Her chin lifted, her eyes catching a flicker of light as she gazed up at him. Why does it matter whether I believe you or not? The question was not something he could answer. There was no simple answer for him to give, no explanation that made any sense. He did not know why he wanted her to believe him, why he wanted her to trust what he said, but that desire was within him nonetheless. There is nothing here to concern you, she said when he did not answer. Please do not think that I am judging you. I merely wanted to know. James moved a fraction closer, looking down at her. And why did you want to know? Why were you so desirous to know of my intentions? Martha's eyes flickered. Because, she continued, her voice a little breathless now, because I wanted to ascertain as to whether or not the tone were truly going to believe all that we say to them about our connection. If you were here to meet another young lady, then it would be reasonable to believe that the tone might then struggle to believe that, should they discover you. Feeling his anger begin to fade, James wrapped one arm around her waist and pulled her close to him, finding his desire beginning to grow, chasing away the last few tendrils of frustration. I will not pretend, Lady Newton, that the connection between us forcing my abstinence from the things I enjoy has not been difficult. It has been very trying, but mayhap you might be able to lessen that trial a little. He grinned when he heard her breath catch, delighting in the fact that she had not pushed herself away from him. He would not force her to remain here, of course, would not demand that she let him keep her wrapped in his arms, but for the moment she did not appear to be seeking even the smallest escape. James remained where he was for a moment, and then began to lower his head, his breathing growing a little faster as he felt her soften against him, her hand no longer gripping his tightly. His mouth was an inch from hers, a heavy longing beginning to burrow through him when she let out the smallest, briefest breath. No. James halted, his ragged breathing uneven, his blood thundering through his veins, his heart filled with a desire which screamed at him to take what he so desperately wanted. No? Martha stepped back from him and James, unwilling to keep her captured, let his hand fall from her waist, though she did not immediately pull her hand from his. She shook her head. No, Lord Granton. With a small sigh, she looked back at him, her expression steady. I will not be another plaything for you, I am afraid. I am sorry that you find this situation so very difficult, that you are without the usual distractions that you so very much enjoy, but I will not let you use me to satisfy that. With another breath, she took her hand from his. I will only ever let a gentleman who cares for me pursue me with such intentions, Lord Granton, and I am very well aware that you are not that sort of gentleman. I do care for you, he found himself saying, only for Lady Newton to laugh brokenly. Your pretty words will not capture me, I am afraid, as much as you may wish for them to do so. I am not at all inclined to believe you, though I am sure you can understand why that may be. Turning around, she began to make her way back to the others, leaving James to stand alone. I do hope you will come to join me soon, Lord Granton, for we must make certain that the tone trust the picture we are painting for them, must we not? Her words echoed back towards him, but James said nothing in response, finding himself stunned by the words which had just escaped from his mouth. He had told Lady Newton that he cared for her, and though she had laughed at him, though she had chosen not to believe him, James found that those words came from a place deep within his heart, and therefore were quite true. I care for her. Breathing hard, James pushed one hand through his hair, fighting for clarity. He could not have any sort of feeling for Lady Newton, could he? That would be preposterous, for that was the very thing that he had promised himself he would not feel. In believing that this was only a desire for a physical connection, he had pushed all other thoughts and suggestions aside, leaving him with only the shallow, meaningless desire. But what now, if it was something more? Something that he had never once permitted himself to even consider? What if there was now a true consideration of her, a genuine swirl of affection that threatened to grow even bigger, should he permit himself to accept it? But I do not want to feel anything. With a loud groan, James squeezed his eyes closed and curled his hands into tight fists, panic beginning to overwhelm him. This was not what he wanted, and this was certainly not the sort of thing he had ever felt before. He wanted it gone, wanted it to be removed from himself, and, as he considered, James shook his head and set his jaw. That was what he would do, what he had to do. He had to get rid of whatever it was that had forced those words of care and consideration from his lips. It would be ripped apart, burned up and thrown away so he could return to the life he had enjoyed for so long. Nothing was going to keep him from that. Chapter 16. He almost kissed me. Martha shivered lightly as she recalled the moment that the Marquess of Granton had leaned down so close to her that she had felt her knees go weak. The nearness of him had been overwhelming, and worse than that, she had found herself wanting him to do so. It had been a most distressing realization, and even now Martha wished desperately that she felt nothing for Lord Granton. She wished that, as he had come closer to her, she would have been able to step back from him, would have turned her head away rather than gazing up into his eyes and wanting nothing more than to be closer to him than she had ever been before. Squeezing her eyes closed, Martha dampened down her swirling emotions and took in a deep breath, steeling herself inwardly. This had to be something that she forgot, that she set aside rather than continuing to think on. Any emotions as regarded the Marquess of Granton would be best pushed aside, stamped out, and completely forgotten. "My dear," Martha turned, seeing her mother looking at her from the doorway. "Yes, Mamma." "Miss Stockton has come to call, as well as Lord Childers and Lord Billington. Are you able to come and join them? They are waiting in the drawing-room." Oh, of course. Martha made her way quickly from the library. The book she had previously chosen to read hastily set on a small table by the door before she stepped out into the hallway. "I do wonder why two gentlemen have come to call on you," her mother said, looking to Martha with a slight frown. "That is a little unusual, is it not?" "Perhaps, though they may have been in company with Miss Stockton somewhere and decided to join her," Martha explained, a faint hope beginning to grow in her chest. "I know that Miss Stockton and Lord Childers have often been in company of late." She smiled to herself as her mother's eyes brightened. "I am hopeful, as you seem to be, that Lord Childers might soon be eager to court Miss Stockton, which would make me very happy indeed." "As I would be," Lady Hampshire answered, having become very fond of Miss Stockton over the last few weeks. "I think it a great pity what took place with her betrothed and her sister." "Though she seems glad of it," Martha answered, coming to the drawing-room. "Are you to join us, Mamma?" Her mother shook her head. "I will leave you with the maid for a short while, since there are so many of you. I am sure you would like to talk to your friends without your mother being present." She smiled and settled one hand on Martha's arm. "But I will return before they depart. Now off you go. I will have a tea tray sent up." Martha smiled and then stepped into the drawing-room, seeing her three guests rising to their feet to greet her. "Forgive me for the delay in coming to join you," she said warmly. "I was in the library, and to be truthful, I was not expecting any callers." "No, not even your betrothed?" Lord Billington asked, rising from his bow as a funny little smile crossed his face. "I would have thought that you would have been very eager indeed for Lord Granton to come to join you." "I am seeing him at Hyde Park later today," Martha explained, wondering why he had made such a remark. "But I am glad for the company, of course." She sat down and told them all that the tea tray would soon be coming, seeing Miss Stockton smiling at her, though she could not quite understand the glint in her friend's eye. "I was walking with Miss Stockton this afternoon," Lord Childers said by way of explanation. "She thought to call upon you, and since I was in her company and had nothing else to entertain me, I thought to join her. I do hope that does not inconvenience you." "Of course not." Martha tilted her head and looked to Lord Billington, wondering what had caused him to come to call on her. "I am glad to see you all." A smile passed between Lord Billington and herself, but rather than making Martha feel at all contented or happy, she felt herself a little uncertain. It was not that she was not pleased to have his attention, but rather that the smile on his face spoke of something more than just a mere interest in her acquaintance. A little unsure as to why she was feeling this way, Martha busied herself with the tea, pouring it for each of them as the conversation flowed. She nodded and smiled as she set out the tea, still feeling Lord Billington's eyes upon her. "Might I ask, Lady Newton, if you would like to join me in my carriage on the way to Hyde Park?" he asked, as she sat back down. "Lord Childers and Miss Stockton are to join me also, so we shall make a very merry party." Martha found herself hesitating rather than accepting immediately. Something about the way he was looking at her was giving her cause for concern, even though, as she reminded herself, there was nothing to be concerned about. This was what they had hoped for, what she herself had wanted. She had been eagerly desiring another gentleman's attentions, had been hoping for another to be interested in her company so that, mayhap, that would be the impetus for the ending of her engagement to the Marquess of Granton. But now that such a thing was happening, now that she found herself in this particular position, Martha was entirely uncertain as to what she ought to do. It felt strange, perhaps even wrong, to be smiling and encouraging Lord Billington's attentions when she was already engaged, even though this was just as Lord Granton himself had hoped it would be. Why, then, was she holding herself back? Why, then, was she so reluctant to accept his smiles and his offer? "I am sure that would be a lovely ride," she said slowly, seeing Miss Stockton nod in what was clearly meant to be an encouraging manner. "I will consider it, of course, but I must first ask my mamma, given that she was to accompany me this afternoon." "I quite understand," he told her, as Martha reached to sip her tea. "But I do hope that permission will be given. It would be most enjoyable for us all." Martha kept her smile fixed, hoping that it looked genuine, though inwardly she found herself questioning why she was fighting against this so much. Lord Billington was a handsome gentleman with a good title, and no doubt an excellent fortune, and should he express an interest in her, should he desire to steal her away from Lord Granton, then that would be all that she had hoped for. Taking in a deep breath, she let it out again slowly, and then reached for her tea, determined that, so long as her mother agreed, she would go in the carriage with Lord Billington. It might bring her all that she had told herself she wanted. "You were quite correct, it seems, Lord Billington." Lord Childers smiled as he offered his arm to Miss Stockton, who had just descended from the carriage. "It was a most enjoyable carriage ride. I do not know when I last found a carriage ride so agreeable, in fact." Martha shared a small smile with Miss Stockton, whose face had gone a very pretty shade of pink. She had no doubt that Lord Childers was rather interested in prolonging his time in Miss Stockton's company, and this was one of the ways he was seeking to express that. From Martha's perspective, she did not think it long until they were courting, and Martha was very glad indeed for her friend. "It is very busy today, is it not?" she asked, looking out at the crowd standing talking to each other in the park. "I do not think that I have ever seen it as thronged as this." "So, then you have not been to the fashionable hour very often, Lady Newton," Lord Billington replied with a quiet chuckle. "I do not think it too busy myself, but all the same, there will be many acquaintances for us to speak with, I am sure. Should you like to walk with me for a few minutes, Lady Newton?" Martha looked again to Miss Stockton, but her friend was busy laughing at something Lord Childers had said, and did not seem to even notice Martha glancing at her. Uncertainty reared its head again, and Martha pressed her lips together, seeing Lord Billington's quizzical look, no doubt wondering what was taking her so long to answer. "Of course," she said eventually, seeing Lord Billington's immediate smile as he set out his arm for her to take. "But we should stay near Miss Stockton or my mother, who should be here presently." "I quite understand." Lord Billington's eyes gleamed as she took his arm, aware of the way she reared back inwardly upon doing so. "Now, Lady Newton, you must tell me something, and I would beg of you to speak the truth, for I confess myself to be most intrigued." Martha glanced at him, but then looked away again, aware that she felt nothing whatsoever when she looked up into his eyes. "And what is that, Lord Billington?" "I must know whether it is that Lord Granton found himself engaged to you because of a bet," Lord Billington said decisively. "And I must be told the truth about his feelings for you. One seems a little more believable than the other. Can they not both be correct?" Lord Billington laughed, but then shrugged. "I suppose they could be, though I am less than inclined to believe the second." "Why not believe them both?" With a slight frown now crossing his expression, Lord Billington shook his head. "I do not think that the latter is plausible, though I am willing to try and believe it. Though," he continued, "that does leave me with another question, even if I do believe it to be true." "And what is that?" Lord Billington stopped walking and turned so that she faced him rather than looking away. She could not help but look into his eyes, seeing them so different to Lord Granton's, and still finding herself entirely unmoved. "I must wonder if your devotion to the Marquess of Granton matches his," he said slowly and carefully, so that she could hear every word. I question whether or not you find yourself just as overwhelmed with affection as he is." Martha's heart began to hammer in her chest, feeling as though she were coming to the edge of a precipice, ready to either step off or step back. I am surprised at such a bold question, Lord Billington," she said quietly, swallowing tightly when he grinned at her, clearly quite at ease with his question. "It is certainly not something that I expected to hear from you." "No?" Lord Billington chuckled. "Well, might I be the first to tell you, Lady Newton, that you are the talk of London? I confess that I have become rather intrigued as to why a gentleman such as Lord Granton would have turned so quickly towards someone such as you." "Someone such as I?" Martha repeated, not quite certain that she understood, and feeling herself a little insulted. "Yes." Lord Billington shrugged. "Your father's mistakes and situation is well known. The fact that your hand was secured by means of a bet is not a surprise, however, but hearing that Lord Granton has then, somehow, fallen quite in love with you to the point of setting aside his old way of life is something that I cannot quite bring myself to believe. Unless," he continued, as Martha's face began to grow hot, "there is something about your character, something about, well, you yourself, that has forced his heart to change abruptly. I confess that I do not know, nor can I imagine what that would be, but I find myself curious all the same. I must know, Lady Newton. I must discover what it is about you that has encouraged Lord Granton's heart towards you in such a way. After all, you have changed a rogue into a reformed gentleman, and that simply does not occur in society." Finding herself with nothing to say in answer to that, Martha swallowed tightly and glanced towards Lord Billington. He was still smiling, perhaps unaware of just how confused she was about this conversation and how she was to answer. She knew very well what she was meant to be saying, what she was meant to be doing, but for whatever reason she could not bring herself to say it. Was she simply going to lie? To tell Lord Billington that no, she did not have any feelings for Lord Granton. Yes, she was certainly not half in love with him, as he had suggested Lord Granton might be, but that did not mean that she felt nothing for him. "I have surprised you by my emboldened question." With a laugh, Lord Billington reached to press her hand for a moment, though inwardly Martha recoiled from his touch. "Forgive me, I did not mean to surprise you. It is only my curiosity which drives me, that is all." "Curiosity about what, might I ask?" Martha stopped quickly, turning to see Lord Granton himself standing nearby. Putting his hands behind his back, he sauntered towards them, a slight lift to his chin and a question in his eyes. "Good afternoon, Lord Granton." Lord Billington's expression was easy enough, his voice warm and his smile amenable. "I was simply inquiring as to whether or not Lady Newton might be interested in watching the phaeton race I am to take part in." Martha, who had not heard of this until this moment, frowned heavily, but Lord Granton was not looking at her. Instead, he was looking directly at Lord Billington, his blue eyes now very sharp indeed. "What phaeton race?" he asked, as Martha slowly removed her hand from Lord Billington's arm. "I have not heard of this." Lord Billington chuckled, seemingly quite unaffected by Lord Granton's heavy glare. "Have you not? Well, it is only recently arranged, which might explain it. You see, Lord Hinford and I thought we might have a little phaeton race at Rotten Row. Not every young lady or even gentleman would be interested in such a thing, of course, but I did wonder if Lady Newton might have a desire to watch the race. I am bound to win, of course, which is all the better for me." "I see." Lord Granton lifted an eyebrow, looking to Martha for the first time since he had broken into her conversation. "What say you then, Lady Newton? Are you interested in being a part of this frivolity?" Martha, who had not had any time to think about such a thing, and certainly had no thought as to how to answer, merely spread out her hands and smiled as brightly as she could. "I do not think I have seen a phaeton race before," was all she said, making Lord Billington chuckle, though Lord Granton only frowned. "Then you must come along. I will be disappointed if you do not attend, so I will send you a note as to when it shall take place," he told her, as Lord Granton stepped closer to Martha and took her hand in his, settling it on his arm before she could make even a word of protest. Now, I shall leave you in the fine company of your betrothed and take my leave. Thank you for joining me in the carriage this afternoon, Lady Newton. It has been a most enjoyable afternoon." Without saying even a word to Lord Granton, Lord Billington simply smiled, nodded, and then stepped away, leaving Martha to walk beside Lord Granton, though he did not say a word to her for some minutes. There was an almost physical tension between them, something that Martha felt she might be able to reach out and touch. She wanted to swipe it away, to break it apart, but all she could do was meander through Hyde Park with Lord Granton and wait for him to speak. Eventually he did so. "Lord Billington took you to Hyde Park in his carriage?" Martha nodded. "Yes, he did. Miss Stockton and Lord Childers were present also." Lord Granton sniffed. "I see. And how did this arrangement come about?" "They all came to call upon me, and the suggestion was made there," Martha explained, a little confused as to why she now felt so anxious within herself, as though she had done something wrong. "I did not think that there was anything wrong with that, so therefore I agreed. Besides," she continued before he could speak, "it seemed as though he might have a little interest in my company, so therefore it was best to encourage it, was it not?" "Yes." Lord Granton did not look at her, his voice low and his words coming out quickly, one after the other. "Yes, that is so. I suppose that is why he invited you to the phaeton race, though there is no need for you to attend, of course." "But if I want to encourage his interest, then I should make certain to attend," Martha pointed out, a little surprised to find herself desperately hoping that the Marquess would turn around and disagree, telling her that no, she ought not to do the very thing she had just stated. She wanted him to come up with some reason as to why she should stay behind, why she should make certain to refuse him, but after a few moments, Lord Granton nodded again. "I suppose you are right. I did not think that was something that you would be interested in, however." I am not interested in it," Martha answered, a little hesitantly, trying to sort through her own emotions before she gave him her answer. "What I am interested in is in making certain that our engagement is brought to an end before we have to start making plans for our wedding." She looked at him, turning her head so that she could see as much of his face as she could. "That is what you want also, is it not?" "Of course it is." The brash, harsh tone was back in his voice, and Martha frowned but turned her head away quickly, not wanting to question either him or the manner in which he spoke. Perhaps he was irritated with her for asking such a foolish thing, given that this was what they had both agreed upon. "At least Lord Billingham will not have any competition, given that Lord Childers is now caught up with your friend," he continued, his jaw tight, and not even the smallest hint of lightness coming into his voice. "I thought that he might be interested in pursuing you, but it seems that Miss Stockton has caught him instead." "Yes, I believe she has." Nothing more was said between them, and as Martha continued to walk with him through the park, she felt her spirits sink lower and lower. This ought to be a happy moment, a realization that there was now a chance for their happiness, albeit separately. But instead, all she felt was strain and uncertainty. Swallowing hard, Martha looked away, a little surprised to find tears threatening behind her eyes. Blinking them back, she tried to take in a deep, steadying breath in the hope of chasing away her negative feelings, but instead, the weight of them only grew heavier. As they continued to walk in silence, Martha's heart began to squeeze with a gentle, dull ache as she thought of what it would be like to end her engagement to the Marquess of Granton. Would she be happy to step into the arms of another? Would she be glad to bring an end to all of this deception? Or was there a part of her, a part that she desperately wanted to remove from herself, that could not think of anything worse than never becoming the Marchioness of Granton? Chapter 17. James scowled. "Another." "Really?" Lord Radford lifted an eyebrow. "You have done nothing but sit here and drink, and now—" "This is the second time in as many days as you have demanded that I reconsider how much liquor I imbibe," James interrupted, aware that his tone was dark but caring very little for it. "I do not think that I require a nursemaid, Radford." His friend held up both hands, palms out towards him. "Very well." Letting his gaze follow the footman who went to fetch him another brandy, James felt the gaze of Lord Radford on him, but did his best to ignore it. There was nothing that he wanted to say to his friend, and certainly nothing that he wanted to hear from him either. "I heard that your betrothed was seen watching the phaeton race earlier today," Lord Radford murmured, a quiet question in his voice, a question which James did his best to ignore. "I presume then that Lord Billington is interested in her?" "It would appear so," James said stiffly, his whole body tensing in a strange manner, as though he were preparing for some sort of defence. "That is just what we have wanted, however, so it pleases me a great deal." None of those words were truly what he felt, of course, but all the same, he spoke them with as much conviction in his voice as he could muster. He did not dare tell Lord Radford, and did not even want to tell himself, that there was more to his feelings for Lady Newton than mere acquaintance. "That is excellent news!" Lord Radford exclaimed, beaming at James as though this was truly the most wonderful thing he had ever heard. "You will soon be free of her then, yes? That is just as well, for I confess that I have grown rather tired of telling everyone just how much you dote on Lady Newton." He laughed, but the sound raked down James's spine. He was not enjoying this conversation with Lord Radford, and found himself eager to step away from his friend. The problem was, there was nowhere to escape to. Everyone else in the room was either playing cards or conversing with each other, and, should he quit the room and go elsewhere, he would find the same in either the library or the parlour, no doubt. He would have people asking him about his engagement, talking to him about Lady Newton when all he wanted was to forget all about her. "Whatever is the matter?" "What do you mean?" James snapped, looking at Lord Radford sharply. "There is nothing the matter. You are, yet again, you do not want to end your engagement, do you?" The stunned expression which rippled across Lord Radford's face was nothing in comparison to the shock which wrapped tight around James's heart, and then spread out right through him. He swallowed hard, trying to shrug off his friend's remark, only to see Lord Radford's eyes widen all the more. "It is not what you think," James began to say, only for Lord Radford to close his eyes tightly and reach up to rub one hand over his eyes. "I cannot believe this," Lord Radford whispered, his voice hoarse with evident astonishment. "How can you have let yourself fall for your betrothed?" "Fall for," James repeated, trying to inject as much mockery into his voice as he could. "My dear Lord Radford, you are entirely mistaken." His friend, however, quickly shook his head. "No, I am not. I have known you for a very long time, do not forget, and in seeing you now, I recognize what the turmoil is that you are struggling with, and it is because of her, is it not?" James shrugged. "It may be because of her, but that does not mean that I am in love with her," he stated, with as much conviction as he could. "That is a foolishness." "Then what is it?" Lord Radford lifted an eyebrow. "What is it that is causing you so much distress? I can tell that you are not at all the gentleman you once were. I thought it was because you were distracted by your supposed engagement, that you were caught up by playing the role of a devoted gentleman, but now I see that there is something more there, something that you may not even want to admit yourself." "You are talking nonsense," James answered, a little anger now in his voice. "You state that we have been friends for a long time, and that is true, but do you really believe that I would permit myself to have any sort of feelings for one lady in particular?" He let out a harsh laugh and shook his head. "Never. I would never be as much of a fool as that." Lord Radford folded his arms over his chest and lifted his chin, looking up at James with a steadiness in his eyes. "Then explain to me why you are so frustrated, irritated and upset over the prospect of Lord Billington pursuing Lady Newton." James set his jaw, his fingers tightening into a fist as he fought to find an answer. "I do not think that Lord Billington is suitable for her, that is all." To his frustration, Lord Radford threw back his head and laughed aloud, making a few of the other guests turn to look at him. "Really?" he asked, making James's scowl deepen. "Do you really think that I am going to believe that? That I am going to trust that it is simply because you think poorly of Lord Billington? No, my friend, I do not. The gentleman I know, the gentleman I am acquainted with, would be nothing but delighted over the prospect of his betrothed being pursued by someone else, and would certainly have no interest in whether or not the gentleman was suitable." His eyes glittered. Even in saying that, you give yourself away. You are confessing that you do have feelings for Lady Newton, whether you wish to admit them or not. I... A wave of heat crashed over James, and he closed his eyes for a moment, trying to find something to say by way of explanation, but nothing came to him. There is nothing to be ashamed of. James opened his eyes and looked back at his friend, a little uncertain as to what Lord Radford meant. I do not think poorly of you for having any sort of feelings for Lady Newton, Lord Radford explained, clearly aware of James's confusion. It is not at all what I expected, but I presume that you also did not expect this either. Pushing one hand through his hair, James fought the urge to deny everything, to lie about it all and continue on with his pretense. Clearly, his friend already knew what James felt, and there could be no purpose in pretending any longer. He could not get the words out, letting out a small groan instead. A groan which made Lord Radford's eyes flare wide, clearly aware that James was about to admit to everything. I do not want to feel this way. Lord Radford's face split with a smile, his eyes twinkling suddenly. I am quite sure that you speak the truth there. I fully believe that. I do not know what to do. James began to speak with a good deal more urgency now, finding himself all the more eager to talk. It was as though, in confessing this to his friend, and in receiving no judgment from him, he now felt able to speak without holding anything back, and that brought him a great sense of relief. I do not want to feel anything for the lady, and I keep reminding myself that I ought to be pleased that she is being pursued by another, but instead, all I feel is regret. I am doubtful of my decision, I am uncertain as to my own heart, and I find myself torn between wanting to step back from her and... He trailed off, his brow furrowing as he fought to find an explanation for what it was he truly desired. From drawing close to her? Lord Radford suggested, his voice a little quieter now, as though he recognised just how serious a matter this was, and dared not even think about making fun of it. Is that what you truly desire? You want to be close to her, to pull her to you, to continue on with your engagement? James closed his eyes, fighting the urge to admit that yes, this was exactly what he wanted. This is unlike anything I have ever felt before, he said slowly, trying to take each word carefully out of his mouth. It has confused and perplexed me. I want nothing more to find myself certain and determined again, and yet, at this present moment, all I can do is think of her. I long for her, Radford, in a way I cannot explain. Letting out a long, shaking breath, James opened his eyes again, filling his lungs with air before he continued. I have told myself that I can treat her just as I treat all young ladies of the tone, but in attempting to do so, my heart has simply cried out for her all the more. It is as though I cannot step away from her, even if I want to. Then you will have to tell her. James snorted and rolled his eyes. Why would you not? Because, James explained quickly, she is determined to end our engagement and is quite contented with Lord Billington pursuing her. No doubt she thinks him a better gentleman than I, so therefore she will be very glad to connect with him. His heart grew heavy as he looked away from his friend, his jaw set. I cannot pretend that her view is incorrect. Any gentleman in London is going to be a far better gentleman than I. His friend did not immediately correct him, making James feel all the worse. You may be surprised, Lord Radford said, after a few moments of quiet. Mayhap there is a chance that Lady Newton feels the same way as you do. James let out a broken laugh, his heart twisting now, knowing that his friend had spoken without a hint of mockery in his voice, but feeling it all the same. I highly doubt that, my friend. Lord Radford lifted his shoulders. Whether she does or not, you still should speak with her, he said, as James scowled. Tell her what you feel. Tell her about your change of heart. I am sure that... I cannot tell her. I will not tell her. Lord Radford let his shoulders drop. Then you will be miserable, he answered calmly. And I promise you that, no matter what you do, you will regret this moment. You will be filled with nothing but sorrow over how you chose to deal with the matters of your heart. "And what evidence have you of that?" James snapped, anger suddenly replacing his relief at being able to speak honestly. "You are not someone who has ever been in love with a young lady, are you? You have never had your heart so filled with this strange affection and consideration that you find yourself utterly lost and confused at your own desires. And you have certainly never had to turn away from it all, knowing that you can never be the sort of gentleman that she truly requires. So I do not know why you think you can speak to me in such a way, but you truly are arrogant, are you not?" Red effused Lord Radford's face, his hard words cutting through James's sharp ones. Unable to respond, James blinked quickly before his brows fell low over his eyes. "I do not know what you mean." "Precisely," came the reply, with the red in Lord Radford's face no longer fading. "You stand there and say all these things about me without ever truly understanding the difficulties that I have faced previously. We have been friends for some years, yes, but did it ever occur to you that I might not have told you everything about what has happened in my life? What it is I have endured?" James blinked, his anger fizzling away to nothing. "There is a reason that I behave as I do," Lord Radford stated, standing at his full height and glaring back at James. "I do not trust any young lady now, I am afraid. I do not trust their motivations, I do not trust the words that they speak, and I certainly do not trust their heart. So do not pretend that you know everything about me, Lord Granton, for you certainly do not." A little embarrassed, James pushed those feelings aside and lifted his chin. "I am surprised that you are encouraging me in this, then, given the obvious disinclination you have towards young ladies such as Lady Newton." "Ah, but that is because I have seen in Lady Newton something that is very rare," came the reply. "I would not have mentioned it had this conversation not come about, but since it has, I shall." He paused, the red fading from his cheeks just a little. "This situation is quite the opposite of the one that I myself endured, for in what I suffered, I was the one who was treated poorly. I was the one who did not deserve to be treated in such a way, but I was, and I endured it because I had no other choice. Here, however, I see that Lady Newton has found herself in a situation which she does not desire, which has not been of her own making, and which she has been forced into. And how does she endure it?" He smiled, though it was somewhat lifeless. "She endures it with a quiet peace, with a gentleness about her spirit which does not permit her even to complain to you about it. Instead, she has come up with a plan which should satisfy you both, but even then, she has never once spoken with words of complaint or concern about what should happen if you do not end your engagement. She has suffered and endured a great deal, and yet she does not say a word. Your pretense, your fakery, and your put-on smiles and seeming affection she has accepted without a word. I would presume that she would feel some hurt over her father placing her upon the gambling table in such a way, but never once has she expressed that to you. It is as though she does not want to add to your burden, though she may say that it is because she has no desire to be close to you. Lady Newton is, to my eyes, a young lady with a great deal of forbearance and consideration, with a heart that is gentle, open and considerate. That is not particularly commonplace, I can assure you of that." James did not know what to say. He looked back at his friend, wondering at all that had been expressed, and wondering where it came from. Clearly, Lord Radford had hidden all of his own thoughts and considerations about Lady Newton from James, assuming that they would not be relevant, but now they had all been spoken, and James found himself utterly astonished. He slowly lowered his gaze, realizing that he had spoken without thinking, without even realizing that there was more to Lord Radford's past than he himself had taken note of, and that was certainly rather shaming. "Forgive me for speaking as I did," he began, not quite able to look at Lord Radford. "I did not mean to—" "You were foolish enough to speak with a confidence you did not have." Lord Radford folded his arms over his chest. "We may be friends, Lord Granton, we may even be rogues together, but that does not mean that you can dismiss me in such a brusque manner." Turning away, he threw his final few words over his shoulder. "I did not think that your arrogance and your superiority would ever be used against me." James wanted to say something more, wanted to call his friend back and to tell him that he was sorry, that he had not meant to cause any sort of injury, but the words would not come. Closing his eyes, James let out a long breath, finding himself twisting up inside. What had started off as a conversation that brought him relief now left him feeling all the worse. There was no gladness now, no sense of happiness that he had finally been able to speak of all that troubled him. Instead, James wrestled now with the heavy weight of not only his feelings for Lady Newton, but his embarrassment and regret at how he had injured his friend. Instead of making anything better, all he had done in speaking so simply added to his burden. Letting his gaze drift to the floor, James set his jaw, refusing to let the emotions within his heart overwhelm him. He could sort this matter out, could he not? He could find a way through this difficulty, making certain that all would return to as it had been at the very start of the season. He would apologise to Lord Radford, would ignore his own feelings for Lady Newton and wait for them to pass, as they soon would once she was engaged to someone else. That was all that he wanted, all that he truly desired, wasn't it? Chapter 18. Lord Billington has come to call on you very frequently. Martha forced a small smile as her mother looked at her with obvious concern written on her face. Yes, he has. That is another visit just finished, Lady Hampshire continued, gesturing to the door where Lord Billington had only just walked through. I think it rather strange that a gentleman would come to call on a lady who is already betrothed. That is a little strange, is it not? Martha shrugged. I suppose so, but it is not as though I can refuse him, Mamma. And have you informed your betrothed of this? A prickling ran over Martha's skin. I have not thought it a concern, no, though he did come upon Lord Billington and myself walking together in Hyde Park recently, she admitted. He did not appear to be in any way concerned. No? Lady Hampshire shook her head, looking away from Martha for a few moments. I find that rather surprising also. I would have thought that a gentleman such as he would be most insistent that his betrothed remains by his side rather than going along with any gentleman. Martha's shoulders dropped a little. Mamma, in case you have forgotten, this is not a love match. Lord Granton is not at all concerned about our connection or the like. To his mind, I doubt that there is anything of concern there. He would be glad, I think, if another gentleman would show an interest in me. At this remark, Lady Hampshire's eyebrows flung themselves upwards, her eyes rounding suddenly. Pray tell me that you do not think that Lord Granton would end your engagement. I do not think that he would unless there was a good reason for it, Martha said slowly, not certain as to whether or not her mother would understand what she meant. What if Lord Billington should find himself drawn to me in a way that Lord Granton is not? Would you not prefer me to be engaged to Lord Billington rather than Lord Granton? Her mother's eyes flew wide. I beg your pardon, Martha. Are you trying to tell me that there is a hope within your heart that you might wed Lord Billington instead of Lord Granton? A little surprised at how shocked her mother seemed to be, Martha nodded slowly, choosing to say nothing. I do not know what to say. Lady Hampshire blinked furiously, turning her head away so she could gaze out of the window rather than look at Martha. I understand that you do not think well of Lord Granton, but you cannot bring such a shame upon yourself. Shame? Confused, Martha shook her head. Mamma, there could be no shame in finding myself engaged to a gentleman who might truly care for me. The tone might be a little surprised, yes, but I do not think that such a thing would bring any sort of prolonged embarrassment. No? Her mother shook her head. My dear, you would always be remembered as the young lady who turned her back on her engagement, on the gentleman who cared for her, and by her own selfish will, broke his heart and turned into the arms of another. There would be those who would wonder if you would, in any way, continue with such a pattern of behaviour, even within your own marriage. Heat rippled up Martha's spine, but she held herself steady. Even if the tone were to say such things of me, I do not think that their whispers would compare with being wed to a rogue. But Lord Granton cares for you. Her mother threw up her hands, clearly confused. He has made it quite clear to all of society. The way he has turned from his previous roguish ways, the obvious regard he has for you means that you would be breaking his heart by doing such a thing as this. And for what? For a gentleman that you do not even know? Martha pressed her lips together, having never once realised that her mother thought that Lord Granton's consideration was genuine. Of course, she realised, her mother would have been watching all that had been taking place between them, and clearly now believed all that the Marquess had been saying. "I will not permit you to break your engagement, and neither will your father," Lady Hampshire finished, a sense of triumph in her voice as she looked back into Martha's face. "You may not be aware of this, my dear, but Lord Billington does not have a wonderful reputation either." Martha frowned. "I hardly think—" "He is as much a gambler as your father was." Lady Hampshire's eyes flew wide. "I did wonder why you wanted to go to watch the phaeton race. Lord Billington was the one who arranged it all, was he not?" Nodding slowly, Martha's frown deepened. "I presume, then, that you are aware that he lost a great deal of coin in that?" Hesitating, Martha tried to shrug, even though the warning her mother was attempting to press into her began to take root in her heart. "I do not know how much it was. He raced for the enjoyment of it, that is all." "Or so you believe. As I have said to you, you do not know this gentleman, nor do I, for that matter. But I would advise you strongly not to think well of a gentleman who throws himself into gambling. I would not see you in the same difficulties that I have faced, my dear." Her voice and expression softening, Lady Hampshire leaned forward a little in her chair. "I understand that the way your engagement came about must have been very concerning indeed, but can you not also see that he has changed his ways?" "I do not know him well enough to know whether or not such a change will be long-lasting," Martha said, choosing not to inform her mother about the pretence which the Marquess had chosen to play. "You must understand my position, Mamma. For all I know, the Marquess could be doing such a thing simply to make certain that the Tone think well of him, and so do not question what happened the night he and my father played cards. Have you not considered that?" Lady Hampshire closed her eyes, her lips pressing flat together for a moment. "I understand that it is not as you might have hoped, but as I have said, your father and I will not permit you to break your engagement," she said, looking back at Martha with a fierceness in her gaze which Martha had not seen in a long time. "Lord Granton is to be your husband." Her lips lifted just a little. "Why do you not permit yourself to trust that what he says he feels for you is real? Perhaps if you did so, you might find yourself a little more at ease, a little more at peace with the engagement. It is a remarkable thing to have a gentleman care for you in such a way, Martha." Her head tilted just a little. "Mayhap there is a part of you too which has come to care for him in return, though you do not want to admit it to yourself?" Martha shook her head at this, refusing to even think about that suggestion. Her heart leapt up, but she quietened it at once, telling herself that there could be no such feeling within herself for him. "No, Mamma, that is not the case, I can assure you." "Can you?" Her mother lifted an eyebrow gently, but Martha shook her head again, all the more firmly. "Lord Granton is a rake and nothing more." "And yet he has been devoted to you," Lady Hampshire answered quickly. "Can you not see that? Can you not understand just how deeply he cares for you? This might have come about in the most extraordinary manner, but I can see, just as the Tone has, that there is a genuine interest in you now. Why else would he have turned away from all the other young ladies that he so obviously pursued? Why else would he have stepped back from the former way of life? Even though he is engaged, I would have expected a rake to continue on just as he has always done, but Lord Granton has not done that, has he? There must be a reason for that." It was on the tip of Martha's tongue to tell her mother the truth, to let her know the reason for Lord Granton's behaviour towards her, but seeing the hope flickering in her mother's eyes, seeing the hopeful smile alight, her lips made Martha unable to do so. Instead, she merely nodded and took in a breath, choosing to stay silent rather than agree or disagree with her mother's words. "There now, you see." Lady Hampshire smiled all the wider. "You will find that I am right in this, my dear. Step away from Lord Billington, I beg of you. Set your heart towards Lord Granton, and you may find yourself in more happiness than you had ever permitted yourself to imagine." Martha only forced a smile, leaving her mother to then turn the conversation to another matter, namely just how well Miss Stockton and Lord Childers were doing. And Martha quickly threw herself into that conversation while, at the very same time, putting all thought of the Marquess of Granton to the back of her mind. She would not let herself think on him, would not let herself dwell on what it would mean if she let her heart feel something for him. All she could do was now to think on Lord Billington, hopeful that he would be the one to rescue her from her engagement. Despite what her mother had said, Martha was quite determined to continue on with her plan, no matter the barriers which were put up before her. This engagement to Lord Granton could not continue, no matter what her mother thought, or what Martha's own heart whispered. "Thank you, Lord Billington. Good evening." Martha smiled and watched as Lord Billington stepped away, feeling a pair of eyes resting on her. When she turned, she saw none other than Miss Stockton watching her, though her friend drew quickly near. "Lord Billington appears eager in his pursuit of you." Miss Stockton tilted her head, watching Martha with a steady gaze. "Are you drawn to him?" Without even thinking about her answer, or how she would respond, Martha quickly shook her head, her stomach twisting sharply. "No?" Martha blinked, realizing just how quickly she had betrayed herself. I did not mean—" "You are not drawn to Lord Billington, then?" Miss Stockton appeared rather satisfied at this, though Martha could not understand why. "You certainly gave the impression that you were eager to pursue him, given the way that you went to watch the phaeton race." "Which he lost," Martha muttered, recalling how she had stood there and watched the phaeton race, silently questioning in her heart what it was she was doing there, and wondering why she felt so little interest. She had felt almost guilty, as though she ought not to be there amongst the small, gathered crowd, especially without her betrothed, but she had done so regardless. How much she had attempted to feel glad when Lord Billington had come to speak to her thereafter. It had been a struggle to do so, a fight to find even the smallest iota of happiness, and yet she had demanded that she smile as he had come to laugh about his loss. "Yes, so I heard." Miss Stockton frowned. "I heard that there was a great deal of coin lost also." "I did not even know that he had made a bet," Martha answered, letting out a small sigh. "My mother has also noticed that Lord Billington is interested in my company, and she has warned me away from him." "Really?" Miss Stockton frowned. "But she must believe that Lord Granton truly cares for you, yes?" Martha nodded. "Yes, she does." "And so she doesn't want you to step away from this engagement," Miss Stockton mused, though her gaze then went to something over Martha's shoulder. "Because she believes that the Marquess cares for you, and while Lord Billington might also do so, your engagement is to the former, and not the latter." "Precisely." Martha let out a small sigh. "She has told me that she and my father will refuse to let me end the engagement, even if Lord Billington should show me a particular interest." "Which will prove to be a problem," Miss Stockton finished for her. "What can be done about that?" Her lips curved just a little. "What say you, Lord Granton?" Martha started as a hand touched hers, just at the very same time as Miss Stockton spoke to him. She turned just as Lord Granton lifted her hand to his arm, settling it there though he was not looking to her as he did so. "It does seem to prove something of a problem," he said, his voice low but his gaze remaining steady upon Miss Stockton. Why, Martha wondered, was she beginning to find herself eager for him to turn his blue eyes upon her? She did not want his attention, did she? "Mayhap we shall simply have to marry." The statement sent a shock rushing up through Martha's feet, to her core, to her heart, down her arms and into her face. She felt as though every part of her was tingling, stunned by what the gentleman had said, and finding herself suddenly weak. Her hand tightened on his arm on instinct, just as he turned his head to look at her, his blue eyes piercing. She could not speak, her mouth suddenly dry, her tongue feeling a little too thick for her mouth. Lord Granton offered her a small smile, though it sent no light into his eyes, but rather brought a hint of darkness flickering there. Clearly, the notion did not please him. "I think that Lord and Lady Hampshire would be very pleased indeed if you would begin to plan the wedding," Miss Stockton said, as the silence began to grow a little too heavy for them all to simply stand and endure it. "The Tone have been waiting for you to set a date." "I suppose that we should, yes, though that would require the banns to be called." Lord Granton turned his head, then looked back to Martha. "I think we should go to speak with your father on the matter." "Now?" Martha could barely breathe. Her free hand pressed to her stomach, her eyes wide as he looked back at her. "Yes, now." Lord Granton lifted an eyebrow. "Unless there is anything that would prevent you from doing so." I am only to dance with Lord Billington," Martha answered, her voice a little tremulous. "That is all." Lord Granton frowned. "For what dance?" "The waltz." His frown grew deeper. "I see." Clearing his throat, he looked away from her. "We have time to go and speak with your father, then." Without a word to Miss Stockton, he began to lead her away, though Martha's heart began to thud furiously, panicking a little over what it was he was doing. Where had such a statement come from? Why was it that he was now determined to set a date for their wedding, to have the banns read? Surely it could not be because of what he had overheard from Miss Stockton. "Wait a moment, if you please." The Marquess paused, turning to look at her with one eyebrow lifting. "Yes?" "Might we speak?" Martha gestured to the quiet corner near them. "For only a few moments before you talk to my father." With a nod, the Marquess led her to the shadows, and Martha quickly withdrew her hand from his arm, turning so she could face him directly. Her heart was still beating rather furiously, her eyes filled with nothing but him as he looked back at her with a steadiness in his expression which she could not understand. Why was he not questioning this as she was? Why was he not coming to her with a desire to bring about an agreement from her parents that the engagement should be ended? She had thought he would be panicked, upset or frustrated to hear that she would be refused should she ask to end the engagement, but instead all he expressed was a steadiness and a calm behaviour which she could not understand. "Why are you doing this?" Lord Granton blinked. "Doing what?" "Asking to speak with my father, seeking if the banns could be read," Martha exclaimed, throwing up her hands, though she did attempt to keep control of herself so as not to garner any attention. "This is not what we thought to do. This was not our plan." "And yet it seems that this is what we must do." Lord Granton sniffed. "Your parents will not permit the engagement to come to an end, so, therefore, all of our hopes, all of our notions about being broken apart by someone such as Lord Billington have now come to an end, and there is nothing to be done." Still utterly astonished, Martha stared at him for a long moment, trying to understand what it was that he meant by such a thing. Surely it could not be that he was giving up. For what purpose would he do that? "I do not know why you appear so astonished," he continued, when she said nothing. "Did you not think that this was always a possibility? Did you not see that the chance that our future would always be together?" A great fear began to wrap around Martha's heart. She had always hoped, always believed, that she would be able to break free from Lord Granton, but now, with him appearing to accept that they would marry, what was there for her to do? She would be married to a rogue, wed to a gentleman who had nothing to his character, save for his selfishness and arrogance. "But he has changed," whispered a voice within her heart. "He has shown you more devotion and affection than you had ever expected." "My mother believes the lie that you and I have offered to the tone," she whispered, as Lord Granton shrugged. "She believes that you care for me a great deal." He said nothing, though his blue eyes seemed suddenly clearer, devoid of the shadows which she had seen there only a few minutes before. "You cannot simply believe that there is reason enough to give up hope," Martha cried, no longer able to contain herself, hating that there was a sense of relief, perhaps even of happiness, threatening to capture a hold of her heart. "You can still free yourself from this, Lord Granton. All you need to do is—" "And what if I do not want to release myself from our engagement any longer?" The question had her stop dead, her whole body now frozen in place. Her legs felt heavily weighted, her arms being pulled towards the floor, her chest tight and her breathing ragged. She could say nothing, his words ringing in her ears as she stared at him, but Lord Granton did not look away. "I have considered everything," he said, his hand suddenly going to find hers, his fingers pressing at her own. I have thought about it all, and now I consider that mayhap being wed is no great trouble after all." Martha's breathing stopped entirely for a few moments as he came closer to her, his head lowering just a little, his breath warm on her cheek. "You may not believe this, Martha, but there is a sudden interest in the thought of being wed to you," he continued, his voice a little softer now, a gentleness about his eyes which she could not help but notice. "If our plan with Lord Billington, or with any other gentleman, is not to succeed, then mayhap our best hope is to look to the future and accept that we are to be wed." "No." The word came out as a squeak, and in an instant Lord Granton's expression changed. Martha closed her eyes, shutting out the sight of him as she fought to find a way to explain what she meant. "I do not think that we must look to the future," she tried to say, her voice quavering. "I cannot be wed to a rogue." "What if I am a reformed rogue?" Her eyes opened again to see him looking back earnestly at her, but again she shook her head, trying to remove the flare of hope which raced right through her. "I cannot believe that." A hint of a smile touched the edge of his lips. "Why ever not?" "Because this has all been a pretense," she exclaimed, trying to pull her hand from his, but finding that she did not have the strength, nor perhaps the true willingness to do so. "You have not truly turned towards me. You do not have any legitimate feelings for me, do you? Instead, there is only fakery, is there not? You are doing this for a purpose. We are doing this for a purpose." Lord Granton, by way of answer, lifted one hand to her face, his fingers brushing lightly along her cheek, his thumb sweeping along the curve of her chin. His eyes were searching hers, that smile still flickering at the corner of his mouth, and Martha felt herself grow weak. How much she longed to pull herself close to him, how much that desire for his nearness grew. And just how foolish I am. My purpose has changed. Her eyes closed as his words crashed into her heart. She wanted to cling to them, wanted to pull them into herself and let herself give in to the desire which now coursed through every part of her. Her distrust of him held her back. "You are a rogue," she said thickly, her eyes still tightly closed, as though, by not looking at him, she could sweep away all of the feelings his touch was bringing her. "You will always be a rogue. Mayhap you have decided that there is a good reason for us to wed, a reason that will bring you some sort of reward, some boon which... I have no desire to ever return to the way of life which I once enjoyed." The fervency in his voice had her eyes opening again, seeing him closer to her than he had ever been before, his lips only inches from hers. This was how they had been before, during their waltz, and how much she had found herself desiring a kiss from him. That desperate hope began to rouse itself within her again, and despite her attempt to push it away, to fight it until it retreated, it built up within her until it overcame her completely. "I know that you cannot trust me, but I will prove myself to you," Lord Granton told her, his voice a mere whisper now, though, to Martha's ears, it felt like a thunderclap. "This is a surprise to you, I know, but believe me, it is as much an astonishment to me also." Martha blinked up at him, her resistance fading to nothingness. She did not know whether she could trust him, did not believe all that he said, but the urge to give in, to let him take what it was that he wanted from her simply so that her own desires could find satisfaction, was too strong to be held back. With a catch of her breath, she closed her eyes and tilted up her chin just a little, and her silent prayer was answered. His mouth fell to hers, but it was not with a ravenous hunger, as she had expected. Instead, it was with a gentleness which spoke of consideration rather than a fierce, urgent desire. His hand pulled from hers, but then settled at her waist, not tugging her against him as she had expected. There was a tenderness there which made her want to lean into him, to let herself rest against him as though he were safe, as though she trusted him completely. One hand settled tentatively at his heart, the other still at her side, but there, Lord Granton found it and laced his fingers through hers. His head lifted for a moment, only for his lips to then brush across hers again, his head tilted to one side so that the kiss could deepen just a little. There was no urgency there still, only a gentle exploration, as though he could not quite understand what it was that was happening between them, just as she could not. Martha had never been kissed by a gentleman before, and though she knew that Lord Granton was nothing but a rogue who had done this many a time to many a lady, his sweetness and softness made it appear as though he had never done such a thing before either. Martha gave in completely, choosing to forget her questions, to ignore her doubts, and to let herself fade entirely into this moment. The Marquess's arms wrapped around her, and for the first time in their acquaintance, Martha gave herself up to all that she felt, and kissed him back. Chapter 19. James sighed to himself and leaned back in his chair. Last evening had gone very well indeed, though it had been rather unexpected, even for him. Having spoken to Lord Radford, and although that conversation had ended rather badly, he had found himself contemplating a great deal. He had not thought what he was to do, had not made any particular decisions, but in seeing Lady Newton at the ballroom, in hearing that her parents had made all thought of ending her engagement impossible, had lit something within him, something fierce which he could not put out. He had found himself almost rejoicing over the ending of their plan, delighting that there was now no space for Lord Billington to enter in, and as he had determined to speak to her father in order to set a wedding date, something curious had taken hold of him. He could not yet ascertain what it was, and even at this moment was considering all that he felt, but it had been so strong and so severe, he had not been able to hold himself back from it. It had swept through him, crashed over him, and wrapped around him, his heart lifting with such a joy that he had found himself smiling without even realizing it. There had been a happiness running through him, making his heart quicken into a faster beat, his head held a little higher, as though he was somehow proud of the fact that he was soon to be a married man. He had looked at Lady Newton, and had found himself almost desperate to wrap her in his arms, to let her know what it was that he was feeling, that he was happy about their engagement, but had held himself back from that, being a little uncertain and unsure as to what it was he felt himself. And then she had asked to speak with him in the quiet shadows of the ballroom, and it had taken all of his strength not to do as he had been used to doing so many times before with other young ladies. He had wanted to put his arms around her, to pull her close, to murmur words of affection and consideration, and to see her soften beneath his attentions, but with a great effort he had refrained. The words he had spoken to her as he had attempted to explain why his desires had changed, why he had felt himself more contented now with their engagement, had been true, and yet he had seen the distrust of him flicker in her eyes. There had been a confusion, a doubt which he could not simply pull from her. He had tried his best to explain, feeling the desire to kiss her growing ever stronger, but much to his astonishment, it had been Lady Newton herself who had given in first. When she had closed her eyes and lifted her chin just a little, her mouth only a few breaths away from his own, James had been caught a little off guard. It had taken him a moment to respond, feeling himself caught by the gravity of the moment, aware of all that it offered him and how much he longed to take it. Their kiss had been gentle and unhurried, vastly different to all that he had done and all that he had shared with anyone before. It had been a new experience for him, for even though he had kissed a good many ladies before, he had never once done so when his heart was filled with an affection for her. The way his heart had softened, the way his happiness had torn through him had been so great, it had robbed him of speech for a few moments after their kiss had ended. It was all both rather wonderful and, at the same time, a little unsettling. With a small smile, James pushed himself from his chair and made his way to his bedchamber, ready to prepare himself for the evening's events. He was going to be in Lady Newton's company all over again, and this time be able to tell the tone the date of his upcoming wedding. Lord Hampshire had been delighted to agree to the date James had suggested, and now, in only a month's time, James would find himself married to Lady Newton. He chuckled to himself, garnering a somewhat questioning glance from his valet, though the look was gone in only a moment. How strange it was, James considered, that what he had reviled only a few short weeks ago was now something that captured him utterly. He was looking forward to the moment when he would make his promises to the lady, eager to find out what life would be like, shared with her. I suppose, he thought to himself, as he began preparations for the evening's soirée, that is what comes when one is falling in love. James wandered through the drawing-room, out of the door, and then into the hallway, wondering where he might find Lady Newton. Lord Kenway's soirée was very busy indeed, with far too many guests, at least to James's mind. The crush was a little overwhelming, and struggling to find any sight of Lady Newton or her parents, James turned away from the library door with a scowl on his face. "You are looking for your betrothed?" James turned, his eyes flaring wide for a second as he looked into Lord Radford's face. "Yes, I am." He cleared his throat a little gruffly. "Radford, Let us not speak of it," Lord Radford replied quickly. "That is not a subject I wish to discuss any further, I can assure you." James managed to smile, relief flooding through him. "I appreciate that, my friend, though I think I should still apologize." He put one hand to his heart. "You were quite correct. I spoke without thinking, choosing to mock rather than to willingly listen to what you were saying. I did not know of what I spoke, and I am sorry for any injury that I caused you by my words." Lord Radford looked at him for a long moment, his expression rather inscrutable only, thereafter, to smile though it was only brief. "It is not something I would like to discuss with you any further, I can assure you, though I am glad that you have taken what I threw at you to heart." Letting out a chuckle, James nodded at his friend. "I will accept that. But you are looking for your betrothed?" Lord Radford lifted an eyebrow. "I have heard it said that you have set a date for your wedding." "Yes, that is so." A broad smile settled on James's face, bringing a look of surprise to Lord Radford's expression. "I have decided that I am to marry Lady Newton, and I am now looking forward, with a great eagerness, to my wedding day." Lord Radford blinked in obvious surprise. "Goodness, that was rather swift." "Your words helped," James clarified. "It made me realize the truth and thereafter to accept it, even though I did not truly wish to." "Then your feelings for Lady Newton are legitimate?" James nodded. "They are." His smile grew larger. "And I want very much to go in search of her now, so that we might tell the others present that the date has been set and the banns are to be read. I want an end to all this nonsense, to all these foolish attempts to escape. I will not turn from her, and I hope that now she will not turn from me either." To his relief, Lord Radford clapped him on the shoulder, a smile beginning to light his expression again. "I am delighted to hear it," he exclaimed. "Then might I suggest that your betrothed could be in the gardens? There is such a crush in here this evening, and I know that many of the ladies went to step outside. I have seen Lord Hampshire already this evening, so they are certainly present." "I thank you, I will go at once. Do excuse me." "Of course." Lord Radford stepped aside, and James hurried past him, a sudden fervency in his heart. He made his way to the ballroom, seeing the French doors open at the other side which led out to the gardens, and made his way there directly. His heart was beating rather quickly, a smile spreading right across his face as he thought of seeing Lady Newton again, of being in her company. It was as though, in admitting to himself what he felt for her, he now had a new freedom which coursed right through him, alleviating all sense of guilt, of frustration, and of confusion. All he felt now was happiness. The evening was already rather dark, but a glorious full moon hung in the sky, giving a bright light to his surroundings. James breathed in the cool evening air, finding it a relief from the somewhat stuffy inner rooms. Looking all around, he meandered slowly through the gardens in the hope of seeing his betrothed, a little frustrated that he still could not find her. "Lord Granton, is that you?" Looking over his shoulder, James turned all the more fully towards the lady, not quite certain who it was. "Yes." "I thought that was you. My heart let out such a cry of joy upon seeing you that I had no choice but to follow after you." Her hands found his, and James immediately frowned, recognizing that this was not Lady Newton as he had hoped. The voice was recognisable, however, and James did his best to tug his hands away. "Lady Lamberton." Forcing a smile, he felt nervousness flood him, wanting to back away from her, suddenly afraid of being seen, of being overheard. He had never felt such a way before, having never given a moment's thought to what the tone might think of his behaviour. But now, all he could think of was Lady Newton. "Do excuse me, I must—" "Excuse you?" Lady Lamberton laughed softly, shaking her head as she did so. "My dear Granton, I cannot let you go, not when we have such an opportunity as this." Recalling what he had said to her, recalling how he had promised that they would, once more, enjoy each other's company once his engagement was at an end, James went hot all over. He no longer desired such a thing, had no thought of pursuing the lady. The only person he wanted to be near to was Lady Newton. "There cannot be any furthering of our connection," he said, keeping his voice low. "I do hope that—" "But we are in the gardens!" Lady Lamberton exclaimed, albeit in a quieter tone. Reaching out, she grasped his hand and tugged him away. Taken off guard, James stumbled, trying to regain his balance as Lady Lamberton continued to pull him after her. Quite where they were going, he did not know, but everything in him began to scream a warning. "Please!" Coming to a stop, he used his strength to pull Lady Lamberton back, barely able to make out her features any longer given the shadows of the tree above them. "There is no need for this. I must speak with you. Immediately." With a laugh, Lady Lamberton flung her arms around his neck, pulling herself close to him. "You do not want to go any further. Such is your desperate need for my nearness. Is that not so?" "No, that is not so." James reached up, trying to take her arms from about his neck, desperate to make her understand. "I quite forgot about our conversation. Lord Granton?" The voice which came to him, he recognised at once. It felt as though something slammed into his stomach as he breathed out long and hard, trying still to pull Lady Lamberton's hands from around his neck, though she only giggled, and then flung herself forward against him, as though to hide herself from the prying eyes of whoever was watching. "Forgive me for intruding, but Lord Radford came out of doors and was surprised to see me, thinking that I would be in your company. I thought you might be inclined towards the shadows and came to find you." Recognising that, as she spoke, she was thinking of the last time they had been hidden in the shadows together, James finally managed to step back, loosening Lady Lamberton's hands from his neck and moving her away from him. "Lady Newton, of course, I was just—" "Goodness, is this your betrothed?" Lady Lamberton laughed again, though this time it sounded rather breathless. "Oh my! Are you with someone?" Lady Newton came a little closer, her voice now wobbling just a little. "Is there something I am interrupting?" "No, no." James turned away from Lady Lamberton directly, his heart beginning to pound, as fear began to tighten around his chest, making his breathing difficult. "That is to say, I did not mean to be found in the shadows. I was merely trying to talk to Lady Lamberton." "Talk about what?" Lady Newton folded her arms across her chest, but in the dim light, James caught the glimmer of tears in her eyes, and his heart tore painfully. "What is it that must be said between the two of you that could not be spoken out in the open?" Before James could answer, Lady Lamberton took a step closer to her, her head tilted in an almost coquettish fashion. "Do you really need to ask such a thing?" she asked, her words laced with irony. "Or is it that you cannot truly understand what a gentleman, a rogue, of course, might be doing standing in the shadows with a lady such as myself beside him?" James closed his eyes, his whole body going suddenly cold. "I thought—" Lady Newton trailed off, her voice fading to nothing, as James opened his eyes to look back at her, seeing how she turned her head away. He knew what she meant by that. She had kissed him, had let a part of herself trust him, only to now come upon him in the shadows with another young lady. A lady who had put her arms around his neck and refused to loose him. What could he say that would help Lady Newton to understand that he had not wanted this? What could he say that would encourage her to trust him? Excuse me. Martha turned on her heel and turned away quickly, leaving James open-mouthed, words half on his lips, half held back as he tried to find something, anything, to say. No words came. Well, I am sorry that she saw that, but I am sure that Lady Newton understands very well the sort of gentleman she is to marry. Without pausing for even a moment, Lady Lamberton had her arms back around his neck, only for a white-hot anger to streak up James's spine. It was not anger at her, nor at her actions, but rather at all that he had done in the past, all that had led up to this moment. He was the reason for this. He was the reason why Lady Newton had now hurried away from him, no doubt distressed by what she had seen. If he had not given himself such liberties previously, if he had not been foolish enough to hope that he could continue on with his connection to Lady Lamberton once his engagement was at an end, then this would not have happened. Or even if he had recalled what it was that he had done, so that he could then have written to Lady Lamberton and told her of his change of heart, then this entire situation might well have been avoided. But no, he had done none of that. Enough! Grasping Lady Lamberton's arms, he tugged them down as firmly as he dared, then stepped back. He caught the way Lady Lamberton's eyes flared wide, her shock evident despite the shadows which surrounded her, but James only shook his head. I cannot continue on in this way, he said firmly. I will not. I do not know what you mean. Lady Lamberton put out her hands to him, but James raised his palms out. You said that once your engagement was at an end, we would resume our connection. But my engagement is not at an end, James told her, aware there was a harsh tone to his voice, but caring very little for it. And now I have decided, Lady Lamberton, that it shall not be. Lady Lamberton's swift intake of breath was obvious, her hand flying to her mouth in evident shock, but James could not find anything within him to care about what she felt. I am sure that you will be very easily able to find another gentleman to come and take care of you, he said, turning away from her. But my own heart is now filled with another. Can this truly be? The sob which Lady Lamberton choked out her words made James's eyes close again, regret swelling up within him as he realised that he had not only injured Lady Newton, but also Lady Lamberton. His shoulders rounding, he dropped his head and then turned slowly. I am sorry. Lady Lamberton said nothing, her hand falling to her side again, though she did not look at him. I did not expect this, James continued, knowing that this would mean very little to Lady Lamberton, but finding himself needing to say it anyway. I did not ever think that Lady Newton would warm my heart, but she has done it. And now that I have recognised that, I find myself not only grateful for it, but overwhelmed with an affection for her which I cannot turn away from. I do not want to injure her. But you will injure me. Lady Lamberton's voice held a touch of anger now, though there was still sadness ringing through her voice. You will do this to me, who loved you at the first. I thought that you cared for me too, though I never asked for anything more than what we shared. There could be no answer to that, and recognising his selfishness, James dropped his head. He had not ever truly cared for Lady Lamberton, but only for what she had been able to offer him. Could he say that to her? Could he truly cause her so much pain? With a scowl, James shook his head to himself, trying to find an answer which would not cause Lady Lamberton further pain. Thank you for what you gave me, he said slowly, finding a wave of shame crashing over him. I am sorry that I have stepped back from you so swiftly and without explanation. I must go. Without another word, he turned around and hurried back through the gardens, caught with an urgent fear. He had to find Lady Newton, had to tell her the truth about what he felt, and what Lady Lamberton meant to him now in the faint hope that she would believe him. And if she did not, James could not imagine what his future would look like. It would certainly not be a happy one, he was sure of that. Not unless Lady Newton could find it in her heart to forgive him. Chapter 20. How are you feeling, my dear? Martha closed her eyes and sank back against the pillows all the more. "I am still rather fatigued, Mamma." She peeked out of one of her eyes, seeing her mother seating herself in a chair by the fireplace. "Has anyone come to call?" Lady Hampshire shook her head. "No, they have heard that you became a little unwell last evening, of course, but I do not think anyone will come to call today. They will want to make sure that you are recovered before they do." She smiled as she reached into her pocket and pulled something out. "You have received a few letters and notes, however. It is good to see that, is it not? Clearly there are those within the tone who are still concerned for you." A slight frown flickered across Lady Hampshire's face. "I did think that your betrothed might come to call, though he did send you a note." "I am sure that he would have come if he felt willing," Martha answered, pain slicing back through her again as she fought the urge to let all of her tears fall. "I will take the notes and read them if I might, Mamma." "Of course, so long as you have the energy." Her mother rose and set the notes at Martha's hand. "Do you wish to have another tea tray?" Martha nodded, hoping that her mother might leave her in peace for a few minutes to read, and much to her relief, her mother did just that. "I think I shall join you for dinner, Mamma," Martha called, just before Lady Hampshire quit the room. "I will be quite recovered then, I am sure." Lady Hampshire paused at the door, then smiled. "Very well, so long as you are sure you are recovered enough to do so." Her smile faded. "It was most unlike you to become so unwell so quickly. I am still concerned for you." "I am sure it was just fatigue," Martha answered, glad when her mother finally stepped out of the room. It meant that, as the door closed, Martha could let the tears come to her eyes, and after a moment give them permission to fall to her cheeks. Seeing Lord Granton hidden in the shadows with another lady had brought her a pain unlike anything she had ever experienced before. At first she had been confused, not knowing what it was that she had stumbled across, only for Lady Lamberton's words to break right across her heart and make her want to cry out. Right then and there, she had realized how much of a fool she had been in trusting Lord Granton's words. When he had kissed her, she had felt something grow within her heart, a trust and an affection twining together, to the point that she had been unable to deny her feelings. But now, all that he had said, all that he had promised her was nothing but a falsehood, and she was the one now who stepped back into the shadows instead of him. "But what can I do?" Whispering to herself, Martha wiped at her eyes, glad that she had been able to rest rather than present herself to her parents as she had done every other morning. After seeing Lord Granton, Martha had found herself overcome with a weakness which had demanded a hasty return home. She had told her mother that she felt unwell and had been rushed home, separating her from the Marquess at once. "Yet I cannot escape him for good, can I?" Martha wiped at her eyes again, but the tears still came. Her vision blurring still, she reached for the first note, turning it over and trying to make out the seal. After a few moments, and recognizing it as from Miss Stockton, Martha opened the note and read the few lines. "I do hope you are recovered. Write to me, my dear friend. I should very much like to see you. Something most extraordinary took place last evening, once you took your leave, though mayhap you have already heard of it. I hope you will be at the ball this evening. Yours affectionately, Anna." Martha frowned, not certain what it was her friend meant. What extraordinary thing had taken place last evening? She had not told Miss Stockton what it was that she had witnessed, had said nothing about the Marquess, but only had said that she felt a little unwell. Therefore, Miss Stockton knew nothing about Martha's present sorrows, otherwise she certainly would not have been encouraging her back into society. Though what was it that had taken place? What extraordinary thing did Miss Stockton believe Martha would have heard about? With a sigh, Martha set aside the first letter and then picked up the second letter. Opening it, she smiled quietly as she read the letter from her sister, telling her all about her own situation and, at the end of it all, telling Martha how much she was looking forward to the upcoming wedding. This made Martha's heart squeeze with pain all over again. There was no way for her to escape this engagement, not now. Her parents were insistent that she wed Lord Granton. Her betrothed was just as determined, though Martha did not know why, and all that was left for her was to do as she was expected to do. But what of Lord Billington? Martha's eyes flared wide, her hands clutching at the letter from her sister. Lord Billington was not someone that she cared for, and yes, she did not know him particularly well either, but surely he had to be better than Lord Granton. But if my mother and father are insistent upon my engagement to Lord Granton, then what can be done? Martha mused aloud, her gaze falling to the letter on her lap. She had one still unopened, the one from Lord Granton, but Martha had no intention of reading it. There was nothing that he could say that would bring her any sort of relief. However, Lord Billington might, she murmured, a sudden resolve coursing through her. She could be bold, could she not? Perhaps she might be able to encourage Lord Billington to consider an elopement, or if she could not do that, then would she be able to encourage him towards her in another way? That thought made Martha's face burn with embarrassment. She did not want to be coy, to flirt with Lord Billington, as she made it quite plain to him what it was she desired, but if that was the only way to escape Lord Granton, then that was what she would do. To be caught in his arms would mean that her marriage would be to Lord Billington rather than Lord Granton. Martha's eyes closed. But my heart still yearns for Lord Granton. Tears came to her again, but this time she blinked them away. She was not about to let herself hold on to such foolishness, and nor was she going to permit herself to cry over him again and again. Yes, her heart had flooded with affection, a strong affection, and as he had taken her in his arms, she had felt a huge surge of hope, of expectation and joy. That had all been shattered now, however, and Martha silently swore she would not let Lord Granton ever build such a thing in her again. Yes, her heart was still burning with affection for him, and yes, the thought of his kiss sent her into spirals of happiness twined with regret, but she could not cling on to that. Marriage to Lord Granton would bring her nothing but pain, and she had to find a way to be free of him forever. "I am so glad you are recovered." Martha slipped her arm through Miss Stockton's, her eyes searching the ballroom for any sign of Lord Billington or Lord Granton. One she wanted to draw close to, but the other she wanted desperately to avoid. Thankfully, the ball at Vauxhall Gardens was very busy indeed, so would be very easily able to hide herself away, should it be required of her. "You are rather silent, however." Miss Stockton frowned gently. "Is there something the matter?" "You must help me," Martha said, rather urgently. "Lord Granton is not who I believed him to be. You will call me foolish, no doubt, but you need not say it. I am already aware that it was the most ridiculous thing to believe that Lord Granton might truly care for me, but in truth I did. When he kissed me, I felt myself overflowing with affection for him, finding myself suddenly eager for our marriage, delighting in the conversation which came thereafter." Seeing Miss Stockton's wide eyes and confused look, Martha continued to explain. "Lord Granton took me to my father, and together we discussed a wedding date and the banns which needed to be called. We are now due to wed within the month." "So what help do you need from me?" Miss Stockton asked, clearly a little uncertain as to what Martha meant. "If you are contented with him, if the marriage date has been set, then—" "I saw him with another." Miss Stockton caught her breath. "Another lady?" "Yes." Martha struggled through a sudden wave of emotion as she closed her eyes for a moment, fighting to keep her composure. "And what was his explanation?" Biting her lip for a moment, Martha looked down at the floor rather than at her friend. "He was rather flustered, as you can imagine." Her laugh was harsh and broken. "I am sure that it came as something of a surprise to him to have me standing there." "But what did he say?" "Why does it matter?" Martha's heart began to clamour. "He told me that he was simply trying to talk to Lady Lamberton, but she, in turn, laughed and said that surely I could understand what it was that the gentleman was doing in the shadows with a lady such as herself." Miss Stockton clicked her tongue. "Goodness." "Therefore," Martha continued, lifting her chin, "I have decided that I will seek out Lord Billington instead." There came nothing but silence to such a statement, and Martha was rather surprised to see the heavy frown which then settled across her friend's expression. "You cannot think poorly of me for pursuing him, can you?" she asked, suddenly a little desperate. "I cannot wed Lord Granton. After what he has done, I cannot even bear the thought of standing next to him." Miss Stockton's frown remained. "But you care for him?" Martha looked away. "I am nothing but a fool to have ever permitted my heart to hold any sort of affection for him." "And what if you are mistaken?" Miss Stockton asked, looking at Martha again as they continued to walk around the ballroom. "What if it is as he has said?" Martha shook her head. "I heard Lady Lamberton state the precise opposite." "And what if she was not telling the truth?" Coming to a stop, Martha turned to face her friend, a sudden upset bawling in her stomach. "Why are you so defensive of him? Why must you suggest that I do something else other than what I have decided?" Miss Stockton looked back at her with a steadiness in her eyes which spoke of a genuine concern. "I believe that Lord Granton might truly care for you." Rolling her eyes, Martha turned away. "I can hardly believe that you would say such a thing." "But have you yourself not seen a change in him?" Miss Stockton asked, hurrying to keep her steps matched with Martha's. "Have you not seen how he has pursued you? I confess, when I saw how eager he was to end the plan as regarded Lord Billington, I began to see that your connection had truly affected his heart." Martha paused, trying to give a response but finding herself empty. "I think you ought to listen to him give his explanation before you make any sort of plan with Lord Billington," Miss Stockton finished quietly. "That is all." "He wrote to me, but I put his letter to one side and refused to read it," Martha stated firmly. "And I will not be drawn into a conversation with him again, for he—" Her eyes closed briefly. "He will, no doubt, be able to use his many charms to pull me back into his arms and into his intentions. I do not want to marry him, Anna. I intend to pursue Lord Billington, whether you will help me or not." Miss Stockton's eyes went wide. "What is it that you intend to do?" Martha shrugged. "I do not know as yet, but I will, first of all, attempt to discuss an elopement. And if he does not, then I have other means that I will use to break me apart from my engagement to the Marquess." Miss Stockton grabbed her hands, her voice suddenly frantic with worry. "What can you be thinking? You are being rash, my friend. You cannot risk doing such a thing as that. Think of your reputation." "I do not care about that. Lord Billington will have to marry me, and what if he refuses?" That gave Martha pause. "He will not refuse." "No?" Miss Stockton lifted her eyebrows just a little. "You believe that he will agree, that he will be willing to accept you as his bride, but what if he does not? What if he decides that he will not be pushed into matrimony and does all that he can to step back from you?" "That would make him an unworthy fellow," Martha answered, aware that her excuses felt weak. "I do not think that he would do that." "But you do not know him," Miss Stockton shot back quickly. "You cannot tell whether he would do such a thing or not. This is a great risk, my dear friend. Too great a risk, I think." Martha shook her head. "I know that you are trying to aid me, but I cannot accept such advice. I must be able to escape him." Miss Stockton came a little closer and grasped both of Martha's hands, squeezing them and looking intently into her eyes. "Do not do this. Talk to the Marquess first, at the very least." Hesitant, Martha gazed back at her friend, understanding that Miss Stockton was doing her best to be supportive and understanding, but, to Martha, her lack of willingness to help was not at all appreciated. "I am going to go to Lord Billington regardless," she said quietly, as Miss Stockton closed her eyes and let out a long breath. "If you do not wish to help, then that is understandable but disappointing." Not wanting her friend to hold her back any longer, Martha turned away immediately. "Do excuse me." "Martha, wait!" Ignoring her friend, Martha kept her head held high as she went in search of Lord Billington. There was a slowly increasing warning rolling around within her, but Martha did all that she could to ignore it. The last thing she wanted was to find herself caught by doubt and ruin her chance to escape Lord Granton for good. Chapter 21. "She has not responded to you?" James shook his head, his eyes darting from one face to the next as he fought to find Lady Newton. The ball at Vauxhall Gardens was a very busy one indeed, and to James's eyes it felt as though every person in society had been invited to it. "The letter you sent, do you think she read it?" "I do not know." James passed one hand over his eyes, his breathing ragged as panic began to tighten over his heart. "I wrote an explanation, praying that she would read it at the very least, but given that I have no response, I am afraid that what you have suggested is right." "But you will see her here this evening, I am sure," Lord Radford said by way of encouragement. "I have already seen her father and mother present, so she is bound to be here somewhere. I am sure, once you have the chance to explain, she will understand." James shook his head. "I do not know if she will. Lady Lamberton was much too convincing." Lord Radford scowled. "It was unfortunate that she caught you in such a way." "No." James turned to his friend, his gaze fixed. "What is unfortunate is that I ever thought that I could continue on in such a way, despite my engagement. I was the one who told Lady Lamberton that I hoped again to return to her once my engagement was at an end. I did not ever go to her and state the truth of the matter, which is that I was now beginning to set aside my desire for her company, or for the company of any other young lady, for the sake of my betrothed. I am the one at fault, Lord Radford, not her." His friend put one hand on James's shoulder. "All the same, she ought not to have thrown herself at you in the way that she did," he said quietly. "That I am quite certain of." James shook his head. "Regardless, there is no reason for Lady Newton to quickly forgive me. She must understand, she must see what it is that I meant by it all. I want the chance to explain, the chance to tell her that it was not what she thought, and that she is the reason that I have stepped away from Lady Lamberton. But I cannot do that if I cannot find her, or if she will not speak to me." "I understand." Lord Radford let out a small sigh and looked around him. "Let us hope that we will find her soon, then." James nodded, his stomach twisting this way and that as he fought against the twisting fear which continued to course through him. He was afraid that what Lady Newton had seen would be too much for her to bear, too great a trial for her to endure. Mayhap she would turn away from him. Mayhap she would try to find a way to end their engagement for good, perhaps telling her father what she had witnessed. Would Lord Hampshire permit her to break things because of it? James did not know, but he was afraid all the same. "There, is that not she?" Lord Radford grasped James's arm and pointed, but before James could look, the figure disappeared into the crowd, leaving James to sigh in frustration. "I shall walk around the room again in search of her," he said, only for a hand to grasp at his arm. He turned, only to see the wide eyes of Miss Stockton looking up at him. A little surprised, it took him a moment to greet her, though. When he did, she dismissed it quickly with a shake of her head. "Please listen to me," she said, her voice urgent. "My Lord Granton, I have just now been speaking with Lady Newton, and I am afraid she is going to do something which will bring her nothing but strife and trouble." James frowned. "What do you mean?" Closing her eyes tightly, Miss Stockton let out a shaking breath. "I do not know if I ought to tell you this, or permit her to continue on as she is, for I do not know if you can be trusted, or if you meant what you said to my friend, but—" "I can be trusted." James moved a little closer, his heart quickening as he looked into her face, wishing that somehow he might be able to convince her of his heart. "I care for Lady Newton. I wish that I could find a way to prove it to you, but I cannot. My words must suffice." He held her gaze, seeing Miss Stockton press her lips tight together for a moment, only then to nod. "Very well," she said quietly. "Then, Lord Granton, let me tell you what she is planning." Looking away for a few moments, she swallowed tightly. "She is going in search of Lord Billington." James frowned. "But her own words told me that her parents would not permit an attachment between them. She said herself that Lord and Lady Hampshire had made it quite clear that our engagement could not come to an end." "I know, and she is aware of that also. I believe that after what she witnessed, for yes, I am aware of it all, Martha has decided that she will do whatever she must to be free of her engagement, and that means—" Trailing off, Miss Stockton's cheeks flushed. "It means that she will do whatever is required to garner his attention, and therefore force the ending of your engagement." It hit James in an instant what it was that Lady Newton was intending to do. He caught his breath, his eyes rounding as Miss Stockton nodded slowly, clearly aware now that he knew exactly what it was that she meant. "She does not care for Lord Billington." Miss Stockton moved closer to him, one hand going to his arm. "Understand this, Lord Granton. She cares for you, and it is because of that care and consideration that she is now doing this." "I have broken her heart," James mumbled, raking one hand through his hair as he fought to take in a long, deep breath. "And now she will be ruined." "Not if you get to her first," Lord Radford said, clearly having heard everything that had been said so far. "You must find her. You must convince her of your affections and make it quite plain that you want nothing more than to be wed to her." James looked all around. "Where is Lord Billington?" he asked, his heart clamouring furiously as he looked back at Miss Stockton. Did Lady Newton know where he had gone? Miss Stockton shook her head. She was looking for him. "Then excuse me." Without another word, James turned on his heel and began to stride firmly through the crowd. He did not care about the frowns received from other gentlemen, nor the murmurs of astonishment from the ladies he pushed past. All he cared about was finding Lady Newton. "I should have told her everything," he thought to himself, his jaw tightening as he broke through a large gathering of gentlemen and ladies, his panic building. "When I kissed her, I should have made my feelings plain to her. I should have been completely honest, even if I was not entirely certain about my own heart. How much I regret not being honest with her now." Lord Billington, he knew, was a reasonable gentleman, but that did not mean that he would resist the attentions and the flirtations of a young lady, should she draw near to him. James highly doubted that the gentleman would let himself be drawn into matrimony, no matter the situation, which meant that there was nothing other than shame and embarrassment left for Lady Newton. His heart cried out as he thought of the upset and the sorrow she must have endured at his hand, albeit unwittingly. He had never expected Lady Lamberton to behave as she had done, and certainly had never once imagined that Lady Newton would be the one to spy them both. "I am too late." The thought ran through his head, frightening him all the more as he pushed through the crowd with all the greater determination. He was too late with his declaration of his affection, with his realization that he was drawn to Lady Newton in a way he had never been pulled towards anyone else. Late with his explanation to Lady Lamberton, late with his understanding of his own heart, and now, mayhap, too late to keep Lady Newton from ruining her own reputation, simply so she might escape from him. "Lord Granton, is that you?" One hand grasped at his arm, but he pulled himself away, not willing to stay for even a moment, not ready to see anyone other than Lady Newton. He heard a loud exclamation behind him, a cry of dismay and disapproval, but he cared nothing for it. He was not about to be stopped by grasping hands, was not about to be prevented by any sweet smiles or whispers of encouragement. All he wanted to do was find his betrothed and confess how much he cared for her. There! His heart slammed hard into his chest, and James stopped dead, his eyes widening as he saw how Lady Newton put one hand to Lord Billington's arm, and how, thereafter, Lord Billington's eyes narrowed just a little, only for a small smile to creep across his face. James did not dare think as to what that smile might mean, his mouth going dry as he attempted to move forward, only to find his legs like lead. He could move, yes, but without the great strength and energy that he had enjoyed only a few moments ago. It was as though every force in existence was keeping him back from her, determined to pull him away, to pull him back, and yet James, gritting his teeth, forced himself forward. He watched with sharp eyes as Lady Newton laughed, throwing her head back as she did so, with Lord Billington's smile growing ever bigger. When Lord Billington moved closer to her, albeit only a few inches, it was enough to suddenly infuse all of James's limbs with strength. "Martha!" He called her name, heedless to the others around him, barely noticing how many heads swiveled towards him, whispering beginning at once as he fixed his eyes to the lady, seeing that she had not heard him. Calling her name again, he felt a wash of warm relief cascade through him as she turned her head to look at him, her smile fixing to her face, her eyes tugging away almost at once. "Martha, please!" he cried, finally reaching her, his hand going to hers, tugging her to him in a most ungentlemanly fashion. "Please do not." "Lord Granton, good evening." Lady Newton spoke in a tight voice, her smile still present but shining no light into her eyes. "Might I ask—" "I will not let you do this," James gasped, one arm going around her waist, the other still holding her hand tightly. "I cannot, Martha. I cannot lose you to him, do you understand?" "To me," Lord Billington spluttered, though James took no notice. Instead, he looked deeply into Lady Newton's eyes, aware of how white she had turned, how the colour had gone from her face, though her gaze had at least finally returned to his. "I know what you think you witnessed, but you are mistaken, truly," he said, his voice a little quieter, but still loud enough for her to hear him clearly. "Martha, I do not care for anyone other than you. I do not want to pursue any other lady, I promise you. I have had such a change of heart that it has been such a great shock to me, I can barely understand it. Please," he finished, squeezing her hand, "do not step away from our engagement. Let me prove myself to you, Martha. If you only give me one opportunity, I swear to you it will be the only opportunity I will ever require." Lady Newton said nothing for some minutes. She simply looked back at him, staring at him as though she had never really seen him before. James looked back steadily, wanting her to see into his heart, as if such a thing was possible, and praying for her to trust him. There was nothing else he could offer her, nothing that he could present to her as proof of how he felt, but the burning in his heart was there all the same. James blinked, hearing the whispering around him, and turning his head, caught the way that the gentlemen and ladies around them were all speaking quietly, some laughing, some with wide eyes, some muttering behind their fans. Clearly he had spoken loudly enough for them all to hear, and no doubt what he had said would soon be common knowledge. "Martha." Pressing her hand, James moved a little closer to her so that only she could hear him. "What say you? Will you give me the chance to prove to you that my heart is yours?" Martha squeezed her eyes closed, and after a moment took in a deep breath. Then, before James could react, she had tugged her hand out of his, had turned on her heel, and was gone. Chapter 22. Martha paced up and down the small, narrow path which led away from the house and farther into the gardens. She could barely catch her breath, one hand pressed against her heart. There were many people walking about the grounds, but she had managed to find herself a little solitude, doing her utmost to calm her frantically beating heart. "He cares for me." She did not know what to make of that. Surely the Marquess could simply be lying to her, could he not? It would be just like a rogue to do that, to pretend that something was true when, in fact, it was not. She could not trust his words. Could she? Her eyes filled with hot tears as she battled indecision. What ought she to do? She had been so close to attracting Lord Billington's attention, for her suggestion that they step out of doors for a time and walk through the gardens had been met with surprise, yes, but also with acceptance. She had not truly wanted to do such a thing, of course, but her mind had told her that there was no other way to escape this. And then Lord Granton had practically flung himself upon her, had professed his affection for her and begged her for an opportunity to prove himself. Shaking her head, Martha pressed one hand against her forehead, coming to a stop as she sagged back against a tree. She had not known how to respond, had seen the tone looking at the Marquess, and had heard the whispering beginning, and had felt herself crumple inside. The cool air of the evening had brought her a little relief, but it had not calmed the frantic thoughts which whirled through her mind and her heart. "Is that you?" Martha straightened suddenly, trying to move back but feeling only the rough bark of the tree behind her. I... Oh!" A lady laughed and shook her head, coming a little closer to Martha. "Forgive me, I thought that you were Lord Urquhart. Oh, good gracious!" Blinking furiously, Martha realised quickly that she was looking into the face of Lady Lamberton. The lady's smile had shattered the moment she had looked into Martha's face, leaving them both now staring at each other without a word passing between them. "I should return to the ball." Martha made to sidestep the lady, only for Lady Lamberton to put one hand out, preventing her from doing so. "Wait a moment, if I may." Lady Lamberton sniffed and arched an eyebrow, coming closer to Martha. "I want to speak with you." "If it is about the Marquess and the connection between the two of you, then I have nothing to say." Martha could not look into Lady Lamberton's face, finding it too painful to gaze into the eyes of the lady who had been so very close to Lord Granton. "Please, let me pass." "Connection? Pah!" This brought Martha to an immediate stop. Turning, she looked at Lady Lamberton, a little surprised to see the glint of anger in the lady's eye. "You speak of connection?" Lady Lamberton continued, folding her arms in front of her, though it was not to keep out the cold. "That gentleman promised me that we would continue our connection once his engagement was broken, only to then inform me that he intends to wed after all." Martha's stomach dropped. "He intended to continue on with your connection once he was married?" Lady Lamberton let out a quiet, cold laugh. "No, indeed not. He intended to break our connection permanently, Lady Newton, and that is all because of you." Blinking, Martha tried to understand. "Because of me?" Throwing up her hands, Lady Lamberton let out an exasperated sound. "Why do you not understand, Lady Newton? What is it that puzzles you? I am the one who is confused, for I cannot understand what it is about you that has pulled him away from me, and yet here you are, standing and looking at me as though I am the one who is speaking foolishness." When Martha said nothing, Lady Lamberton let out another long sigh and shook her head. "You walked away from the two of us, and, grateful for the privacy, I thought to rush back into his arms, but he did nothing but step away from me." Her voice rose, anger clear now in both her tone and her expression. "He told me quite clearly that we could no longer return to what we had once shared, that the affection I had for him had never really had an effect upon him, but you, Lady Newton, appear to have filled his heart in a way that I never could have done, and when I asked for an explanation, he could not give it. He could not tell me what it was about you that was so delightful to him. Instead, he simply apologized, and it all came to an end." It was not until Lady Lamberton stopped speaking that Martha realized just how rapidly she was breathing. It was true, then. Everything that Lord Granton had said to her was true. He did care for her. He truly was desperate for their engagement to continue on into marriage. How could such a thing be? "So what it is about you that commands him so?" Lady Lamberton lifted one finger and jabbed it towards Martha, her eyes narrowing. "What is it you have done that has forced his heart towards you in such a way?" Taking a step back, Martha held up both hands in defence. "I do not know. Please, I cannot speak on Lord Granton's behalf, and I certainly would not dare to even attempt to do so." Lady Lamberton snorted. "That is a fine excuse, Lady Newton, for it is no excuse at all." She tossed her head, and much to Martha's relief, stepped back. "Thankfully, I have many other gentlemen who are eager for my company." "Like Lord Urquhart?" Clearly not in the least bit embarrassed, Lady Lamberton nodded. "Exactly, and I should go in search of him instead of wasting my time wondering about the foolishness of Lord Granton." Martha swallowed tightly as Lady Lamberton finally walked away, leaving her alone in her solitude once more. Blinking furiously, Martha passed one hand over her eyes, struggling to breathe as the truth finally crashed right into her. Lord Granton did care for her. Everything he had said was true. The words he had murmured to her, the kiss which had spoken of genuine passion, it was all from his heart. Lord Granton was a rogue and a scoundrel no more, it seemed, given all that he had promised her. Martha closed her eyes tightly, her hands going to her mouth as she finally let herself believe all that Lord Granton had said to her, and in doing so, let all of her own heart's affections finally fly free. I have to find him." Whispering to herself, Martha dropped her hands and hurried back towards the house, her anticipation suddenly growing to such great and rapid heights, it was all she could do to contain herself. She wanted to laugh and cry at the same time, wanted to fling her hands wide and then wrap them tight around his neck, pulling herself as close as she could to him. But I must find him first. "Martha?" She turned, seeing a figure stepping out from behind one of the candle lights which burned brightly, illuminating Lord Granton's face. I do not know what I can say to you, nor whether you even wish to hear from me, but I could not let you be out here alone," he told her, making Martha aware that he had been watching for her return. Coming closer to her, he held out his hands either side, then let them fall. His eyes closed briefly, a heavy sigh leaving him as he dropped his head. "Martha, I do not like to see you so troubled. I am all too aware of my reputation, aware of the pain that I have caused you, and thus, if you are so determined, I will end our engagement." Martha's breath hitched. "What do you mean?" "If you wish to find another gentleman, if you truly desire to find another to marry rather than I, then I will not stand in the way of that any longer," Lord Granton said, his voice low but his expression strained. "I will not hold you to this engagement, not if you are to be miserable and unhappy. I do not want that for you." If Martha had not believed that he cared for her before, she could not deny it now. Her smile began to spread across her face, her heart leaping about furiously. "You would give up our engagement for my sake." I know." Lord Granton shrugged and let out a breath of frustration. "No doubt you will not believe me, knowing that I am a rogue and want nothing more than to return to my former way of life. But though I doubt that you will believe me, I can do nothing but assure you that it is not as you think. I want what is best for you rather than for me. I will not be selfish any longer, Martha. I will give you whatever you desire. I swear it." Martha moved a little further forward, closing the distance between them. "And what if I desire to move forward towards matrimony?" Lord Granton's eyes rounded. "With me?" With a quiet laugh, Martha nodded, stepping closer to him than she had ever dared to do before. Yes, they were in public. Yes, there were gentlemen and ladies around them, but the evening was dark enough for them not to be made out entirely. Besides which, she did not care whether she was seen. This was her betrothed, was it not? This was the gentleman she was to marry. What could be wrong with being close to him? "I am convinced, Granton," she murmured, looking up into his eyes, one hand settling against his heart. "You say that you care for me. You say that you truly wish to marry me because your heart has filled with an affection you did not expect." She tilted her head. "Is that still true?" Lord Granton swallowed, then put one hand over hers as it rested on his heart. "More than you could ever be aware of, Martha." "Then I believe you," Martha told him gently. "My dear Lord Granton, I have hidden my own feelings for such a long time, pretending that they held no value and would soon fade. It was only when we shared our first moment together that I realized just how much they had become a part of me. They were not going to fade, they were only going to grow stronger." "Our kiss meant that much to you?" Aware of the heat in her face, Martha nodded, though she did not take her eyes from his. "Yes, it did. And then you spoke to my father about the banns, and I found myself desperate to believe what you had said to me." He closed his eyes. "Only for you to stumble upon Lady Lamberton and myself." Something like shame washed over Martha. "I thought I would seek out Lord Billington, thinking to act recklessly in order to force his hand. It was not because I had any true feelings for him, however, but only because I wanted to be free of you. I know that sounds rather cruel, but it was simply because my heart was so filled with you I could not see another way to escape." Lord Granton lowered his head, his eyes fixed to hers. "But I do not want you to escape," he murmured ever so softly. "Martha, I think I am in love with you." Those words had her pressing up on tiptoe, settling her mouth against his in a brazen and bold act which, much to her relief, brought her just the response she had been desiring. Lord Granton wrapped his arms tight around her and pulled her as close to him as she could go, his head tilting just a little to kiss her all the more sweetly. She sighed against him when the kiss broke them apart, refusing to move back, refusing to move even a little further away. "I think I am in love with you too, Granton," she whispered, seeing him smile. "I should very much like to marry you." "You will marry the rogue?" he murmured, as she smiled back at him. "The redeemed rogue? You have redeemed me, Martha. You and no one else." "Then yes, I shall marry you," she promised, as his head began to lower again. "I shall be your bride." Epilogue. The clergyman stepped to the front and looked first to Martha and then to the Marquess of Granton. Martha's heart was beating rather quickly, her desire to stand with her hand on her betrothed's growing ever more quickly. For the moment, however, she had to content herself with standing with her hand on her father's arm, knowing that these were the last few minutes of her situation as an unmarried lady. Soon she would be the Marquess's wife, a marchioness in her own right. And what joy that would bring her. It was not because of the title, nor because of the situation she would be placed in, but rather instead because of the love which she and Lord Granton would share. Their hearts had been opened to each other, their happiness twining together, just as their lives were about to do from this day forward. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God and in the face of this congregation to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony." Martha struggled to give an ear to all that the clergyman was saying, struggling to see anything but the Marquess of Granton. When he had turned to look at her as she had come into the church, she had felt as though his gaze alone had set a fire ablaze in her heart. A fire which now swept through her very being. "James, Marquess of Granton, wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honour, and keep her in sickness and in health, and, forsaking all other, keep thee only unto her, so long as ye both shall live?" Martha smiled quietly as she heard the Marquess speak. His voice was soft but determined, holding a promise there which she soon too would match with one of her own. "I will." The clergyman nodded. "And you, Miss Martha Newton, daughter to the Earl of Hampshire, wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou obey him, and serve him, love, honour, and keep him in sickness and in health, and, forsaking all other, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?" Turning to look at Lord Granton, her eyes sought his as he smiled at her. "I will." And now we come to the vows. Perhaps unaware or uncaring of the many emotions which swept through Martha, and no doubt Lord Granton too, the clergyman continued on with the service, his voice a little dull, as though this was one of the many marriages he had completed that day. "And now we come to the vows." He turned to nod to Lord Granton, who suddenly frowned, his expression growing serious. Martha did not find herself alarmed, understanding that this moment held a great weight upon it. It was to be the time when they made their promises to each other, but also before God. Solemnity was expected and required. "If you might speak your words, Lord Granton?" In answer to the clergyman's statement, Lord Granton nodded, took in a deep breath and turned to look at Martha. "I take you, Lady Martha Newton, as my wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance." Her heart wanted to explode in her chest, such was her joy. Tears began to burn in the corner of Martha's eyes, as she too whispered her words of promise, seeing Lord Granton's steady gaze and drawing strength from that. "I take thee, James, Marquess of Granton, as my wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love, cherish, and to obey, till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance." Lord Granton smiled, and a single tear of happiness dropped to Martha's cheek. Who gives this woman to be wed? It was with great joy that Martha's hand was settled upon Lord Granton's, her father now stepping back from her, leaving her in the care of the Marquess. She could not speak, glad that her vows were spoken for at this juncture. She did not dare trust her voice. How wonderful a moment this was! The gentleman that she had never thought she could love, the gentleman she had fought to escape, was now placing a ring on her finger and promising to be hers and hers alone for the rest of her days. With this ring I thee wed, with my body I thee worship, and with all my worldly goods I thee endow. Slipping the ring onto her finger, Lord Granton let out a soft sigh, and then smiled, pressing her fingers lightly. Martha smiled back at him, wishing desperately that she could fling her arms around his neck and pull herself tight against him. But the clergyman was not yet finished. Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. For as much as Lord Granton and Lady Newton have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before God and this company, and thereto have given and pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving of a ring, and by joining of hands, I pronounce that they be man and wife together, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. Amen, Martha breathed, her heart in her throat as Lord Granton took her by the hand and led her through to sign the register. The clergyman witnessed her doing so, and upon taking the papers, left both Martha and the Marquess alone. Martha looked back at her husband, her hands reaching out for him, and, in a moment, she was in his arms. "My darling," Lord Granton brushed her temple with his lips, his arms holding her gently. "We are wed. We are husband and wife. Can you believe it?" Looking up at him, Martha laughed softly as the gentleman she loved shook his head, grinning broadly. "I can hardly believe any of this," he told her, moving back just a little and taking her hands in his. "Your forgiveness, your trust, your promise to me, it is all almost too wonderful for me to take in." His expression softened, his blue eyes filled with tenderness as he tilted his head, taking her in. "You are quite marvellous, my dear." Martha blushed hot but smiled. "You have proven yourself, Granton," she answered, seeing him smile. "I do not doubt your words of love and care for me. I see it in your actions, in your words, in your looks of love towards me." She squeezed his hands. "And know that I love you in return." "I do not doubt it," he answered, coming closer to her again, his voice gentle. "I shall not let a day go by without feeling gratitude for your love, Martha. A rogue such as myself does not deserve such a thing." "But you are a rogue no longer," she reminded him, reaching up to frame his face, her fingers brushing through his hair. "No longer a scoundrel, no longer a rascal." She smiled softly as he bent his head to kiss her. "Now, Lord Granton, you are mine." "And yours alone," he promised, brushing her lips with his own. "From this day on, and forever." The end. If you enjoyed this audiobook, subscribe for more Regency romance stories.